All right, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. You know, that's why I always check the levels at the beginning of every stream, because sometimes it just decides not to recognize my microphone. But yeah, hello everybody. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Hope you had a good Halloween if you do anything for Halloween. And thank you, NasJDY, for the follow. I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, but you know, that looks like a bunch of letters to me, so I can't say. So yeah, so with that, yep, it looks like everything is in fact working so far. So let me just quickly put on the music. Oh, I should probably turn it down because it's supposed to be... and let me just quickly see how the audio levels... Honestly, it could probably be a little quieter. Okay, that looks like it's probably a good level for things. Okay, so, good news. I do believe I managed to fix the full screen issue that was bugging us last week, so, like, we, at the very least, should have no problems with that. I know it was a fairly minor issue, but it was one that was bugging me, because, you know, OBS sometimes just glitches out with certain full screen applications. It is an unfortunate reality. So let me just quickly pop on full screen and just double check to make sure it's actually working. I did check it beforehand, but it doesn't hurt to check it when it's actually live. And yeah, it looks like it's actually functioning properly, so that is a good thing. So, one thing I didn't do, which I still plan on doing eventually, is I didn't get around to finding any kind of text-to-speech or AI read of this, so I'm still going to be just reading it manually. And I know some people last week were a little concerned, but... hello Thomas, hello Amir, hello everybody, hello ANCAP. But yeah, so... I know people were a little bit concerned about the welfare of my voice, just because, you know, I spent 6 hours just reading. Yeah, daylight savings time happened. That's why. Thomas, you're actually not the only one to have that issue. So yeah, we jumped back an hour last night, which meant more sleep for me, which is good. But yeah, so I know last week some people were concerned about my voice just because of how long I spent speaking and the fact that my voice did get fairly tired by the end of it. But fortunately, there was actually no damage, nothing like that. After a good night's sleep, I felt 100% the next day. So while I didn't manage to find a read through or a TTS or anything of that, just because I didn't have the time for it. Regardless, I'll be fine this week, even if I'll be a little bit tired. Yeah. Oh, you're in Arizona. Yeah, I remember there's a couple of states. Okay. Yeah. I'm just making it clear that my voice is fine, so the fact that I'm going to read okay, so I'm gonna actually write that down, Amir, because I want to check it on my own time before I actually let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna actually check that out on my own time. I'm not gonna do it right now on stream, just because you know, I feel like this is the type of thing that needs to happen, that should not be done while you guys want actual content. So yeah, but for this week, again, I'll be doing my just actual physical read. But I'm just mentioning that my voice was fine last week, just to alleviate any concerns about the well-being of my voice this week. So I'll be fine. I think it would probably get filtered. Like you can try. I'll make sure I won't ban you or anything, but it'll probably get caught by the filter. Because I do actually, on my videos, I do filter out links just because there was an issue with bots a while back. But yeah, I did write down what you said. I left it in a note for me on Notepad, so I'm sure I can find it on my own time. So yeah, but okay. Regardless, yeah, it got deleted, and I can't even see it. So it doesn't even show it to me. It's not like other platforms will at least hold it so that I can review it, but YouTube just eats it completely. So yeah. All right, so yeah, I'll check out that on my own time. but just for this week, I'll just do reading. So, last week we got through the first 4 chapters plus the prologue, which I think was a pretty good pace. I know we went on a lot of tangents, but still, that's kind of to be expected with these streams. And, yeah, we're starting out with chapter 5. Let's see, what happened to yesterday's stream? Oh, yeah, I mentioned it on stream a couple times. I should have had, like, and I also did mention it in Discord a while back, but I should have a place where I actually have announcements. I'll figure that out at some point. But yesterday, I had a thing going on, so I had already planned to not do this, not do that stream. Just because things, I always say that when people apologize for not coming into the stream, I always tell them don't apologize because real life comes first. I take the same kind of approach for myself, where I had real life obligations, so that took priority over the stream. And on the same note, actually, next weekend, from Friday to Sunday, there's going to be no streams because I have a wedding to go to, so that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not even going to be home for most of the weekend. So, yeah, won't be streaming then. But, that's not super relevant for today. So, Chapter 5, Swords and Sorcery. I was now 5. We had a small party to celebrate my birthday. Birthdays weren't a yearly celebration in these lands. At ages 5, 10, and 15, it was customary for one's family to give gifts. You were considered an adult at 15, so that made a lot of sense. Oh, let me see. How old is Rance? I encountered gem-headed peeps in the Mana franchise and became curious if there's an older origin in Japanese lore. Carbuncle from Final Fantasy II has a gem head. So I'm not super sure about the whole gem heads thing, but I know Rance as a series started in 1989. Although there were a few games before that, which kind of got retroactively added to the Rance canon. But 1989 is when the first Rance game was released. And I believe Rance 3, sometime in the early 90s, was when the first of the Kalar showed up. Although I'm not sure they were fully fleshed out at the time, because it was just Hunty Kalar, who is a little bit different. But yeah. So yeah, Rance has been around for a while. Paul gifted me with a pair of swords for my birthday. One was a real sword, too long and heavy for a 5-year-old to wield. The other was a short practice sword. The real sword had been properly tempered and bore a fine edge. It definitely wasn't something suitable for a little kid. Son, a man must always carry a sword within his heart. In order to protect what's important to you, my father started a long rambling stream of advice, and I just smiled and nodded. His spiel had a friendly and energetic air to it, but in the end, even Zenith chided him for going on too long. Admonished, he wrapped up with, just remember to keep it put away when you don't need it. Okay, so I actually really like this little thing, because it's obviously meant to be kind of funny. It's meant to be it's meant to be Paul being a little bit overeager. He's like, oh yeah, he's given this super rambly dad speech where he's essentially trying to be the cool, wise father who's imparting some knowledge to his son that's going to stick with him for the rest of his life and show him how to be a man. And then Zenith kind of just like, hey, shut the fuck up. And it's meant to be funny. But it also really, on a reread, just kind of hits fairly deep just because we know that Paul, his big thing is he wants to be a good father because he had a bad father, and he essentially wants to correct the wrongs that were done to him. And yes, Rudy basically did the same thing to Norn. It's adorable because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with Rudy and Paul and the whole fatherhood thing. And it is interesting because Rudy actually applies more of that to Norn and Aisha than he does to his own children, at least in the main series. Again, I've heard redundancy might be different, although I can't speak to that just yet. But yeah, so I do like how this funny moment of Paul being just overexcited and kind of lets it get to him is kind of hiding a deeper underlying issue with Paul, where he's just... fatherhood just means everything to him. Having a kid, raising a kid, being a good dad. Because he wants to be everything his own father wasn't. And it's actually kind of sad when you think about it, even though, it's ultimately a positive experience. and it's again hidden by jokes. And that is something that is really common in Mushoku Tensei, where actual serious stuff is hidden by jokes. And I mean, I think it's one of the things that I think makes a multiple reads much more enjoyable, much more satisfying, much more valuable. The man clearly wanted me to have the self-awareness and preparation to be able to carry a sword around. Zenith gave me a book. Because you love books so much, she said as she handed it to me. It was a botanical encyclopedia. Oh wow, I whispered instinctively. Books in this world were quite expensive. They had the means to make paper, but didn't yet have printing, so everything had to be handwritten. Yeah, I know I said that on my last stream, but, you know, good to have the actual confirmation. The encyclopedia was a thick volume, complete with helpful illustrations and easy-to-understand descriptions. I could only imagine how much it must have cost. And yeah, actually, come to think of it, with the illustrations of all the stuff that would actually, essentially, you know, a textbook, more or less, something like that would actually be more expensive because it's not just writing the words down, it's also having the scientific diagrams, basically. So, yeah, it actually must have been really expensive. Thank you, Mother. I wanted something just like this. With that, Zenith drew me into a tight hug. Roxy gifted me with a wand. It was a stick roughly 30 centimeters long, set with a small red stone at the tip. I crafted it yesterday, Roxy said. It completely slipped my mind since you've been using magic this whole time. A master is supposed to create a rod or wand for a pupil who can use elementary magic. My apologies for forgetting. So I also really like this line for two reasons. There are two things that are really kind of adorable about it. The first is, you know, Roxy is still dealing with her self-esteem issues. She never really, like, 100% gets over it, but she gets a lot better as time goes on. But at this point, she's, like, still very, very, very insecure. And one of the things so she's kind of downplaying the gift that she's giving to him, where it's like, oh yeah, this is just a normal thing. Yeah, it's no big deal, but I should have given this to you earlier, but here's your gift. And Rudy doesn't take it as this kind of meaningless thing. He actually really values it, and the fact that he ends up passing it on to Sylphie is just a marker of how much he cares about Sylphie, because, you know, it's something that is important to her, to him, so then he passes it on to her, and so then Sylphie has that connection to Roxy, and there's this whole thing there where, and it's not the first time Rudy gives away something that means a lot to him as a showcase of how much he cares about somebody. With, like, how he gives the Migard pendant to Ruijerd, and because that's another thing that he values deeply, and it's by giving it to Ruijerd, that's a way of him showing that he values Ruijerd as well. But the other thing I like about this sentence here is, if you guys remember, I know it was last week that we read through this, but Roxy was very adamant about not being considered Rudy's master because she feels like he's going to surpass her, and that would just cause issues. And now here in his 5th birthday, when she's given him his wand, she kind of unintentionally refers to herself as his master, which just goes to show that I think it also points to her underlying insecurities, where she's just like, I don't really consider you my master because I don't feel you my student because I don't feel like good enough for it. But also she's fully embracing that role in all the ways that actually matter. So it's kind of a funny little bit of inconsistency in her statements, but not like inconsistency as a negative thing. Oh, hello Mark, glad to see you. Oh, come on. And yeah, and he does bring it up pretty early on. As much as he didn't like being called master, Roxy sure seemed reluctant to buck the traditions of the role. And yeah, that's just Rudy kind of confirming all those little notions. Thank you, master, I said. I'll take good care of it. Roxy grimaced. And yeah, that's also just Rudy being a little shit. Well, he one thing I've noticed about Rudy is that while he does ultimately simp for Roxy, like, hardcore, he does absolutely value and love her, and, like, she is everything to him. Sometimes he does like to poke fun at her, to tease her a little bit, because, kind of in keeping with how things... Yeah. Ultimately, yeah, Mark, I did decide to do combined chat on Twitch, because, ultimately there's a TOS reasons that I didn't do it, But I also ultimately realized that I don't actually care enough about that particular rule, and I also think my stream is probably small enough that it's not gonna, it's probably not gonna get caught. Even though they have been enforcing it against like some established streamers. If I get hit, big deal. I don't particularly care if they temp ban me. It's probably not the kind of thing that'll get me a perma. So if I have to get suspended for a few days, yeah, so be it. I don't really care. And besides, Twitch isn't my primary platform anyway. That would be YouTube. So, and YouTube does not have any rules against combined chat. So I figured that just having the benefit of the combined chat for the viewers is better, is more important to me than the risk of potentially getting punished by Twitch. So that's why I did it. The following day, I began actually training with the sword, focusing on practice swings and fundamental forms. We had a wooden practice dummy in our yard that I used to practice my forms and strikes. My father helped me with my footwork, my balance, and the like. It felt really good getting into the real meat and potatoes of swordplay. Knowing how to wield a sword was crucial in this world. Even the heroes who appeared in the books mostly wielded swords. Some used axes or hammers, but they were in a distinct minority. No one used spears because the despised supers made use of tridents. It was commonly thought that the spear was a weapon of evil. When a spear appeared in a story, it was usually wielded by the wickedest of villains, the kind who would devour friend and foe alike, who would slaughter indiscriminately. So this is another thing I really like, where Leafagene clearly cared about the world-building Mushoku Tensei to the point where he wanted to have an actual explanation for why certain things exist in the way they exist in this world. And one of those things is, okay, why does everyone use swords and no one use spears? Because in the real world, spears were kind of the dominant weapon pretty much until ranged combat took over everything. Because, you know, nowadays we have guns, and, I mean, honestly, even spears, even in a sense, kind of existed after guns became the primary thing. Like, if you look at World War I, where they had bayonets, you know, again, from the Revolutionary War to World War I, we used bayonets on our weapons, which basically turned them into spears. Because the reach of spears is a very useful thing in fighting. And also swords are one of those things where, in the real world, they are not as common as we typically think of when we see like medieval stuff. You know, we always see people wielding swords and fighting each other that way, but in reality, swords require a lot of training to get good at, whereas something like, honestly, a lot of weapons were basically just farm implements, because a lot of times it was peasant armies that were doing the fighting. And they, you know, wouldn't always actually have proper weapons. But things like an axe, a mace, a maul, those really don't require a lot of training to get just kind of okay with. And yeah, and that's a good point, Thomas. Yeah, they were still used. It's just, I would say bayonets were like, after World War I, they slowly started to become less relevant. And I don't really know exactly when they stopped being like the thing, but you know, they just became less and less useful over the years. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by, Mark. But yeah, so again, spears were just like the big thing for many years. So they had to explain, okay, why are there no spears in Mushoku Tensei? And the reason for that is that, you know, the super were using them, so people have a negative perception of spears. So they said, okay, so then spears bad. That's why nobody uses them. So that explains what would otherwise be an inconsistency in the world. And swords, he never explicitly states why swords are more used than other weapons, but I think it can be implied for two reasons. One, I think the barrier to entry is a lot lower just because of the use of battle aura. The fact that magic can enhance swordplay means you don't need as much training to get a baseline level of competence with swords. And also the prevalence of swords in their history and their world building. The fact that there's actual strong disciplines of swordplay when it doesn't seem to be a comparable thing for any other weapon. So it just goes to show that they're just more prevalent in society. So that's why people kind of default to it. So yeah, it's actually good world building there. That doesn't even become obvious as good world building until a little bit later. So I like that. Given that background, the art of the blade was far more advanced in this world than it was in my old one. A master swordsman could cleave a boulder in a single stroke, or unleash a flash of the blade to strike a distant foe. And that also kind of softly confirms that it's that magic does impact swordplay in this world. You kind of probably could have guessed that ahead of time, but this just goes to show the kind of scale that exists where you can do a lot more with a sword in this world, even at relatively low levels, than you can in the real world. Because, you know, cutting a boulder in half is not exactly something you can do, both for strength reasons and because the weapon itself would break. And interestingly, these two things are actually relevant, where the flash of a blade to strike a distant foe, that's the Sword of Light. That's the kind of thing that actually you need to be advanced rank. I mean Saint rank in Sword God style to do that. That's kind of the marker of a Sword Saint. So that's kind of neat. Paul had enough skill to accomplish the first one. I wanted to know the principles behind it, so he demonstrated it several times while praising and encouraging me. He probably felt pretty good having his young, advanced magic-using son clapping and cheering for him. And yeah, that's a funny line in hindsight, because that's really, really true. The fact that his son is being wowed by him is like the best thing Paul could ever experience. He's like, words cannot express how happy he is in that moment, and it's funny how Rudy just kind of comes to that conclusion logically without even really understanding it. Still, no matter how many times he showed me the trick, I couldn't tell how he did it, so I asked for an explanation. Take a step forward like, huh, and then wham. Like this? No, you dolt. That was a step forward like, humph, and then a wham. I said, huh, and then wham. Stay lighter on your feet. And so it went. And I also do like this a lot. It's funny because one thing we learn about Paul is that he is a naturally gifted swordsman, which, while there are a lot of benefits to that, yeah, his instructions do suck, like Amir is saying. And the reason for that is, again, he is an instinctive fighter. His abilities are basically done as the result of natural talent and experience. There was no real actual study or hard training that went into it. So while he's very good at swordplay, a lot of what comes to him naturally is stuff that he can't really explain because he's not logically thinking it. It's kind of like your native language. Think of how you learn. Everybody here most likely learned their native language, at least the basics of it, through immersion as a young child, where you grew up having just hearing people speaking your native language all the time, and that's how you learned your language. So now you can speak your language fluently, you are able to utilize all the various rules, no matter how complex or weird they are, but you probably don't even necessarily know what rules there are. You can't explain why you choose certain words over others. Somebody says something, you can tell it sounds strange, but you can't necessarily explain why. That's because you understand it intuitively. You never actually learned it in a classroom or training setting. And it's the same kind of way with Paul and his swordplay. He just kind of knows it. He's able to do it instinctively. So he can't actually explain to Rudy what you need to do to mimic what he's doing, because he's not even aware of all the little things he's doing. Yeah, let's see. I also like the distinction of non-style trained sword fighters fitting warrior along with other warriors. Elena at least wielding a blade but not being styled is strong to me for world building. Yeah, and that's also true, where that's also something that would happen, where sometimes people would learn to fight without learning any particular martial art, like, you know, sort of like the difference between like a street fight and a martial artist, where you'd use, you'd have different ways of engaging things, but yeah, so that's one of the things that Paul is dealing with, is the fact that he can't really explain why he can't necessarily explain the things that he knows. But also, at this point we don't know it yet, but Rudy cannot do a battle aura, so he can't, despite his incredible mana capacity, he can't actually use that to enhance his physical abilities, or at least he can't do it in the way that a sword fighter would. Because, like, he actually sort of can create a battle aura, but he has to do it actively. It drains a lot of mana, and it requires a lot of concentration, so it's just not worth it. But yeah, that's another reason that Rudy is faltering when trying to learn sword fighting from Paul. And so it went. This was just conjecture on my part, but it seemed to me that in this world, magic was woven into the art of swordplay. Well, I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's that hard of a conclusion to come to, just because he saw Paul cut a boulder in half. That should probably indicate magic is being used. It was visibly different from the flashy magical effects created by spellcraft, and instead worked by improving one's physical prowess and strengthening the metal of the sword itself. How else would it be possible to move at such blinding speeds or slice a huge rock in two? Correct. Paul wasn't using magic consciously. That's why he couldn't explain how he did what he did. It meant that once I was able to reproduce what he did, I'd be able to use magic to give myself a physical boost. I had to stick with it. And again, that's actually a logical conclusion. At this point, he doesn't know that he can't do that, and he has no reason to suspect that he can't do that. But also, he's actually completely correct in his observations. So that's one thing I like about Rudy, is that, again, he's a smart person who can kind of put things together logically, and a lot of times he does actually get it right. But that also means that it's pretty interesting when he gets it wrong, because he comes to a logically sound conclusion just based on misinformation, and so that's why he can kind of convince himself of his misconceptions so easily. And now we got a bit of a world building dump, an exposition dump. It's not really world building, it's exposition. In this world, there were 3 primary schools of swordplay. First was the Sword God style. This style maintained that the best defense was a good offense, and focused on high-speed moves with the goal of striking one's opponent first, ideally finishing the fight with a single blow. If the opponent was still standing, the practitioner would continue to strike and feint back until they were victorious. If I had to compare it to something from my old world, the closest thing would be Satsuma Jiandu. Second was the Water God style, the polar opposite of Sword God. It was a defensive form, focused on warding off strikes and then countering. Its core tenet was one of non-aggressive defense, which didn't allow the practitioner many openings for attack, but a true master would be able to unleash a counter-strike at any attack coming their way. And I do mean any attack, including projectiles and magical attacks. Given its focus on protection, this was the sword style of choice for royal guards and nobles. Last was the North God style. This was less a sword form than a general battle strategy. It didn't focus on specific moves, but allowed the user to adapt to different situations on the fly. According to Paul, this ad hoc approach involved a lot of cheap tricks and clever ploys, but mastering the style yielded truly fantastical results. The image I got was of a sword-wielding version of Jackie Chan, because this style taught one to treat injuries and allowed for fighting even with imperfect posture. It was favored school for mercenaries and adventurers. So this is one thing. So I have 2 things to say about this, because North God style I think is the coolest style, and I'm also kind of disappointed that it's so much less represented than the others. Where, I mean, Sword God style kind of takes priority in the story. Then there's some Water God, and while you do get a couple of North God adversaries throughout the course of the story, and you do meet some substantial North God swordsmen later in the series, I do feel like North God style is fairly underrepresented, which is very unfortunate considering I think it's so much fun to hear about it. There's so much you can do with it, and I feel like the way the fight scenes work in Mushoku Tensei just beg for North God to be used. Like, I feel like Ryufujin would be really good at crafting a good North God swordsman fight. And so it disappoints me that it's not there. Also, Rudy mentions that it's the favored school for mercenaries and adventurers, but he meets a lot of mercenaries and adventurers, and North God style is not the most common among them, so that seems like a bit of an inconsistency. That might be a little bit of an error on Ryufujin's part. Together, these were known as the 3 great styles, and each had adherents the world over. It was said that a swordsman who wanted to push their skill to the ultimate limit would knock on the door of each school and continue training until they were dead, though few people actually did this. The quick way to attain martial strength was to pick one of these styles to train until proficient. Yep. I mean, that's generally how any kind of thing goes, where, you know, if you focus down on one element, like in martial arts, if you focus on one martial art, it's probably going to be better than doing a wide variety of martial arts. Except maybe learning the basics of everything could help, but yeah. Let's see. In reality, while Paul chiefly practiced Sword God style, there was a smattering of Water God and North God elements included in there. it seemed that most people didn't head out into the world deciding to exclusively adhere to one style or another. Let's see. We never learn what style most adventurers that Rudy meets use, so we can assume that some of them use Northgard style. Potentially. I mean, I will also say that a lot of what my perception is probably colored by the fact that Rudy meets a disproportionate number of really high-level fighters who would probably be more obvious when using certain abilities. Like, I think it's kind of, it would be a lot more flashy, I would say, to use a high-level sword god ability than it would use to use, like, regular sword god stuff. Let's see, so I disagree slightly there, only as far as we get to know a few people Rudy adventures with, a very elite sword god in Soldat, and a group of warriors and mages. So yeah, I don't know, I just feel like, I mean, I do get where you're coming from, for what you're saying, but, I don't know. I feel like just based on the way we hear the fights go down, a lot of the combats just, to me, don't scream Northgard to me. Yeah, that is also a possibility, Thomas, because, again, I will say a lot of what I think are potentially issues with the story do ultimately come down to the fact that the people Rudy consults with are not representative of the general population. Just because, like, let's not forget one thing, as the power scaling in particular. Yeah, power scaling in particular is an issue with Mushoku Tensei, not because there's anything wrong with it, it's just because Rudy just happens to encounter really strong people from a really early point in the story, and just continues to get more and more powerful people around him, and the people and himself and the people he works with also get absurdly powerful, to the point where I remember there was one arc, I think it was the Millis arc that I was reading in the books, where it mentioned that a lot of the people in the bodyguards of the or the knights, I don't remember what they were called. It mentioned that they were intermediate tier water god swordsmen, and I think they had beginner or intermediate tier magic at their disposal as well. And I remember immediately thinking, oh, they kind of suck then. And then realized, wait, no. Intermediate tier is actually representative of like a couple years of training. Like, that's actually not, you're no slouch if you're intermediate tier. And I realized that, oh yeah, just because, you know, Rudy's a king tier and like king tier water mage with saint tier everything else, and he's with a sword saint and all these things, like, no, he's actually just absurdly powerful. Yeah, and yeah, that's also true. The fact, I think the thing that brings it into scale a lot is realizing that Paul, being advanced in all three swordplay styles, so just capping out at advanced tier, although granted, being advanced in multiple disciplines does give him a bit of an edge. Realize that advanced tier is enough for him to become a top rank adventurer, to literally get S rank adventurer status, which is the highest on offer. Like, I think that does say a lot to how the power scaling does exist outside of Rudy's bubble. And I also do agree that if Rudy was a swordsman, I think Northgard would have fit his style pretty perfectly. Because while he does tend to overthink things sometimes, he's also very clever and comes up with alternative solutions to problems, like and likes to experiment, especially like the fact that he eventually learns, like, you know, like lightning, which, you know, basically turns him into Palpatine. He gets to that's from him saying, hey, I wonder if I can do this to come up with this effect. And yeah, Northgard kind of just, it would be perfect for that. And as far as saying if Rudy would have been stronger with Water God, I think it would have had diminishing returns, because, again, let's not forget that he couldn't utilize it to its full capacity just because of his lack of a battle aura. So, again, once he gets to the really high levels, the stuff that he's getting hit with is just not going to work. Although, granted, his magical armor might eventually be able to compensate for that. Yeah. Yeah, that is also true, and I do actually also really like that, where, yeah, swordplay is actually kind of more powerful than magic in a sense, or at least they can hold their own against each other. And I think a big reason for that is the lack of silent casting. because if it takes even a couple seconds to cast a spell, it only takes a quarter of a second for someone to hit you with a sword. So that's a good reason. And also, I do think it allows for, even though we don't see a ridiculous amount of this, I mean, it does show up a lot throughout the story, but I like how it kind of means that magic and swordplay users can kind of complement one another so that they work in group combat. Let's see. The fact he makes himself adaptable, it may be why Northgard is not strongly represented story-wise. His biggest struggles are against other clever and adaptable fighters. That's also possible. I mean, I also think that they kind of focused a lot more on the magical side of things with Rudy specifically, and Rudy was kind of the primary person, and the only other person we really see going like really heavy on the training side of things is Eris, and I do think Sword God kind of fits her personality a lot better than Northgard would, so it makes sense that she would do Sword God style. And again, she and Rudy are kind of the ones you see going through the intense training. Or Rudy's training is not like in that type of training, but the ones that we actually firsthand see really pushing themselves to the limits are those two. So I can also understand that. But I mean, I see some of the stuff that shows up in the late part of the series with like when like high level Northgard swordsmen start to become Rudy's enemies, like where there was the one in particular, I really liked reading about the fight between Ghislaine and Wee Ta, because Ghislaine's a sword king, and Wee Ta was a North king who used, in the daytime, he would use reflective armor to try to blind his opponents, and in the nighttime, he would use camouflage. Like, that's a cool thing. I wish we got to see more stuff like that. And I also do really like how high-level Northgard swordsmen end up coming up with their own unique identifiers. Like, they have their own thing that they do. Yeah. And that's one thing, is I really hope that once the anime gets to that point, I really want to see that fight scene play out. Like I think they could do some cool stuff with that. Yeah, that's true. Rudy's still... I mean, it's also ultimately because I think in Mushoku Tensei, even with silent casting and a lot of power, mages tend to be glass cannons. So, if a swordsman comes up close to you, you're fucked. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. But I do think we're getting a bit too tangenty, so I'm going to kind of go back. As with magic, swordsmanship was broken into the following levels of skill: beginner, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, imperial, and divine. The god part of each style's name came from the epithets given to the founders of the school. The first swordsman of the water god school, for example, was able to use divine-level water spells. Having a divine rank in both sword expertise and magical competence made for an obscenely powerful warrior. Also, it was typical when referring to swordsmen to address them as water god or water saint, or whatever their level of proficiency was. For magicians, it was tradition to add level to that descriptor. So, Roxy, for example, was a water saint tier magician. I also would like to acknowledge that this is not a rule that actually gets stuck to. Even in this very book, that is not actually like a consistent thing. Like, I think Roxy eventually calls Rudy a water saint, because I think Rudy Vegeta wanted to kind of add a distinction so you could know that, especially with water, if you're talking about water as in the magic or water as in the swordplay style, just again, so you could kind of know at a glance what he's talking about. But I think Rudy Vegeta just kind of forgot that was a thing, and he just never acknowledges it. Paul decided that I would learn both the Sword God style and Water God style, the former to get a good handle on offense and the latter for defense. But father, I asked, based on what you've told me, it sounds like North God style is the most balanced of the three. Don't be ridiculous. It's not even a style, it's just using a sword to fight with, really. Oh, I see. North God style was clearly the odd one out of the three great styles. Either that or Paul just wasn't fond of it personally, though he was rather good at the style for someone who didn't like it. And I actually do like this setup early on, where it does come back a lot later in a bit of a clunky way. The anime did showcase this part, but it didn't actually explain the significance of it. But when Rudy meets Paul much later in the story, but back when Paul was kind of at his lowest, when he reunites with Rudy for the first time, one of the things that happens in their initial fight is that Paul rushes at Rudy on all fours, which was a North God tactic. And that's one of the indicators that the book uses to showcase that Paul is really at his lowest, where he's like, man, I used this thing that I consider dishonorable against my own son. Like, what have I become? And yeah, and the anime didn't really put any emphasis on it. And I do agree that it was kind of a little bit clunky in the books, but, you know, I think it is... I don't think it actually detracts from anything. You've got a knack for magic, Rudy, but it doesn't hurt to lord the sword as well. You want to be a magician who can fend off an attack from someone who can use sword god style. So you're saying I'd be like a mage knight? No, a mage knight is a swordsman who can also use magic. You're the opposite of that. And I actually do like that world building wise. There is actually a contingent of people who are capable of using both magic and swordplay at the same time. I do wish we saw a little bit more of that, because I think you could do some cool things with that. But, you know, it's not the biggest deal. Just knowing that they exist kind of makes the world feel more real. I wasn't sure what the difference was, really. Whether you started as a warrior who picked up magic, or as a magician who did it the other way around, a mage knight still knew how to use both, right? Anyway, right, if I worked on my swordplay, I could adapt to my use of magic. And actually, I actually kind of disagree with Rudy here, because I think there actually is a pretty distinct difference. If you're a swordsman who kind of uses magic, that means, I think that, to me, that means you're primarily using swordplay, but supplementing it with magic. And if you're a, whatever the opposite was, I don't remember the term off the top of my head, but you're kind of a magician who can kind of use swordplay in a pinch. Mage Knights, as the Imperial Knights, yeah, I'm thinking like the guys in Millis who kind of guard the religious leaders are what I'm thinking of. Or like Mage Knights would probably be actually pretty comparable to like Jedi, where they mostly use their lightsabers, but they can also use the Force, and they use that to as kind of to supplement their lightsaber fighting. The issue was that Paul couldn't teach me how to magically boost my physical prowess because he wasn't consciously aware of how he did it. I either needed to acquire the ability myself or attain it via the right physical training. I needed to figure out the principle at work, and I actually do really like this, where it's not going to be for many books later that we actually learn that Rudy can't use a battle aura. Like, I know the anime completely skipped over this explanation for some fucking reason, but when Barigati sees him training, that's when he, gets the information about battle aura and realizes that, oh, I can't actually do this without actually, like, consciously doing it, and then consciously doing it's not worth it. But I like how they're setting it up early on, so that, like, one thing is, from what I've heard, Rifujin had about half the story kind of in his head when he first started writing, and, you know, the details kind of got fleshed out as he went, but I do believe that. I completely believe when I hear that. And I honestly think it might be kind of understating things a little bit, because so much of what happens eventually feels so deliberately set up early on. Like Rudy's lack of battle aura. It's written like it was intended from the start, and I think it probably was. So, like, that's one of the things I really like about Mushoku Tensei is that, like, the way I always describe it is that Mushoku Tensei is one of those series that it's not just that I really like it, though I absolutely do. It's not just that the story is exciting. It's not just that the characters are good, but just on a pure technical skill level of things. It's a very impressive piece of writing. Yeah, let's see. Oyster pointed out that if Rudy had been able to manifest battle aura, the sheer volume of his mana would pop his limbs off his body. Yeah, that's an interesting thing, and that might be the logical reason why the Laplace aspect does the things the way it does. But also, I almost feel like the mana should be able to increase his durability at the same time to kind of counteract that. So, I don't know. I mean, it's not that relevant, but it's you know, it makes sense. And I think it also makes sense to make it so Rudy is not ridiculously overpowered in a physical sense, where I think it actually does a lot to say that most of his overpowered nature comes from his intelligence, his allies, and the fact that he's able to, kind of utilize his strengths very effectively. And that he has an actual weakness is actually kind of important, even though he does end up compensating for it later on. Let's see. For a moment, Paul was lost in thought, an uneasy expression on his face. "You don't like swordplay, do you?" he finally asked. Was he saying that just because I had an aptitude for magic? He must have been worried that I didn't want to train in the sword. Don't get me wrong, I had no problem practicing how to use a sword. I just preferred the time alone with Roxy studying magic over getting dirty and sweaty with another guy in the yard. I was an indoors sort of guy. But hey, personal preferences couldn't get in the way of things. I decided to put my best effort into my second shot at life, and that meant trying my best at magic and the sword alike. "No," I said, "I want to be as good at swordplay as I am with magic." Paul flashed with pride and nodded happily as he brought his wooden practice sword to bear. "All right then, let's get to it. Come at me." He was a simple man. So I do like this little back and forth as well, because on the one hand, Paul, he really wants to be kind of his son's role model. He ideally wants to Rudy to kind of be a swordsman like him. He wants to be excited about that, but he also understands that Rudy kind of has a natural talent at magic, and that he probably prefers it as well. And Rudy does actually prefer magic, not just because of his lack of ability to actually do swordplay in the way that everyone else does, but, it just kind of meshes with Rudy's personality a little bit better. And I also think it probably would have been understandable. I think Paul probably would have understood if Rudy didn't try to pretend that he was kind of equally interested in both. He just said, look, I want to be good at swords, but I know magic, I'm just not good at it. Magic is easier to me. I think Paul would have understood that as well. Because honestly, Rudy has kind of the same intuitive understanding of magic that Paul has of swordplay. So I think they could actually kind of relate on that level. Because, if Rudy tried to teach Paul magic, he probably would have had a lot of the same difficulties. Swords and sorcery. I wasn't sure which I'd ultimately come to rely on. Honestly, I'd be cool with it either way, but it was also my duty to establish a good bond with my parents while I was young. And that, I think, is one of the first, really good examples of Rudy's mindset at this point in the story. So, one thing that can kind of get lost in the weeds of things is that Rudy is still kind of a gremlin, where, he is showing a lot of personal improvement, and a lot of the reason for that is that he actually has found purpose, and it's kind of motivating him, and he has a determination to do things in a way that'll actually improve his life, and that's having a lot of positive ripple effects for him personally, and for how he is able to connect with people around. Yeah. I do say he does understand magic, but I think at this point in the story, while he is able to ultimately teach silent casting, I think the big thing is that the way he explains it, at least to Sylphie at this point in the story, well, obviously not this point in the story, but when he sees her later, is he kind of is describing the feel of the magic. It's like, okay, how does it feel when you cast this? What is that? How the mana kind of gives you this warmth in your arms and all this stuff. And Sylphie kind of also just kind of says, "Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about," and is able to kind of put things together from there. I think later on, Rudy actually does come to a much more technical understanding of magic, and probably in no small part due to the fact that he ends up being associated with multiple experts in magic, like Cliff and Zenoba and Nanahoshi, so he learns all these technical elements. But at this point, he can only kind of express the way things feel to him, and Sylphie is able to pick up on that and why she is able to learn silent casting so fast. I also think it's also partly that silent casting is probably easier when you than everybody thinks it is, and also the fact that Sylphie is starting with essentially silent casting from the ground up like he was. But again, I think if he tried to explain it to Paul, who doesn't necessarily have that same idea of how magic feels to use, he would probably struggle to really explain what he's talking about at this point in the story. And honestly, even later on, when Rudy becomes a professor of silent casting, like past the end of the story, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the reasons he's able to do it is because he's probably dealing with a lot of people who already have a fundamental understanding of magic, who have some experience with it, so he can just kind of utilize that and kind of explain, okay, so when you cast your spells, this happens within you, you can feel this. So try to just push that out manually and do this, 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 and this. So I imagine that's kind of how that goes. So it would be interesting to see Rudy try to teach somebody who specialized in sword fighting and didn't really use any magic, see if he could teach them to silent cast, because he can teach them how to cast regularly. But silent casting, I don't know. I don't think it's ever been shown. So that would actually be a lot of questions. But yeah, ultimately, I think, again, I think that Paul and Rudy have a lot of connection in that sense. Again, that's just my interpretation of things, and I do understand that you might disagree with me. And I think there's valid arguments both ways, but I do also notice that there are a lot of parallels between Rudy and Paul, not just in the way that many of the characters tend to parallel Rudy throughout the story, because there's actually a fucking lot of them, but I also think they're meant to... I think it's very intentional that Rudy tends to mirror Paul in many ways, and I think that's meant to reinforce the father teaching son who teaches his successors kind of thing. While I was taking my first steps in sword training, my magical studies were taking on a more technical and practical bent. What would happen if you cast Waterfall, Heat Island, and Icicle Field in that order? You'd create mist. Correct, and how would you go about clearing up that mist? Cast Heat Island again and heat up the ground? Exactly. Now please demonstrate if you would. And I also do like that where Roxy is actually the kind of person who learns through study and technical knowledge. Like, that's just her kind of thing. Let's see. It does seem like Rudy intuits mana and magic well, but in Paul's way, in a stronger sense than in a purely intellectual way. Yeah, sort of. I think it's ultimately is... I think Rudy is kind of an example of having that intuitive understanding while also having the dedication to really push yourself further in that learning, because Paul does have that intuitive sense, but he never really had the discipline to really train. Because, there's a saying that hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's not entirely true, but it does have a grain of truth to it. And, they mentioned that Ghislaine is a sword king. Paul is advanced level. I think Paul probably could have reached king tier if he really pushed himself, but he never did. He just decided, okay, this training thing is not for me. I'm going to go become an adventurer, and because that just kind of fit his personality a lot better, and he became very good at that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Paul could have been really, really good if he actually applied himself, but he just didn't. But Rudy does kind of have that natural intuition for things, and then he does actually push himself to be better and better and better. And it's also the question of he actually never really tests the full limits of himself in a academic sense. So he becomes a water king by the end of the story, and I think he becomes saint tier and everything else. But we know he has the power level of at least emperor tier, and possibly divine tier. It's questionable, but some characters have theorized that he was about that level. So while he never actually cares enough to actually really try to get those actual titles, you wonder just how much could he have done if he really set his mind to it. And I mean, it's the same way how Eris was a sword king and said, okay, that's enough. I was never in it for the titles. I just wanted to be strong enough. Where she probably could have become a sword emperor if she really wanted to. And also Sylphie as well. I'm not sure how strong she could have gotten. She could have probably been very high level in healing magic if she really pushed herself. But yeah, they had other things, so a lot of these are hypotheticals, but I do think the fact that these hypotheticals actually really feel like full legitimate questions is a mark towards Rifujian's world-building abilities, where it feels real, so that makes these questions not feel like just mindless theory crafting. By using spells from different schools in succession, it was possible to create other phenomena. This was known as combined magic. A textbook of magic included a spell for making rain, but had nothing about creating mist. Therefore, magicians had to use spells from multiple schools in sequence. This allowed for the reproduction of various natural phenomena. This was a world without microscopes. They probably hadn't discovered all of the principles that govern the natural world. Combined magic contained all the creative genius from the great wizards of old. And I also do like that, where that's pretty much exactly how Rudy handles magic moving forward. And it also begs the question, he mentions that he's able to separate the different elements of soil using magic. And he also, due to things we learn much later on, specifically during Turning Point 4, again, I'll only talk, well, I'm going to be a little bit less careful about spoilers in the book analysis because, again, the books have actually gotten past that point. I'm still going to only reference it when it's actually relevant, just to avoid accidentally spoiling people in an unnecessary way. We do learn that magic is more powerful than even it's theorized to be at this point, where there doesn't seem to be many limits at all to what it can do. So some of me really does wonder, could Rudy split an atom if he really tried to? Like, could he cause a nuclear explosion? I kind of think he could, and that would be kind of interesting to see. Well, I didn't need to bother with that kind of nonsense. If I wanted to create a cloud, I'd just use a spell that made rain fall and cast it as close to the ground as possible. The idea of intentionally creating a natural phenomenon was simple enough to understand. With a little outside-the-box thinking, you could do all sorts of things, and yeah, that's exactly what he does. Okay, for me personally, that was a bit easier said than done. Magic can do anything, right? I asked Roxy. It can't do anything, Roxy admonished. You mustn't rely on it too much. Just keep a cool, level head and hone your abilities to do what you're able, and what you should. Despite her words, my head was filled with images of things like railguns and active camouflage. Moreover, if you go around proclaiming how you can do anything, you're going to get hit with something you can't. Okay, so... Alright, well, I'll finish that. Are you speaking from experience, Miss Roxy? I am, yes. Okay, so I love this for a variety of reasons. So, on the surface, it's actually a good lesson that Roxy is giving Rudy, saying basically you can't just assume that magic is going to fix all your problems. You should essentially use any tool you have available to you for any given instance, so that when your strength, which is magic, fails, you're not completely floundering. Which, yeah, again, that is a genuinely good lesson that Rudy, I think, does need to learn. But she's also probably wrong about magic not being able to do anything. Because again, from what we've seen later on, I think for an obvious example is that the magic that was what brought Rudy to this world, which is why he reincarnated. His magic is not only powerful enough to do just about anything in this world, it's so powerful it's able to reach into worlds without magic, because it's also later established that the real world does not have mana. There's no magic there at all. So the fact that the magic was able to kind of reach through this alternate dimension to grab onto Rudy's soul and to Nanahoshi, like, it just shows it's probably more powerful than even a fundamental force in the world, like more powerful than like gravity or space or time. Actually, yeah, it actually is kind of more powerful than both of those, because you can kind of move through space and time in a sense. And that the limit just seems to be your understanding and your ability to actually execute on that understanding. So she's probably actually wrong about that, but yeah, it's also is ultimately a good lesson to learn. And also Rudy's talking about things like railguns and camouflage and all this stuff. That feels like a direct nod to some of the gadgets he would create later on, because he does basically create a minigun with that fires stone cannons later on, and he creates several versions of magic armor. I don't remember if he creates any kind of camouflage, but that wouldn't surprise me. But like, the things he's like fantasizing about actually become a lot more like realistic as practical things that happen later on, although it ends up being a lot more mechanical, like with the magic circles and all that, than with as something you're actively doing, because it's a little too complicated to do actively. And also there's the fact that Roxy is talking about her own experiences, how she was humbled, so that's where she's kind of taking her failures, learning from them, and passing them on to her student, which, Again, that just shows that Roxy is kind of a natural teacher. She really falls into the teacher role, even though she doesn't feel confident enough to really fully embrace it. Which, yeah, I know Roxy's story stuff doesn't come out for real until a lot later on, because this little arc with her is really just meant as an introduction to Roxy. But they're setting up a lot of really good stuff that gets fleshed out a lot later on. Well, this was a lesson I needed to take to heart then. I didn't want problems I couldn't deal with getting dropped in my lap. Again, that almost feels like a little bit of a cheeky line, because that's like a lot of what the story ends up doing is his problems he can't deal with. He invents condoms late on. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it took him as long as it did, because I feel like he could have come up with something later on. All he had to do is essentially have some sort of stretchy material or any kind of thing that functions as a barrier. And because like I don't want to, I mean, it actually is, like, story-wise it's important, but you know, the idea of how that one point where he decides to be temporarily celibate, because the idea is like, I don't want to continue to put people through risk by continually generating more and more kids. So until this particular threat is dealt with, I'm gonna avoid sex so that I don't put my loved ones in danger anymore. But, like, also, I feel like that's kind of almost an obvious thing, is just like, I feel like he could have invented birth control, some form of birth control. I mean, hell, even in the real world, one type of condom we have is lambskin. So, like, I imagine some sort of leather or whatever could have been used as a condom, because, I mean, you know, lambskin doesn't protect against STDs, but that's not something Rudy's worried about with his wives, so I don't. But yeah, it's not that big a deal. Let's see. Do magicians get hit with a lot of problems in their line of work? I asked. Oh yes, there aren't many users of advanced magic around after all. Oh, he needed a rare species of frog. Okay, that's interesting. They said that maybe only 1 in 20 people could learn to fight, and to find a magician among them had the same 20 to 1 odds, so 400 to 1 odds of finding a capable magician then. Which, you know, again, I think that part of it might be the fact that our perspective is a little skewed because of Rudy happening to meet a disproportionate amount of whatever. But, yeah, that ratio doesn't seem to hold up as far as what we're seeing. But, yeah, I think even with Rudy's skewed perspective, it just doesn't seem, it seems like that's more rare than it should be. But it also could be just that the common knowledge is that this is the case, and it's just not true, and that they just, whoever said that just got it wrong. Like the equivalent of, like, oh yeah, you only use 10% of your brain, which is just not true. Let's see. Magicians themselves weren't particularly rare, though. Only 1 in 100 magicians are able to properly learn the art and graduate from magic school, becoming advanced tier magicians, Roxy said. And again, also, actually, the fact that Roxy is saying this is also kind of, because Roxy does still maintain a lot of her childish opinions about things, where, I mean, again, that goes into her entire story arc, which part of it is the fact that she's still terrified of the Supered, because she never really grew up after running away from home and all that fun stuff. But so Roxy could have just kind of heard something as a rumor and just kind of took it as fact. Kind of like how when you were a kid, you talk about if you go to that one, if you were able to get to that one truck in the original Pokemon games, you could find Mew there, which you couldn't, but everyone fucking believed that. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, my first Pokemon game was Gen 3, so I played Pokemon Emerald. And one of the things I heard, one of the schoolyard rumors, because honestly, kids nowadays are never going to appreciate the schoolyard Pokemon rumors, because those were just a defining moment of a lot of people's childhoods. But there was supposedly a way you could get a gun in that game. It's like you had to beat the Elite Four 50 times, and then do XYZ and do all this stuff, and then you could get a gun. Obviously bullshit, but I believed it. I mean, Yeah, shiny square in the lake. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a cultural phenomenon that is never going to be replicated. Let's see. So that meant advanced tier magicians were a 1 in 40,000 deal, and yeah, again, I think that number's probably bullshit. If we included beginner and intermediate spells in the mix, the number of things combined magic could do increased dramatically, which in turn made it so popular. To be a magic tutor around these parts, one needed to be at the advanced tier or higher, and that makes sense. Where I do feel like advanced is kinda the level you need to be an effective teacher. I know they say that intermediate tier swordsmen can be instructors, but I don't know, you probably do need to be advanced to be a good instructor. Steep requirements, but they yielded powerful results. So there are magic schools, I asked? Yes, there are magic schools all over the place in the major kingdoms. I'd assumed as much, but still, magic school. Huh, should I give that a try? Move on to my schoolboy arc? And I also do love that, because that's the first seed of, hey, school could make me better at magic, and that kind of sets so much of what happens later on in motion, and it starts here and gets reinforced several times throughout the story. Yeah, I doubt the number of six-faced world inhabitants surpasses 1 billion. It's hard to say. I can't give any solid estimates. But I actually imagine Old Dragon's Tale probably had more inhabitants overall, because I think they mentioned that of the other 5 worlds, because, you know, it's the six-faced world, but and this is not going to be a major spoiler, because I'm not going to talk about any of the specifics about how any of this happened, but there used to be actual 6 worlds. It was very hard to travel between the 2 of them, but the various gods of the worlds could. And each one was kind of, you know, there was the human world, there was the demon world, there was the beast folk world, there was all these stuff. And when every world except the human world ended up collapsing, for story reasons that would be spoilers if I told you about it, but there was some, essentially, refugees were able to make their way to the human world, and I think they mentioned something like 90 to 95% of all the inhabitants of each of those worlds ended up dying. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were over 1 billion people in the six-faced world at one point, but they ended up getting, like, completely nuked, and population probably hasn't fully reset. And also, we also have to consider the fact that at this time, since it's a medieval world, that people don't live as densely as they do in the regular world, because, you know, we have things like skyscrapers, high rises. I mean, it's not uncommon to see like a 10 to 20 story building that's all apartments. They had the capabilities to do that in a medieval world. Yeah, and yeah, that's also true. They had the human demon wars, which probably caused a pretty significant amount of headache and like population decline, because I mean, hell, even the in our world wars, millions and millions of people died in those. Like it was a significant thing, and like it's actually looking at like real world history and seeing some of what happens to people, like, and what happened in certain stories. It's like a lot of fucking people died. Yeah, that's also true. Mushoku Tensei World is fairly lethal. Although, I will say also, we are with Rudy, so we kind of disproportionately see the most dangerous things. I imagine that in most places, the average person is probably just kind of able to kind of do their own thing, live their own life. Like, you know, like a peasant farmer probably isn't going to need to deal with, like, the fallout of, like, the Asuran noble infighting. But, you never know. And they also mentioned that places like Fatoa, before the teleportation incident, obviously, is relatively safe just because they only have, like, weak monsters, and they don't have to, you know, they're able to kind of just live their lives. Let's see. Let's get back to it. But yeah, I do love how this they're planting the seed of Magic School this early in the story, because it becomes relevant later on and kind of moves things. Yeah. Well, from what I understand, it's the displacement incident. It's kind of reminiscent of the teleportation events that happened in Old Dragon's Tale. But, I mean, those kind of transport between worlds. And, I mean, the displacement event was unusual in a bunch of ways. Let's see. In real life, the world population went beyond 1 billion after the discovery of nitrogen capture. Oh, that's kind of interesting. At any moment, anyone can get teleported into the middle of a labyrinth, a forest packed with a monster, even in the air. Yeah. I think the mechanics of teleportation are a little bit different than the teleportation incident, because the teleportation incident was essentially just like an incredible magical ripple effect, a magical blowback from the... okay, without going into spoilers, from the really strong teleportation-esque magic that brought Rudy there in the first place, and brought Manana Hoshi there, and brought the other person she was trying to find. That whole thing was, because it's like very strong teleportation magic, that kind of manifested as the teleportation incident as well. So it functions a little bit differently than like stepping onto a teleportation trap in the labyrinth or something like that. Let's see. Oh. Though the largest, Roxy continued, is the Renoa University of Magic. Whoa, they even had universities for that sort of thing? Is this university different from other magical schools? I asked. They have excellent facilities and a faculty to match. You'd have access to more modern and advanced courses than at other schools, I'd imagine. Did you go to the University of Magic too, Miss Roxy? I did. Magic schools have very strict rules and regulations, so the University of Magic was the only school I could get into. I also actually really like how, later we'll learn that Roxy actually left the University of Magic on very bad terms, but now she's actually just talking it up, because I think, you know, even though she hasn't gone through her full maturity arc yet, she has matured in a sense and realized that, you know what, despite our differences, despite the issues I had with them, they were still good. Like, they actually do have a lot of things going for them. Yeah, exactly. Roxy kind of planting the seed of the Magic University is kind of the catalyst for everything that happens later on. Or at least everything happening in the way it does. It's the catalyst for Rudy meeting Eris. It's the catalyst for Rudy happening to teleport to the Demon Continent, because who knows whether he would have teleported if he stayed at the Fitoa. Yeah, exactly. Like, throughout Volume 1, there are several individual moments of reinforcing that seed that Roxy planted, because later on, Paul just kind of half-assedly mentions school. It's like, I wonder if this would be good for Rudy, because, you know, Paul is kind of struggling with his own things, because he wants Rudy to stick around. He wants Rudy to, again, kind of, he wants to be a dad to Rudy. And then, but he also kind of realizes that school might actually be good for him, because it might actually nurture his talents. And so he mentions that, and that kind of brings the spark back into Rudy's head. And then Roxy's letter later on mentions school again, and then he's just kind of like, I fucking want to do this. It sounded like those other Renoan magic schools would allow a child of noble birth like myself to attend, but could deny entry on the basis of someone not being human. Discrimination against demons was lessening in modern days, but strong prejudices still lingered. Ooh, excuse me. The Renoa University of Magic doesn't lean on any strange regulations or misplaced pride. As long as you adhere to proper theory, they won't kick you out for being on the eccentric side, and they accept students of all different races. The different races even carry out individual research on their own particular kind of spellcraft. If you're interested in taking your magical education further, Rudy, I can highly recommend the University of Magic. Way to talk up her own alma mater. I was getting ahead of myself anyway. If I enrolled in university at age 5, I'd probably get the crap bullied out of me. I think it's a little early to make that sort of decision, I murmured. And again, I love how the thing that's not pushing him there immediately is because he's just like, I don't want to get bullied again. And he doesn't even realize that's kind of a visceral fear of his. He's framing it as a logical objection. Indeed, you could also fulfill Sir Paul's hopes of you becoming a swordsman or a knight. And there are people who've attained the title of knight who have also attended the University of Magic. Don't think your choice is an exclusive one between swords or sorcery. You could always become a mage knight or something after all. And I actually really love this in hindsight, because we also established that a mage knight is a swordsman who can use magic. So, as it's going to be explained shortly, Roxy kind of assumes that Rudy is more interested in swordsmanship, and that a lot of that is because she's insecure. She feels like she's not really that important to Rudy and all that stuff. But it's also, you know, so it's kind of adorable, and the fact that she's talking about Mage Knight as, you know, swordsman first, magic second, kind of reinforces that. Well then, it sounded like Roxy felt the opposite of Paul, worried that I didn't like magic enough. Lately, my magical reserves had been increasing, and I'd come to understand much of the theory behind the art. As a result, I was frequently restless and distracted during our classes. And besides, I've been forced to take classes starting at age 3. She probably figured I'd grown sick of it over the last 2 years. And I actually really do like that. Roxy assumes that Rudy is losing interest, when in reality it's just starting to become too easy for him, which, like, interestingly, that's actually a real issue with a lot of kids, where if kids kind of pick up on the material quickly and are fairly smart, at least for their age, a lot of times the problem kids in class, the ones who don't pay attention, it's literally just because the material is not challenging enough for them, so that they can't be engaged with it. And they're seen as kind of the dumb kids who can't actually pay attention, they can't focus, they can't learn the material, when in reality the material is just too easy for them to actually learn it as slow as the class goes, which, I mean, there's a conversation about the education system, but that will make me speak for way too long, because I have many complaints about the education system. Paul saw in me a talent for magic, Roxy saw in me a passion for the sword. With these differing ideas, they were pointing me towards a middle path. We're talking about stuff well into the future, right? I said. For you, Rudy, yes, Roxy flashed a forlorn smile. Pretty soon, however, I'll run out of things I can teach you. Your graduation is coming up very soon, so this sort of conversation isn't too premature. Wait, graduation? So again, that's Rudy. Hey, Mickey, don't scratch that. Sorry, my cat was scratching stuff, and well, it depends on what she scratches. I don't necessarily mind. Like, when she tries to scratch the door frame, I don't care, because she's not going to damage that. But when she scratches my chair or, like clothes, that she actually can damage. And I don't want her to do that, because she has a fucking scratching post. But yeah. So yeah, again, Rudy is kind of, just dumbfounded, because he's like, oh shit, I'm actually, like, getting good enough to where she can't teach me anything? What the fuck? And also, he's grown comfortable in her presence, and no, not having her as a teacher is gonna be not something he wants. What the fuck? Oh, okay, sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get myself some more water and use the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. This is a good pause point. Spray catnip about the scratch post? I actually did spray catnip on it. It only helps somewhat. Like, one thing that does work is if I put double-sided tape on the stuff she scratches, it lasts at least until it falls off, and she doesn't like sticky on her paws, but the problem is she scratches fucking everything, and yeah, the catnip only somewhat helps. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm water and bathroom. Alright, I am back. Thank you for waiting for me. Yeah, I got my water, which is definitely good. I have actually been drinking milk, but I forgot that, since I don't drink milk very much, I forgot that it actually doesn't, like, help with thirst. Yeah, but I've been drinking milk as just an extra measure of protecting my voice because, interestingly, yeah. I mean, so far, I'm actually not I'm not actually all that tired at all, realistically speaking. I mean, I have some residual tiredness from this morning, because even though I slept a lot, you know, I just kind of woke up a little bit bleh. But yeah, so far, I'm not feeling any real strain on my voice, which is good. I think also probably doing my streams and actually speaking for extended periods of time is probably actually strengthening my voice overall. And I'm also learning techniques to try to not strain my voice at all, like, because, you know, it's not like I'm doing some metal stuff, like where I'm doing the screaming and stuff, which that would fuck up my voice. But, you know, I actually did look up some stuff that learned what metal singers do to try to protect their voices, because obviously they're at risk of damage, especially if they're doing it professionally. And that's one of the reasons I ended up buying a gallon of milk to drink today. Well, I'm not going to drink the whole gallon, but because a lot of metal musicians will actually drink a bunch of milk before they perform, because the mucus it generates actually protects their throat. Oh crap, I forgot to close the bathroom door, and my cat is now obsessed with my bathroom scale. For some reason, she has found an interest in that. I don't mind if she's just with the bathroom scale, but sometimes she gets into the toilet paper and just destroys it. So I might have to just jump up and fix that if that becomes an issue, but I don't know. So far, she's just more curious than anything today, because I gave her some catnip earlier, so she might just be stoned out of her mind. So yeah, Chapter 6, Reasons for Respect. I had not left home since I'd come to this world. After a point, that became intentional on my part. I was afraid. When I stepped into the yard and looked at the world beyond, memories came flooding back to me. Memories of that day, the ache in my side, the chill of the rain, regret, despair, the pain of being hit by that truck. It was as vivid as if it had been yesterday. My legs trembled. I was able to look at the window, I was able to step into our yard, but I could not bring myself to go farther. And I knew why. The serene pastoral landscape that stretched out before me could turn into hell in an instant. As peaceful as the scenery looked, it would never accept me. In my past life, while sitting around the house, frustrated and horny, I'd fantasize about Japan suddenly getting caught up in a war, and then a hot girl showing up one day, needing a place to stay. I knew if that happened, I'd rise to the challenge. That fantasy was my escape from reality. I dreamt it so many times. In those dreams, I wasn't larger than life or anything, just a normal guy. Just a normal guy doing normal things, living a normal life for himself. But then I'd wake up from that dream. I feared that if I took one step away from my home now, I'd wake up from this dream too. I'd wake up and find myself right back in that moment of crushing despair, battered by the waves of my many regrets. No, this was no dream. It felt far too real. Maybe if you told me it was a VR MMORPG, but no. This is reality, I told myself. I knew it was. Reality, and not a dream. And yet, I still couldn't bring myself to take that one step away from home. No matter how I tried to reassure myself, no matter how much I promised myself aloud, my body would not obey. I wanted to cry. So this is, in my opinion, probably the best passage of the book up to this point. There are stuff that I think later that is actually better, but, like, you can tell there's a definite shift in the way this writing goes at this point in the story, because, like, I think this is the first time Rudy really just acknowledges how hurt he is inside, like how much trauma he's enduring, and the fact that he's just not fully healed at this point. I read this first point of the story, the one where Rudy's talking about his agoraphobia. So yeah, but like it's like, for starters, you can tell that just the way it's written, the prose is different. It's much more literary, much more just flowery. It feels like something that was written with like a poetic intent, as opposed to the more natural conversation type of prose that exists in the rest of the story. And like that is, I do think, very intentional. It just goes to show, and this is like Rudy's like one moment of like real self-awareness, it shows that he's still just like viscerally like and not just the fact that his old life was traumatizing to him, like his bullying and his loneliness, but he's also actually traumatized by the day that he died. He's traumatized by being kicked out of his home, and he's traumatized by being killed. Like, he still remembers how much pain he was in before he died, like physically. And it's just continually fucking with him, even though it's 5 years on. So, like, he's just really just not having a good time. And also, I think that this this passage right here is really, really important. Okay, I accidentally covered half of it, but, you know. So, yeah, this passage right here, like, when he's talking about, his fantasy was when he was frustrated and horny. Again, I talk about how sex is kind of a key element of his psychology. So he's horny, and he fantasizes about being just a normal guy rising to the occasion and being accepted and appreciated by, you know, the woman that he runs into. And he kind of associates that with his sexuality. He becomes, you know, it makes him horny. He's talking about, oh, a hot girl shows up. And, you know, and again, he's not like a crazy fantasy or anything. He's just a normal person living a normal life, not like he was. And like that just, again, that's why I think so much of his mindset links up to his psychology. Why, you know, his happy thoughts get converted into sexuality, because that's how he processes things, because the only happiness he felt for about 20 years was sex. Like, well, not sex, but masturbation. So, you know, doesn't matter how sad you are, busting a nut's gonna feel pretty good. Doesn't help when that's the only thing that makes you feel good. Because, and I mean, and you know, like, if you've watched my videos, you should probably have figured out by now that, you know, I'm not like against sexuality or anything like that. I don't find the use of masturbation and porn or anything like that to be an inherently negative thing. But I can also acknowledge that it can be used in very unhealthy ways. For example, Rudy used it purely as escapism, and even that's not necessarily a bad thing, but he used it excessively for escapism. Like, that's kind of his entire mindset was just kind of, you know, I don't want to deal with my problems, so I'm going to do the one thing that makes me feel good. And he ended up having a really fucked up psychology as a result of that. And yeah, so that one thing about him talking about his relatively mundane fantasies while he's horny is actually, I think that really does go to show just his desires weren't just pure degeneracy. It's not that he was this horny piece of shit who just wanted to satisfy his own visceral desires with any means possible. It was that his horny visceral desires became how it just became how he processed his desire to not be living in the way he was living, to not have to deal with the problems he's dealing with. And yeah, that's also true, is in Mushoku Tensei, the past life is a very important thing, where, as in most isekai stories, which, granted, a lot of them did come after Mushoku Tensei, while Mushoku Tensei wasn't the first isekai by any stretch of the imagination, despite what a lot of people say, it was a very formative isekai, and a lot of the tropes were either inspired but directly by Mushoku Tensei, or were kind of locked into the popular isekai framework by Mushoku Tensei. But like, yeah, a lot of especially the ones that are more like meant to be more like power fantasies, wish fulfillment, that kind of thing. Those do kind of avoid the original life, except for, you know, occasional references. And, you know, it could also be, you know, I'm also thinking like, you know, like Eminence in Shadow, which is essentially a parody of isekai, where like it's like an afterthought, but like intentionally so, and I find that funny. But yeah, so much of Rudy's personality is defined by his trauma and his desire to avoid the things that traumatized him in his past life. Like, Rudy's not Rudy without the pain of his older life. And I mean, that's the thing, is I think, you know, Mushoku Tensei was not meant to be just kind of a pure entertainment story. it was meant to be something real that Ryufujin actually wanted to write. He wanted to have a real story with real characters. And I think the fact that this was made as a web novel first and foremost, that was not a professional work. He was not a professional writer at the time. Like, I think that really does it just showcases that this was ultimately a passion project that ended up getting received very well and ultimately turned into something that was professional. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Sid was... I don't know if Psycho was necessarily the right thing, but, like, he was just, like... I don't know. I mean, Sid was... His whole thing was just... Again, it's more of like a parody than anything, but it's just... I don't know. I like Eminence and Shadow. It's really funny. It likes to... It's a very self-aware show. Like, it knows exactly what it's doing. And... I don't know. It just... Every part of it seems to be almost like an inside joke with itself. So, yeah. I mean... Yeah, that is also true. Yeah. He... I think part of it is with him, he views everything and everyone, himself included, as more of a, as NPCs, like, as part of a story, essentially, where he wants to fulfill his role in the story, and wants the story, and he feels like everyone else should perform their roles in their story. Like he's fucked up in a lot of ways, but, like, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it, and I also can't really articulate it. Like, yeah, essentially, characters in a grand tale, but it's also doing it in a way that's funny. It's like, it's not taking itself seriously, essentially. Like, I feel like if he's a psycho, he's a psycho in, like, the cartoonish way, kind of like, where it's like, it's not meant that he's, like, actually, like, the framing is not of, oh, how horrible, how evil, how terrifying, but, that's not I think the intention of him. It's more like, oh, how silly is it that he's just kind of going this over the top, that he's this fucking weird. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I mean, obviously he's not normal. I'm not trying to say he's normal. That, like, he is like the person doing Naruto running in recess in elementary school, but turned up like 10,000 times. But yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So, yeah, I'll be honest, I am not good at recognizing Japanese voice actors. Like, I don't recognize voices from one to the other, but I can kind of see it now that you mentioned that, because Power and Linnea, yeah, they do have, now that I think about it, they do have the same voice, although, yeah, I will say Power is another great character. I read the manga up to the point that the first season ended, just not intentionally, just kind of that happened to be where I dropped it off. But then I watched season 1, and then I really loved Power's introduction. I think they kind of nailed it with her. She was great, and she's honestly like one of the best, like, comic relief characters I've seen in a while. But yeah, that's I think that's enough of a tangent for that. I need to watch the movie. There are so many things I need to watch, play, and read. Like, it's actually getting to the point where everything I'm doing is like, it's my backlogs are growing way faster than they're getting knocked off. And it also doesn't help, like, one thing I mentioned, and this is not like a sponsorship or anything, they're not paying me for this, but I do use the Humble Choice every month, and because I feel like it's like one of the best value propositions as far as how much game you get for your money. So every month I'll get like 10 games added to my Steam library, and I usually don't even finish one of them. And also, it also doesn't help that I'm a content creator trying to dedicate time to that, which gives me even less time for the various entertainment things I want to get through. So, like, honestly, I swear, like, half of my yeah, exactly. Even if 2 of the games are interesting to you. And I've also noticed that a lot of times games I'm just kind of interested in, but not interested enough to actually buy it even on sale. Like, especially the AAA titles they have is a lot of times they'll eventually make it onto Humble Choice. So that's one thing that does kind of help. But yeah, even I'm trying to think what were the ones that yeah, like I'm trying to think. I'm completely blanking on what they had done, but like, for example, I know a couple of the WWE 2K games have been on there. Those are games that I enjoy, but I'm not willing to put money into them because they're not. I think they're fun, but not fun enough to be willing to pay for. But I got them through Humble, so I'm happy to play them as well. But yeah, it's again, I'm not sponsored by them, though. I think I probably do have an affiliate link in the description somewhere, but ultimately, it's not my. I'm not making money off of them. I'm actually just saying I think it's a good service, but one that is just a backlog expander. The graduation ceremony was to take place outside the village, Roxy informed me. I protested meekly. Outside? Yes, just outside the village. I've already got the horse prepared. Can't we do it inside the house? No, we can't. We can't, huh? I was at a loss. Intellectually, I knew that someday I'd need to venture into world beyond. My body refused to comply, though. It still remembered too much from before. And, okay, I also do like the really beautiful opening passage does actually, it sets the stage for what's going on, and it actually really just is a good way of viscerally getting into the reader just how much Rudy is still traumatized, how much he's upset by the idea of leaving home, how much he's scared, and how much he's definitely not healed despite the healing he's already done. So, like, because I feel like up to this point, most of what we've been reading has been a very positive experience for Rudy. He's been growing, he's been finding a passion, he's been proving himself, he's been excited about the world. But this is a good way of reminding us that he's still really just not okay. And the fact that it's been years and he still is not okay is telling. He's dealing with legit trauma on multiple levels. So that sets up this scene pretty well, without having to have us focus on all of his pain up to this point, because that could have kind of dampened the mood of what's going on if it was just an ever-pervasive thing, because he was kind of able to be, like, out of sight, out of mind. And, yeah, so now Rudy is, like, actually having to confront his fear, though, and he doesn't even understand, really, that it's himself. He's referring to it as his body being scared because his body remembers being hurt when no, it's his mind. He's traumatized. And I think honestly, it's never explicitly confirmed, but I think there are multiple instances throughout the series where Rudy actually does have PTSD. I do think that the fact, and I think the anime actually does showcase that a little bit better because he has like actual flashbacks at times. But, like, I think that specifically his death in his first life probably gave him a degree of PTSD, and several events up to there also have PTSD. Like, I think when Orsted stabs him with his hands, when he Nanahoshi, that was, I think, one of the best parts of the entire anime. That scene right there of Rudy having that full-on panic attack when he sees Nanahoshi, like, that made me think that at least in the anime, he is 100% intended to have severe PTSD. Like, not completely shut down, but, like, really, like, not, Orsted really fucked him up. Yeah, exactly. He like, relived Orsted stabbing him when he saw Nanahoshi again, and, like, and also, I do have to give major props to Rudy's voice actor for that scene, because, like, holy shit, that was intense. Like I still kind of get chills thinking about how good that scene was. Like if that's not PTSD, I don't know what was. And then, but yeah. So I think it's also true in the books where it's not necessarily like explicitly confirmed and it's not as obvious as it is in the anime, but there are so many times where he just kind of gets rocked by a past event. And I do think it's PTSD. Maybe not severe crippling PTSD, like like you'd see like a soldier come back with and not be able to function, but like enough that he's really just really fucked. I remembered my old life, getting beaten up by punks, being laughed at uproariously, experiencing tremendous heartbreak, having no choice but to become a shut-in. And I also think he's dealing with trauma that's not necessarily PTSD, like just emotional hurt that he doesn't want to relive. And I think it's the fact that just kind of a severe, like, depressive type of trauma where he remembers the bad thing that happened to him as a kid and the effects of that bad thing that resulted in him becoming a shut-in that ultimately kind of amplified all of his existing problems. So in that case, like, that necessarily is not, I don't think is necessarily a PTSD thing, but it is a degree of trauma remembering, hey, this thing caused this pain. I do not want to relive that pain, so I do not want to do this thing. Why? What's the matter? Roxy asked. Well, it's just, there might be monsters or something out there. Oh, we certainly won't run into any of them around these parts as long as we don't get too close to the forests. And even if we do, they'll be weak enough that I can take care of them. Heck, you could probably handle them yourself. Roxy frowned dubiously at all my hemming and hawing and about not wanting to leave. Ah, that's right. I remember hearing that you've never left the home, have you, Rudy? No. Is it because you were afraid of the horse? No, I'm not that scared of horses. I actually liked horses, really. I'd play Derby Stallion and everything. And yeah, again, I love how Rudy just kind of inserts these various pop culture references and all this stuff. And it's also kind of funny because I'm actually thinking that if Mushoku Tensei was written today, that reference would have probably been Uma Musume. Ah, so that's all it is, Roxy said. I guess you do act your age sometimes. And also, I do like how Roxy is just kind of excited to see a weakness in Rudy somewhere, something she can kind of be nurturing about, because she's like, you know, she is kind of a natural teacher despite her insecurity and the way she kind of rejects that label. But I also do like how, you know, this misunderstanding from Roxy. She thinks of Rudy's issue as something that it's not. But the way she acts is still a very, you know, a supportive, uplifting, but, like, you don't really have a choice in this kind of thing. And it's exactly what Rudy needs in this moment. And that's, like, a consistent thing. Where Rudy... Like, one consistent issue is that a lot of people have almost, like, an inflated idea of how strong Rudy is. Where when he's going through emotional hurt... A lot of people are like, you know, we respect the hell out of Rudy. I think Rudy's great. He's strong enough that he can handle this. When, as far as emotional stuff goes, a lot of times he really isn't, and he really needs somebody to help him through it. And he needs a supportive figure who's also willing to give him a bit of a push. Like, he needs kind of both all in one. And this is like a first real instance of that, where he's agoraphobic because of his trauma. And Roxy... Well, she doesn't know that's what his issue is. She thinks he's just afraid of the horse. She is essentially saying, hey, it's okay. I'm not judging you. You're not, there's nothing wrong with the way you feel. But you're getting the fuck on this horse and we're moving. And that's kind of what he needs. And it's what he oftentimes doesn't get. And I agree with you, Alan. That's kind of... Paul, while, he's not happy that Rudy is not having a good time. He's not happy about what he has to do, but he is happy that he gets to be the father for him. Even though that whole scene ends up kind of backfiring on him, which, yeah, I have stuff to say about that, but we'll get to it when we get to it, because I do think the anime kind of didn't do that scene justice at all. Yeah. Well, I also think it's not just capability. But I think Rudy is actually very emotionally strong in certain ways, where I think there are certain challenges he's able to take head on, and I think he ultimately develops a very strong determination to the point where he's willing to go up against impossible odds for what he believes in and what he cares about, and that does take a lot of emotional strength. But that's a different type of emotional strength to dealing with trauma and grief and loneliness and all this stuff, where those are elements where he's not really all that emotionally strong, or at the very least, he's still dealing with his trauma, because I don't think he ever actually gets over his trauma. I think it gets better over time. I think he improves a lot, and by the end of his life, his level of trauma is not as crippling as it used to be. But, like, okay, I'm gonna try to explain this in ways that don't spoil anything, but at the end, in the final book of the series, we see a flash forward towards the last years of Rudy's life. And at one point it mentions how he's kind of on his deathbed, and he's remembering, at this point he's a little bit senile, his memory is not quite there, and he's reminded of how several years prior he had lost somebody close to him, not due to any actual negative, not due to any real reason. It's essentially just old age killed somebody he cared about. And he remembered having shut down for several days because he blamed himself for not noticing the signs, for not casting healing magic at the right point. And he said he just shut down for a couple days before, the other people close to him were able to comfort him and bring him out of it. So it's like, even for the rest of his life, when bad stuff happens, he internalizes it. He feels terrible about it, and he needs somebody there for him. He can't ever just fix it himself. So yeah, and he does get better about it. He has better ways of dealing with it, but he never actually gets over it. So, and I think that makes him just so profoundly human, and I really do like that. Like, a lot of stories will have a fatal flaw like that, and the whole story is about overcoming it. And that when they overcome it, that's when their arc is complete. But with Rudy, his trauma stays with him. And while it doesn't cripple him like it does before, he ultimately develops, people, a social support network of people who love him and care for him and are willing to help him when he needs it and understand him. And so that while his trauma never goes away, he's able to deal with it when it does assert itself. But yeah, and I mean, that is also a core element of what the story is about, where one of the things that, it's meant to contrast Rudy's old life where he was profoundly lonely, and where, like, the best thing of his new life is the fact that he develops all these friends and loved ones and builds a family of his own, and, like, that just becomes his defining motivator is, I want to do this for my family. Like, I mean, even the stuff that happens after Turning Point 4 and kind of pushes the story forward to the end, while part of it is his, desire to do the right thing and to help his new ally in, I'm not going to say who it is just because, again, I don't think I need to spoil this at this moment, but, the person who's often described as best girl, the peak waifu, and again, this is, I think the way I describe that is one that people who know will know, and people who don't will never be spoiled by that. Like, part of it was his burgeoning alliance and friendship with that person, but his real motivator was saying, hey, if I don't do this, the antagonist is going to target my family, and I can't allow that. That is not something I can accept. I need to protect my family, so I'm going to do everything I can to make sure this person is beaten. So, like, yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's just core to Rudy's character. I really like that. I should really mark my place whenever I do tangents like that. I have Epic Pen open. I can do that. I'm gonna try to remember to do that. She totally had the wrong idea, but I couldn't tell her I was afraid of leaving the house. That'd be even more humiliating than saying I was afraid of horses. Honestly, no. I think it actually completely makes sense for a kid to be afraid of leaving the home, because, unfamiliar environment. Leaving the only thing they've ever known makes sense. And I still had my sense of pride, my minuscule out-of-touch with reality sense of pride. Okay, for starters, it's funny how self-aware he's being right there, where he doesn't realize how... I don't think he realizes the scale of how out of touch with reality he is, but, like, he kind of gets it. Also, I don't know. I don't think at this point... We see Rudy, he ends up being pretty shameless. I'm not sure pride is really a factor with him. It's kind of funny, though. Really, all I wanted was to not have a little girl like her make fun of me. And that's Rudy's insecurity speaking, because I feel like he should know by now that Roxy is, like, a very supportive person. Like, she wouldn't make fun of him, even if it was something genuinely embarrassing. Like, where, if he had, like, a fear of flowers or something, I feel like she would, she might find it funny, but she wouldn't give him shit for it. That's not who Roxy is. But he's in his own head, and he doesn't think very logically when he's emotional. That's a consistent thing with him. We'll see that. And I think actually, okay, this will be a little bit more relevant later on, particularly when Rudy has this fight with Paul. But I think this early part of the story where Rudy is a lot of his actions are based on what he thinks he should be doing, where he's trying to logically figure out how to function in the world and like essentially treating every conversation like a dialogue tree in a video game. So he interacts with the world very logically and does what he thinks is the right thing to do, what he thinks he should be doing, what he thinks will get him the best results. And the times that changes, when he acts more human, is when he gets really emotional, where something just gets him fired up, and then he acts in a way that would contradict his previously established logic. And that, I think, is a great way of introducing, in a fairly obvious way, this core personality trait of Rudy, which is that while he is very intelligent, brain kind of goes bye-bye the moment he gets really emotionally invested in something. When something makes him feel something strongly, that's when his logic goes out the windows. That's why he starts making stupid conclusions in his head. That's when he starts just seeing the world in the wrong way. That's just how he is. I still didn't move. Guess I don't have any other choice then, Roxy said. Yep. With that, she picked me up and slung me right over her shoulder. Blah, I balked. Once you get on the horse, your fears will all go away. I promise. I didn't struggle. Part of me was conflicted about what was happening, but another part of me felt like I should just accept being bodily whisked away. Roxy hoisted me atop the horse and clambered up behind me. She took the reins, tugged at them, and the horse cantered off, leaving the house behind. And again, that's the other side of things that Rudy needs. Roxy was being kind to him, not judging him for his perceived fear of horses, even though it's not that he's scared of. But while she's being kind to him, she's also saying, you know what? You're fucking doing it. You don't have a choice. And again, just grabs him and chucks him on top of the horse and doesn't really give him a choice in the matter. And also, Rudy's kind of in the position where he can't force himself to confront his fears, but he's at least able to kind of utilize the decision paralysis that comes with that and not fight against it when it's thrust upon him. So that's another thing where, like, again, he can't make himself leave the house or leave the yard, but he can at least allow himself to be brought outside. So that's I think is a significant way of showcasing just, how he deals with certain traumas. This was the first time I'd gone farther than my own yard. Roxy slowly guided us through the village. From time to time, villagers would shoot sharp, unabashed stares in my direction. Okay. Yeah, Rudy's letting other people help him. That's also true. Yeah. Again, that's, I think, the fact that Rudy is not... I mean, Rudy is still a gremlin at this point, but he's not, fully, he's not, full Smeagol at this point. He's at least has things that he can find comfort in that are actually, emotionally healthy. The fact that he's studying his magic and dedicating himself to that he spent a lot of time learning how to read and speak. He's has a sense of purpose, and that's bringing him a degree of satisfaction. So he's not, completely gone like he was in his past life. So he's actually able to... I think that's having just ripple effects, essentially, on his psychology. But I will say, this next set of stuff here is actually, one of my favorite parts in this entire book. Because, we see Rudy go through several different mindsets at the same time. You could see him process his emotions in real time and kind of have that, not just a logical understanding of how things are, emotionally, but also just an internal, the way he feels shifts. And I think this, just the way this section flows from beat to beat to beat is just so masterfully written. I know I could not do this at this point. Maybe I could get pretty good. I think I could probably be a pretty good writer if I really practiced at it, but I don't know. I just don't. I find a lot more satisfaction in reading and analyzing than I do actually writing. Because, I have done some writing, but nothing too extensive. But, because it just doesn't interest me quite as much as this. But, I know at the moment I could not do something as good as this. Let's see. His biggest strength in his second life is the relationship he builds up and the connections he makes and his ability to learn and rely on them. Yeah, I do agree. I think that by the end of the story, his biggest strength is his allies and his loved ones, where it's his family that ultimately motivates him to take action, and his loved ones and his friends like a lot of his weaknesses are covered by his friends. For example, his various types of magical armor. Well, he did come up with the core idea because I think he was probably loosely inspired by mech suits. It was ultimately the magical expertise of Nanahoshi and Cliff and Zenoba that were able to actually take that concept and apply it practically into the magical armor. Because I mean, Rudy is a very powerful mage by the end of the series, but he doesn't have the expertise with magical circles that his allies do. Like, he can't actually do that kind of stuff. He's basically the generator that powers their experiments. Yeah, well, I mean, Future Diary Rudy is a different beast entirely. Because he really just hard focused on his study of magic. And essentially that was his coping method, was just throwing himself into his study. And he degenerated in a lot of other ways. So he became like hyper specialized in magical expertise. But our Rudy did not do that, where he probably could have figured it out with the right circumstances. Ultimately, I think it was the ideas that Future Rudy had that were kind of the practicalities were figured out by Nanahoshi, Cliff, and Zenoba, because they're the experts of magical circles in this world, in this timeline. And yeah, I'm trying to explain this in ways that don't spoil too much, because that was a cool plot beat. And again, I'm not going to be as concerned about spoilers with the light novels as I am with the anime, just because I figure people who are interested in listening to a live analysis of the light novels are more likely to be understanding that the story is over, and I'm going to be talking about stuff that's fully relevant. But at the same time, until we get to that point in the light novels, I don't want to just drop spoilers willy-nilly if it's not actually necessary for the analysis. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, I do think that this next passage is one of the best showcases of Rudy overcoming a problem, an issue, a core fear of his in real time, and kind of processing it and logically understanding his misconceptions and all this stuff. Let's see. Since we see him as 40 here without caveat, but what do you think the effect of his new biology is on his ability to develop these coping mechanisms? I don't know. I actually don't know what impact his new physiology has on his psychology, because there are some questions brought up as to how it affects him, but we never really get answers on it. Like, I could see a variety of things, but I think my guess, what I feel is my gut feeling about this, is that I suspect that everything Rudy can do in his new life is something that he could have done in his old life under the right circumstances. I think that his new life is essentially a second chance where he actually deals with his problems the correct way. And that is also true. Children do kind of, it's interesting when it comes to children and trauma, where children are able to recover from trauma pretty effectively, but also if they do it, if they don't recover properly, it can cause lasting problems, even more so than if adults have trauma, because that's kind of their formative years are affected by it, and that can cause definite problems long term. Because essentially, it's like if you break your leg and it heals improperly, it'll essentially grow in the wrong way, and that'll cause real problems. Compared to if you're already done growing, it might heal improperly, but then that's an easier fix than if it heals improperly and still continues growing. Not the perfect analogy, but it's an analogy. Definitely, if anything else, I could definitely say it is an analogy. Okay. This was the first time I'd gone farther than my own yard. Roxy slowly guided us through the village. From time to time, villagers would shoot sharp, unabashed stares in my direction. Oh, please no, I thought. Those looks were as scary as ever, especially that glint of sneering superiority that I knew too well. Surely they wouldn't come up and address me with a snide, condescending tone, right? They didn't even know me. How could they? The only people who knew me in this entire world were the ones in that tiny little house. So why were they looking at me? Quit staring at me, I grumbled inwardly. Get back to work. But no, it wasn't me they were staring at. It was Roxy. And some of the townsfolk I noticed were bowing to her. And then it hit me. Roxy had made a name for herself in the village, even with the sizable prejudice against demons in this kingdom. And we were out in the countryside, so those attitudes were even more pronounced. In the span of 2 years, Roxy had become someone the people here were willing to bow to. With that realization, I sensed the trustworthy presence Roxy had become. She knew the way and clearly knew the people we were passing by. If anyone did try saying something to me, I was sure she'd step in. Man, how did the girl who spied on my parents' bedroom antics manage to become someone of such high esteem? The tension ebbed from my body at that thought. Caravaggio's in a good mood, Roxy said. He seems happy to have you riding him, Rudy. Caravaggio was the horse's name. I had no idea how to read a horse's mood, though. Oh, okay, I said vaguely, resting against Roxy, her modest chest pressed against the back of my head. It felt nice. Just what had I been so afraid of? Why would anyone in this quiet village want to mock me for anything? Roxy's voice broke me out of my headspace. Are you still afraid? I shook my head. The looks from the villagers no longer frightened me at all. No, I'm okay. See, what did I tell you? Now that I'd found some composure, I could fully take in of my surroundings. Fields spread out as far as I could see, with houses dotted here and there. It definitely had the feel of a farming village. Much further in the distance were quite a few more houses. If they'd been more closely packed together, I'd think it was a town. All it needed was a windmill for it to look like Switzerland or something. So, the passage does continue from here, but I really do love just the way this flows from emotional beat to emotional beat. So, starting out, he sees the villagers' looks, and he's like afraid. He's like, oh shit, they're fucking looking at me. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit, they're gonna come talk shit to me. They're gonna bully me. They're gonna hurt me. Because, again, the last time So let's think about Rudy's past life and his existence up to this point, where, his childhood in his first life was fairly normal. But then he was around 13 or 14 when he goes out, he fucking strikes a pose in front of the bullies and gets his ass beaten up. He gets sexually assaulted, essentially. Not like raped, but like he's stripped, has his pictures distributed all over the place. Like really bad stuff that, like, in America at least, would get those other kids put on a list. So that's one experience he has with going out and asserting his own personality. Is he gets brutally punished for it, then spends the next 20 years in isolation. Then he's forced out. The next time he leaves the house, he ends up getting hit by a truck and dying, while he's already in a very poor mental state due to just all the things that were going on in his life at that point. So his next time leaving his home, he was punished by a truck. Then he spends the next, however long, it's like between 5 and 7 years. I don't remember. No, it's about 5 years he's been here. So spends the next 5 years in his new home. And now this is the first time he's going out again. And he can't imagine anything but, oh shit, it's gonna happen again. Every time for the past 25 years I've gone out, I've been hurt. I can't deal with this again. What the fuck? They're looking at me. When are they gonna hurt me? And then he's like rejecting it. Then he soon realizes that it's actually Roxy that they're looking at. He's like, oh, I'm not the target of these looks. Okay. They actually don't really have much to say about me, to think about me. And then it's like, wait a minute. They're actually treating her with reverence? These are positive things? And then that's when she's going. It's like, holy shit, this person who he still thinks is a kid, but he also, we recently had the establishment that there's a lot of racism in Mushoku Tensei world where humans don't particularly like demons and vice versa. So that while there's not like active violence for the most part, they're not like violently rejecting demons. They don't really like demons. But they said, despite that, in this rural town where most of them probably had never seen a demon before, they're actually kind of like, they like her. And bowing, I will say, is also a very Japanese thing. This was more meant to, at least the Asuran region was kind of inspired more by medieval European stuff. Yeah, and that's true, Amir. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, so, the one thing is, they did mention that my interpretation is that the Asuran region is inspired largely by medieval European culture. So the bowing doesn't quite fit, but also I understand that it's was written for a Japanese audience. So the idea of the villagers bowing does kind of have that immediate resonance to what that means to a Japanese audience. So it's a good way of showcasing that. I'm not sure if that was just a mistake on Revision's part, or if it was intentionally meant to be more relatable to their core audience, because, you know, bowing is a symbol of respect. More complicated than that, but, you know, you generally aren't going to bow to somebody that you look down on and hate. So yeah, so as Amir is saying, then they realize it's, wait, this demon should not be liked. I mean, I like her, I respect her, because I know her. But Roxy had been able to make a name for herself on her own and become respected by these people. So wait a minute. And so yeah, so that's kind of rocks him. Is like, wait a minute, if she can do it, why can't they like me as well? They might not be my enemies, essentially. And then also there's the fact that he also sees that Roxy as a supportive and protective figure, saying, you know what, even if they don't like me, Roxy will protect me. Even if these people are as bad as I think they are, she's not going to let them hurt me. And that's a big thing for him, is the fact that whatever else happens, I'm not going to get hurt again. That's like the big thing that is fucking with him. And then, you know, Roxy is, again, you know, kind of being supportive. And then I also do like this, how he relaxes, leans back, and feels Roxy's tits, and he's just like, oh yeah, yay, boobs. Boobs feel good. But I think also that's, again, him kind of interpreting positive emotions sexually. Like, the thing that I think makes him feel good is not feeling Roxy's boobs on the back of his head. It's the fact that he's just an intense sense of relief. He lost his fear, and he sees Roxy as this loving, supportive figure who's there for him, who will protect him, who will guide him, who will help him. And that's what he's feeling right there. He just can't fully process that. So he sees her boobs, and he's like, oh, that must be what's making me feel really good right now. And then that's when he's kind of realizing, logic's like, oh wait, I was being kind of stupid. You know what? I'm in a good place right now. I was irrational. There's no reason for them to hate me, especially since they don't hate Roxy. You know, we're all good. And now he's just like, you know what? I'm good. And then now that he's outside of his headspace, now he's no longer in his fearful mode. He's no longer like curled in. He's actually able to take in the world as it is. And he realizes, holy shit, this place is fucking beautiful. Like, he's able to appreciate the world around him now that he's no longer actively dealing with the trauma that he had before, where he's like, you know what? This world does actually have some beauty to it. I can really go for this. And this whole passage just goes from fear to anger to confusion to realization to peace to like excitement about the world. And that continues in the next passage, because now that he's able to kind of appreciate the world for what it is and look at it and like, oh, this is actually really pretty, then he gets excited and he wants to learn about the world. And it's like, oh, he's able to kind of, now that he's broken out of his internal walls, he's like, I want to explore this. I want to learn about this. I want to get more involved in this. And again, the way this was written, I think, is just one of the best parts of this entire book. I think a lot of parts later in the series get even better, but like, this is such a great showcase of what Rudy is dealing with. And it's hard to even express it into words, even though I'm essentially just repeating what I said in my video on Volume 1. But like, this is where I like one of those things where I try to find the words to really express what I think and feel about Mushoku Tensei, because I can notice a lot of really strong writing in this series. And a lot of times it is hard to really fully express what it is, because a lot of times I actually don't even know the vocabulary to describe what I'm noticing. And that is one of the negatives. I think I have a lot of positives, because I'm actually largely self-taught when it comes to literature. A lot of my current knowledge just comes from observation and practice, the fact that I've been doing this for several years. And I also do watch a number of other videos talking about writing because I find that whole thing interesting. I love learning about this stuff. But because I'm largely self-taught, a lot of times I don't necessarily have the words to describe the things that I'm noticing. So I try to explain them, and I don't always do the best job of that. But this is one of those scenes that I think just is such a great showcase of who Rudy is. And it does it in a way that doesn't, like, it makes it very obvious, but it also doesn't rub it in your face. He doesn't have Rudy explicitly saying how he's improving from his trauma and all this. It just lets it exist. You see Rudy's thoughts process in real time, and you just feel it. And this is one of those things where, so many of the people who hate Mushoku Tensei, I'm like, man, if you actually just like read these things and took it for what it is, I feel like it would alleviate so many of your concerns if you actually just could see what this author was doing. Because, like, again, I do think Rudy is one of the... I think most of the characters in Mushoku Tensei are, like, way more human than most writers are capable of crafting. Because, like, Rifujin really is an amazing writer. Like, he is something special. Let's see. I know I just said I was going to mark my spot, but I completely forgot about that. Actually, didn't they have watermills too? Now that I'd relaxed, I noticed how quiet things were. Things were never this quiet when Roxy and I were together, but again, we'd never really been alone like this together either. The silence wasn't bad, really. It was just a tad awkward. Oh, let me read that, and I will actually mark my place. Yeah, the second hit you so hard because it's something that anyone can experience in the real world compared to killing a dragon. That's possibly true. I think it's also not necessarily just the fact that it's relatable. Because I will say, I've never personally experienced this particular type of thing. Whatever issues I've dealt with were, they were different. And I've had my own positives and negatives in life. So I can't, like, directly empathize with this section. But I think it's just, the way it's described is so visceral. You just understand exactly what Rudy is going through. And it just, that's just kind of how everything... I just think it's one of the best, like, it's an amazing character moment where you just really see somebody going through very human processes. Let's see. So I decided to break it. Miss Roxy, what do they harvest from these fields? It's mostly Asuran wheat, which is used to make bread. Possibly some Vatrius flowers and some vegetables as well. In the capital, Vatrius flowers are processed into perfume. The rest of the sort of stuff you're used to seeing on your table at meals. Oh yeah, I see some peppers. You can't eat those, can you, Miss Roxy? It's not that I can't eat them. I'm just not terribly fond of them. And so I also really like this line as well because, one of Roxy's things is that she's very childlike. She, not only looks like a child, but still kind of retains some of the childish elements of her, from when she ran away because she never really had that chance to grow up. And in Japan, peppers are the stereotypical vegetable that kids don't like. Here in the US, it's actually broccoli, where we always say, or Brussels sprouts. Broccoli or Brussels sprouts are like, oh, kids don't like broccoli, and that's the way it is in the US. In Japan, it's bell peppers, because, from what I heard, bell peppers in Japan can tend to be kind of bitter, which they aren't in the United States. All the bell peppers I've eaten in my life have been sweet, so it's probably different in Japan, but let me see. Do you think it's a good idea to reread books 13 through 20 before season 3? Possibly. I don't know. I haven't. Honestly, I do think that rereading Mushoku Tensei in general is a good thing because I think this is a series that really rewards rereads, and I also have been finding myself appreciating both versions with context from the other. Like I understand some of the decisions they made. I like how certain things are portrayed. And, have slightly different ways of tackling the same type of emotional beats. But, I'm a little biased, but in general, I do think rereading this series is very rewarding in general. So my gut would be to say yes. Although I will say I also do have the kind of personality where if I'm waiting in between iterations of a series, a lot of times I feel kind of compelled to rewatch the series from the start if I don't fully remember it. Like, that's actually one of the reasons I never finished Supernatural, because eventually it got to the point where I'm like, I just can't rewatch all of this because it's bothering me. Or one of my favorite book series is the Night Angel trilogy. Although I think he actually released a fourth one. I need to get onto reading that. But the first one I found was I happened to find it at a bookstore. I had a gift card, a Borders gift card, back when Borders was still a thing, but I ended up reading the first one, really liked it, and then had trouble finding the next one, but eventually I did actually find the next one at the library. The library happened to get it in stock, so I'm like, oh, I'm going to read that. Realized, I don't really remember what's going on, so I reread the first book and then read the second one. Then I found the third book years later, and like, shit, I got to do this again. So I reread the first, second, and book to read the third book again. Eventually I did actually find an omnibus of it, so that's what I have now, so... yeah, that's the kind of person I am. So personally, I probably would have either reread or rewatched before season 3 anyway, because that's just, I don't want to be missing things, essentially. So I'm probably biased, but my answer, cats, is yes. Ugh. Let's see. I continued asking questions like that. Today, Roxy said, would be my final exam, which would mean the end of her role as my tutor. And knowing how impatient Roxy could be, she might leave my home as early as tomorrow. If that was the case, today was our last chance to spend time together. I figured I should talk to her while I still could. Sadly, I couldn't find the right topic of conversation, so I ended up just asking more questions about my village. So that also, I think, is a nice way of showing that, he is actually excited to learn now that he's over his fear, but he also does, actually want to show his appreciation for Roxy by spending quality time with her. Oh, your local Borders is now a Tesla dealership? That's funny. I moved to where I am currently long after Borders closed, but I remember my local Borders, I think, just actually changed into a Barnes & Noble, because I know they bought them out, so I think that's what happened for me, but yeah, I don't know. According to, and I also do like how this leads to a natural excuse for getting a little bit of world building going, because Rudy is trying to essentially bond with Roxy by asking her questions, and she's just explaining the lay of the land, which allows it to transfer to the reader pretty effectively. According to Roxy, we lived in Buena Village, which was located in the Fatoa region in the northeastern part of the Asura Kingdom. At present, there were over 30 households here, working the farmland. My father, Paul, was a knight who had been deployed to the village. His job was to watch over the townsfolk to ensure they were carrying out their work properly, adjudicate any disputes, and protect the village from monster attacks. In short, he was basically a publicly sanctioned bodyguard. Kind of. I would say he's more like a combination of mayor, police, and army. Again, not really an army because they're not going to war, but he's kind of he takes over all the political and administrative duties in the village. That being said, the young men in the village also took turns guarding it, so Paul spent most of his afternoons at home after he made his morning rounds. Ours was a pretty peaceful village, leaving him with little work to do. As Roxy filled me in on these details, the wheat fields grew scant. I stopped asking her questions, and the silence resumed for a while. The rest of our journey would take roughly another hour. Soon, the fields of wheat were completely gone, leaving us to travel through empty grassland. And I do like how it ends up kind of progressing from Rudy kind of trying to find conversation and, explore the world at the same time, to it just kind of turning into a comfortable silence, which that's a great way of showcasing that two people are comfortable with one another if they're comfortable kind of just existing in the space together in silence, because that's a thing in the real world too. We continued our way across the plains, bound for the flat horizon. Oh, right, I'm not focused on it. I'm starting to figure out how this goes, because I'm remembering that it only shifts one block every time I hit the button. No, I could faintly see mountains in the distance. If nothing else, this was something you couldn't see in Japan. It reminded me of a picture of the Mongolian steppes in a geography textbook or something. I'm probably mispronouncing that word, I don't care. Right here should do nicely, Roxy said, bringing the horse to a stop next to a solitary tree. She dismounted and tied the reins to the tree. There she picked me up and helped me down, putting us face to face. I'm going to cast the Water Saint Tyr's attack spell Cumulomnibus, she said. It creates thunder and causes torrential rain to come down in a large area. all right. And I actually do also like that this is the reason they went so far out. And they don't even need to say it, but you understand that, oh yeah, this is a major fucking spell that could cause a lot of problems if they do it too close to people. So I will say that also kind of makes me wonder, like, even among really competent magicians, I wonder if it's actually a problem with trying to raise your rank in magic, just because so many of the spells have the potential to be so destructive that, like, you need to make a special trip to somewhere rural and, like, just completely barren of people to actually cast them safely. So I wonder if it's a case where people who live, like, in cities or where there aren't really open areas like that, like, you know, could you even become a Fire King if you don't have anywhere you could safely do such a spell? You know, it's an interesting question. Let's see. Alright. Please follow what I do and attempt to cast the spell yourself. I was going to be using Water Saint tier magic. Now I got it. This was my final examination. Roxy was going to use the most powerful spell she had in her repertoire, and if I was able to use it as well, that would mean she taught me all they could. You'd use them in stone-resistant rooms with barriers? Potentially, yeah. I mean, it also depends on if you have the resources available to actually have that kind of thing available. Although also, I don't know, I feel like casting a fire spell, like a high-level fire spell in an enclosed area is just a recipe for disaster. It's like, oh yeah, I hope you enjoy having no oxygen and 1,000-degree temperatures. Like, I feel like that could be very dangerous. But, I don't know, it's just, you know, theory crafting, basically. For demonstration purposes, I'm going to dismiss the spell after a minute. If you can keep the rain falling for at least 1 hour, let's say, I'll consider that a pass, which is, I don't know, that's kind of interesting, because technically speaking, you only really need to cast the spell at all in order for it to count, but, you know, that is how it is. Like the one where a certain dragon had under his bats for sparring when Rudy trained him with him and Alex. Yeah, base, yeah. That is also true. Although, at the same time, again, Rudy just happens to be around people who have the capability of doing things the average person can't. Like, for example, you know, high-level barrier magic. What if you just don't have any barrier magic experts handy? Like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not super relevant to what we're talking about here, just because, you know, we're talking about limitations that Rudy doesn't have, so it's not super important, but, you know, it's interesting to think about. Did we come out here where there aren't any people because this involves secret teachings, I asked? No, we came here because this spell might hurt people or cause damage to the crops. Wow, rain so powerful it could damage crops? This sounded incredible. Now then, Roxy raised both her hands skyward. O spirits of the magnificent waters, I beseech the Prince of Thunder, grant me my wish, bless me with thy savagery, and reveal to this insignificant serpent a glimpse of thy power. Let fear strike the heart of man as thy divine hammer strikes its anvil and cover the land with water. Come, O rain, and watch everything away in thy flood of destruction. Cumulomnibus. Okay, and I do actually like a few things. It first shows that the Saint tier magic is longer than the only other incantation we saw as far as water magic goes so far is Water Ball, which was like a sentence or two, and this is like a full paragraph. So I do like that the more advanced spells are longer. And also I do really, again, love that the fact that even though the magic is very scientific in this world, the incantations have this religiosity about them, and that they don't actually point to any existing religions, or at least none that we're made aware of, because, you know, the Prince of Thunder, you know, some sort of like Poseidon-like figure, like, he's never mentioned outside of this incantation, so, like, who is that? I don't know if it's even a real being at all. But yeah, it gives it a nice little stylistic element to all of this, and I like it. She chanted steadily, slowly, and purposefully. It took her just over a minute to complete her incantation, so yeah, she was speaking a lot slower than I was. A moment later, our surroundings grew dark. For several seconds, there was nothing. Then, a pelting rain began to fall. A terrific wind roared, accompanied by black clouds that flickered with lightning. Amidst the pouring sheets of rain, the sky began to rumble, and purple light shot through the clouds.
With each new flash, the lightning increased in power. It was almost as if the light itself was taking on a palpable weight, growing with a swell and ready to come right down. First of all, I really do love how descriptive the story is when it comes to describing new magical phenomenon. Like, it really just, you get where it is. It's much more detailed and much more, almost not quite poetic, but kind of leaning in that direction than most of Rudy's speech. But like, again, when it's magic, Refugee really wants you to kind of get the feeling of what this magical effect is doing. And I think it's pretty effective. The lightning struck the tree next to us. My eardrums rang and my vision went painfully white. Roxy let out a yelp of alarm at the near miss. A mere moment later, the clouds scattered, the rain thunder promptly letting up. "Oh no," Roxy muttered as she rushed over to the tree, her face pale. When my vision returned, I saw that the horse had collapsed, smoke rising from its body. Roxy set her hands on the horse's body and quickly began to chant. "Oh, goddess of motherly affection, close up this one's wounds and restore vigor to his body. X-healing." Which also kind of cool, we got to see a new healing spell. One that is actually presumably more powerful because it's like, holy shit, I gotta heal right the fuck now. Roxy's chant had been flustered, but before long the horse came to. It couldn't have been that close to death then. An intermediate tier healing spell like that couldn't restore the dead to life. I actually don't think I agree with Rudy here. I suspect that the level of healing depends on just what kind of damage is done. And I think you can have, if the actual damage is serious, but the horse isn't yet dead, you could definitely, I could imagine an intermediate tier spell healing something that's close to death. I think it just depends on the damage itself, not necessarily, the closeness to death. Because, like, you think about restoring a limb, which I think they mentioned is Emperor tier magic. But, like, you can survive losing a limb pretty easily, but it takes a really high-level spell to fix that. Let's see. Oh, King tier? Okay, thanks for the correction. As I've mentioned in the past, details like that are not necessarily the things that stick with me. I kind of... Or at least details like that, I can't choose which ones stick with me, if that makes any sense. The horse looked alarmed, and sweat had beaded on Roxy's forehead. Phew, that was a close one. Yeah. I will say that sometimes I can become a bit of an encyclopedia for things, and I remember really weird details about stuff, like, especially if a video game. If I'm good at a video game, I will remember intricacies about how certain game mechanics work, and people will like, how the fuck do you know that? I'm like, I don't know, I learned it and I remember it. But yeah, I think a big issue with my remembering of details in Mushoku Tensei is I think it kind of is an offshoot of the fact that none of the books actually have names. Like, so it's just volume, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it is very hard for me to remember what happened in which number. But if the books actually had titles, I would probably actually be a lot more encyclopedic on the book as a whole. And that's why I think I kind of get chronology a little bit messed up, is because I remember all these things happening. I just don't necessarily remember which book they happened in. Yeah, I'd say it was a close one, all right. That was my family's only horse. Paul dutifully tended to it every day and would occasionally take it out on long rides, a bright smile on his face. It didn't have a particularly impressive pedigree or anything, but Paul and that horse had been through a lot over the years. It wasn't a stretch to say that, after Zenith, Paul loved that horse more than anything. That's how important it was. I also do find it funny because Rudy's kind of discounting the fact that Paul loves him as well. Because, like, I think, Rudy is probably the thing Paul loves most in the world at this moment. Then Zenith, then the horse. Yeah, Rudy lost to a horse. But, yeah, ultimately, I also do like how it does actually humanize Paul a decent amount as well, where it shows that, he actually developed this strong bond with his animal, where... And I think that's something also a lot of people can understand, where... if you have a pet, the pet does become family fairly quickly. Like, it's really easy to bond with an animal, unless you're like a psychopath. But yeah, so Paul, while he is kind of insane in many ways, he's a little bit of a gremlin himself. He is going to have a lot of elements that are going to worsen our opinion of him fairly soon. But again, little things like that shows that, you know, he has his own soft elements. He's become friends with the horse that was more like BoJack. I haven't seen BoJack, so I can't speak to it. But yeah, ultimately, I mean, it's just really showing that Paul, he bonded with his animal. He has his human elements too. Of course, having spent the last 2 years living with us, Roxy was well aware of that, too. I'd seen her more than once looking entranced as she spied Paul and the horse, only to then shrink away. Could we please keep this a secret? Roxy said, tears in her eyes. She was a klutz. Near misses and scrapes like this were a common occurrence with her. Still, she gave things her all. I knew she stayed up late every night, planned lessons for me, and I knew that she tried her hardest to put on an air of dignity so people wouldn't write her off for her age. I liked that about her. If it weren't for our age difference, I'd want to marry her. Okay, and that's also, it actually, I do really like, yeah, okay, good point, Alan. That wording is a little bit funny, but I actually really like this passage for a couple reasons. For starters, it's just, really Rudy is actually just kind of coming to terms with just how much he respects her. He realizes how much she cares and how much she tries, and that's something he finds really endearing. And again, he can't really fully separate it from his sexual urges, so he's, you know, kind of positioning it as, oh, she's a great waifu. But he also it's one of those things where, like, a negative about her, the fact that she accidentally injured the horse and is kind of freaking out about it, like that, it reminds him of endearing parts of her, parts he actually likes about her. So it's actually just going to show he's actually really starting to value this person. And you know, it's actually very wholesome when you actually look into it. And also, it's actually really funny for the age difference line, because on the one hand, the obvious age difference is the fact that he lived 34 years before coming to the new life, so by his perspective, she's much younger than him. And so that's the age difference, but from her perspective, you know, she's like around 40, and she sees a 5-year-old kid, and is like, oh yeah, so he must be the age difference there. And then in reality, they're almost the same age. Like they're, I don't remember the actual numbers, but I don't know if they even actually gave a hard number for Roxy, or if they just kind of gave a vague number, like I think early 40s or something like that. But they're almost the same age, so that's funny. So there isn't actually a real age gap. So yeah, so that line is always funny when they reference that. You don't need to worry, I said. I won't tell my father. Her lip quivered. Please don't. I mean, I would have liked to be within at least a decade of her age-wise. Again, that's just so fucking funny. And that also does prove that he's thinking of his age alongside his previous life, because even the age he thinks she is, he thinks she's like 12 to 15, somewhere in that range, which would put him a decade apart. So, you know, that's a good way of confirming that without explicitly being like, hey, this is what I'm doing. Despite being on the edge of tears, Roxy quickly shook her head, slapped her own cheeks, and regained her composure. All right, Rudy, go ahead and give it a try. I'll be sure to keep Caravaggio safe. The horse still looked frightened, ready to bolt at any moment, but Roxy stepped in front of him, blocking his path with her tiny body. She certainly couldn't physically overpower a horse, but bit by bit the nervous creature grew more docile. Roxy held her position and muttered an incantation under her breath. Both of them were engulfed by a wall of earth, which proceeded to grow into an earthen dome not unlike an igloo. This was the advanced tier earth spell, Earth Fortress. That ought to suffice to keep them safe from the thunderstorm. I also do like the showcase of, you know, they mentioned that Roxy was good at other schools of magic too, but this actually shows she is capable of using other schools of magic at a relatively high level. Alright, it was my time to do this. I was going to be so amazing that it'd blow Roxy's mind. How did the incantation go again? Ah, yes. O spirits of the magnificent waters, I beseech the Prince of Thunder, grant me my wish, blast me with thy savagery, and reveal to this insignificant servant a glimpse of thy power. Let fear strike the heart of man as thy divine hammer strikes its anvil and cover the land with water. Come, O rain, and wash everything away in thy flood of destruction. Cumulomnibus. I also think it is pretty telling that he's able to hear it once and then immediately memorize the spell, because I'll be perfectly honest, I have pretty good short-term memory. I'm pretty good at memorizing stuff, at least in the short term, to immediately regurgitate it. Hearing that once, I could not memorize that word for word. So, you know, it's actually pretty significant. I got the words out in a single breath, and the clouds began to billow and swell. Now I understood the nature of the cumulomnibus spell. In addition to conjuring clouds overhead, you simultaneously had to handle a complex series of motions to turn them into thunderclouds, or something to that effect. You had to continually funnel magic into the spell, or the clouds would stop moving and dissipate. Leaving the magic aside, it was going to suck having to stand here with both hands raised for over an hour. And I actually do really like the this explanation as well, because it shows that even with incantations, there's still an active component to spellcasting, where you actually have to not only maintain it, but you have to actually handle details yourself. So it goes to show that, you know, what he's learning is not necessarily completely unheard of. It's just he's able to kind of take it to the next step and have everything be done via manual manipulation. But, like, you know, it just gives us a little bit of a more of an understanding of how magic at the high level works, to why it's actually so hard to advance to higher levels, even if you know the incantation. Like, you know, shouldn't, if you know the incantation, should you be able to do it? But no, it actually requires a bunch of manual manipulation. And also, I do like how as soon as he casts the spell and feels it moving, then he's like, oh, I get how this works. And he's able to kind of take over from there, where, you know, he doesn't understand it until he actually feels it. Wait, no, hold on. Magicians were creative. They wouldn't need to hold a pose like this for an hour to pull things off. I had to remember, this was a test. I wasn't supposed to stand still for an hour. After creating the clouds, I needed to use some form of combined magic to keep the spell maintained. This was the moment of truth. I needed to call upon all I'd learned. Okay, I think I remember seeing this on TV once. So when the clouds are still in the process of forming, and I also do really like this because we'll learn pretty soon that he actually was just supposed to stand there and maintain it for an hour, but he actually kind of went above and beyond by showing that he is inventive. He's able to do these things that will become an advantage of much later on in the story, where, you know, his outside-the-box thinking is essentially what he specializes in. Oh, excuse me. Got a little bit of something caught in my throat. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. But yeah, so I do like this moment where, especially since he completely downplays it once it becomes clear that Roxy finds it impressive, because he doesn't view himself as doing anything particularly impressive. So that's just a consistent thing with him that I do find very endearing. Or not endearing necessarily, but like a good way of showcasing who Rudy is. Some of the clouds Roxy had created earlier still lingered. If I remembered right, I could conjure a horizontal whirlwind of air and warm the air beneath it to create an updraft. And then, if I cooled the air above the updraft, it would pick up speed, and I also find it noteworthy that he's using other schools of magic silently, assumes this is just what he's supposed to do, and just also doesn't, like, realize that, oh yeah, people can't really silent cast, so this is not what I would be expected to do. In doing all of that, I wound up burning through half my magical reserves. I'd done what I could, though. Now I just had to see if it would last an hour. That's also pretty significant, the fact that all the stuff he's doing requires a shitload of mana. Even though I suspect that he's not fully done growing his mana capacity yet, I think he ends up getting a lot more as he uses magic. I think his where he ends up is a lot more than where he is now, even though he mentions he doesn't actually get mana exhausted anymore. But, like, the fact that he burns through half of his mana, which is already substantial, like, should be another indicator that, you know what, maybe this isn't what I'm supposed to do just because of the sheer mana cost. So, again, he doesn't realize that what he did is actually impressive. He just can't accept it. Now I just had to see if it would last an hour. Satisfied, I headed back to the dome Roxy had created, rain pouring down on me as thunder rumbled in the skies above. Roxy sat against one side of the dome, the horse's reins clutched in her hands. Upon seeing me, she gave a little nod. This dome will disappear in about an hour, she said, so we'll be fine, assuming it doesn't go away before then. Okay, that's actually interesting how she kind of set it on, not necessarily a timer, but kind of, I guess, infused it with mana to have it hold until the mana ran out, rather than actively maintaining it. So, you know, that's an interesting thing. Okay, don't worry, Caravaggio will be fine. Okay. Well, if everything's okay, then get back out there. You need to control those thunderclouds for an hour, remember? Huh? Control them? Well, yes. What's so strange about that? Roxy asked. Just, I need to control them? Of course, this is a water saint to your magic spell. If you don't keep your spell fueled with magic, your clouds are going to dissipate. But I already took steps to make sure they wouldn't, I said. Huh? Oh! Roxy began rushing out of the dome as if she'd suddenly realized something. At this, the dome began to crumble. Hey now, remember to control your magic or you'll bury the horse alive. Okay, so I guess I was wrong just then. So yeah, she is actively maintaining it, but... whoops. Roxy hurriedly regained control of her spell, then stepped outside. She looked into the sky astonished. I see, you created a diagonal whirlwind in order to push the clouds up. The cumulonimbus clouds I created were still growing, seemingly without limit. Not bad, if I said so myself. A long time ago, I'd caught some TV special that went into the science behind supercell formation. I didn't remember the exact details, but I retained a vague visual impression of the process. Going off that, I'd managed to create something similar enough. Rudy, Roxy said, you pass. Huh? But it hasn't been an hour yet. There's no need. If you can do that, you're more than competent enough, she replied. Now then, can you make it go away? I also do find that interesting where the training is actually like very results oriented, not necessarily process oriented, because she was initially kind of testing his ability to control the magic, for a certain amount of time, but having the ingenuity to automate it achieves the same result, so it's good enough, even though depending on what you're testing, like let's say doing math, you a lot of times are tested on your ability to do the math, even though you could always just like put it into a calculator or create a spreadsheet to do it automatically, that kind of thing. When, so if you were doing that in school, you'd say, no, you don't get full credit because you didn't actually do the thing yourself. That's what we're teaching, as opposed to you got the right answer. Once I was done, Roxy and I stood there, the two of us drenched to the bone. You are now a water saint. She looked stunning, her hand brushing aside her wet bangs, an all too rare grin on her face. Yeah, basically, show your work. But so I also do really like this as kind of the starting point for Roxy's extended character arc. Because this is before the point where Roxy really does her own, self-reflection and really grows her own abilities. And because she eventually caps out at being a Water King, which is very impressive, but, she has to kind of really force herself into it. But at this point, while she's already pretty good, like, she is so excited to have a talented student who can do all these great things. And it just brings her so much satisfaction to be able to nurture that kind of talent. And she's so excited about it. And then, this is kind of evolves later on to where she ends up tutoring Pax. And Pax is, well, he is a gremlin in many other ways, and he's probably also just not as good at magic. He's just not Rudy. So she, again, it's one of the things, it's very a nuanced and complicated dynamic between those two, but while Pax is definitely largely to blame for how their whole dynamic worked, she was also not the teacher he needed. She was not, she didn't really have the emotional capacity to teach a student who didn't have talent, who couldn't actually really follow along everywhere. She was good at taking somebody who was already good and pushing them further, not so good at somebody who was struggling but needed to be brought up to a baseline. And that was something, it just shows a weakness for her. But then, so that kind of, her dynamic teaching there was different, where she went from being happy to have a talented student to being annoyed at having an untalented student. Then much, much later on, she becomes a Water King, and Rudy is with her, and they're doing their whole thing in Sharon, and Rudy's just like, hey, you get to, I want to learn from you again. Can you teach me a Water King spell? And it's one of those things where now she's like almost upset about that idea, where she's hesitant to teach Rudy a Water King spell because she essentially had reached the peak of her potential. She realized she became a Water King. She was respected as a Water King. To her, that was the thing that made her special. And now she's like, wait a minute. If I teach Rudy a Water King, it'll be like before, where I taught him everything I know. But now I don't think I can go any further than this. This is the one thing I have that's special about me and not him. Like, do I want to give this up? And she's so concerned about, sharing that part of herself with him and getting him to her level. Even though Rudy is just, his mindset is completely different. He's just really excited that she can teach him something again. He wants to kind of, just show that she's still important to him. And he's more excited about the experience of growing through her again. And eventually she kind of works through it and accepts that she's valued regardless of her magical ability. That, Rudy actually just cares about her specifically. So that all resolves. But I love how that's all set up here. This is like the starting point for that. And then it just builds and builds and builds until we're like 2/3 through the story. It's great. And then another great Roxy illustration. I hadn't achieved anything in my past life, but I'd done something now. As soon as I realized that, a curious sensation welled up within me, and I knew what it was, a sense of accomplishment. And again, that's actually a pretty big deal. This is like the first time Rudy felt like real pride in himself. He felt actually, positive about him and himself. He sees the results of hard work, and that's, of what happens when you stick with something and really dedicate yourself to it. And he, it feels good. Like that's like one of the first good things he feels, that he doesn't turn into horny, which, and that is an important thing for him. And I do say that one, it's not like there's a moment where he stops doing that, where the moment where he starts interpreting positive emotions sexually. It happens over a period of time where he does it less and less and less. But like, I think this is the first time it actually starts to really shift. For the first time since coming to this world, I felt I'd truly taken my first step. The following day, Roxy stood in the entryway to our house in her traveling gear, the spitting image of the person who had arrived 2 years prior. My mother and father didn't look much different either. About the only thing that had changed was that I was taller. Roxy, Zenith said, "You're more than welcome to stay. I still have plenty of recipes that I could teach you." Paul followed up. "Right, your role as a home tutor may have come to an end, but we're in your debt for your help with the drought last year. I'm sure the villagers would be happy to have you stick around." Here were my parents, trying to keep Roxy from leaving. Unbeknownst to me, they'd apparently become good friends. Which made sense. Her afternoons had been a huge swath of free time, and I guess she spent it broadening her social circle. She wasn't just a love interest in a video game whose circumstances only changed when the main character did something, and I think it's one of those things. So this actually struck me when I was working on my Volume 1 video, because this is Rudy kind of explicitly expressing an internal thing he's learning, and normally that bugs the hell out of me. Like, I usually hate it when writers will just say, hey, here's the theme going on right now. Here's the thing I'm trying to get the reader to understand. So I was like, I remember reading it, I'm like, okay, why the fuck doesn't this annoy me? Because it doesn't annoy me. And then I realized that like a big part of it was actually Rudy gaining some self-awareness and understanding himself. Like, he's working through these things in real time, and he's starting to realize the areas he was deficient and the areas he's starting to learn. So like, it's not just the revelation that he's starting to view other people as people. It's that he's starting to realize that that's what he was doing, and that he needs to do that. And yeah, that's also true. But I mean, a lot of times writers will kind of do these types of things where they'll explain the themes in ways that they're trying to get it so that the characters are expressing it earnestly, but it just never comes across that way. Like you can usually tell when something is done specifically for the reader's benefit rather than for the actual story. And I think this was one of those ones where it actually really does make sense that he's processing this for real. Like, so an example I usually use, and I should probably use the more well-known example of this because most people don't actually know this example, but one visual novel I really, really like is Shining Song Star Nova. Is it the best visual novel in the world? No, but it's something about it just kind of clicks with me. And in one of the routes, there's a character who's kind of playing off the tsundere character archetype. She's not like a full-on tsundere, but most of that visual novel is about kind of taking these core tropes and doing something interesting with them. And I think that's one of the things I actually really like about it, where it plays around with, the kudere, the yandere, the tsundere, that kind of thing. So the tsundere character, when you pick her route, one of the things she says just early on is, "You're not going to abandon me, right?" Like, before her actual arc really gets going. And that pissed me the fuck off, because a big part of her story was attachment issues, where she had been abandoned and hurt, and that's why she ended up kind of being rebellious and trying to take charge of things emotionally. And overcoming that was a big part of her emotional journey. Her just explicitly talking about having abandonment issues just really annoyed the shit out of me, because that was clearly the writer trying to be like, hey, reader, this character has abandonment issues. So that's the kind of thing that does just bother me a lot. Like, that's one of my pet peeves with writing. I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I can't accept, Roxy replied. Teaching your son has made me realize how powerless I truly am, so I'm going to head out and travel the world for a while to hone my magic. She had to be a little shocked that I'd reached the same rank at her, and she said previously that having a pupil who exceeded her skills made her uncomfortable. I see, said Paul. I suppose it is what it is. I'm sorry that our son caused you to lose confidence in yourself. Hey, you didn't have to put it like that, Dad. And yeah, I do feel like in that moment Paul's just being a little shit, just kind of poking fun at Rudy. Because that just seems like what he'd do. Oh no, Roxy said. I'm grateful to be shown how conceited I've been. I can hardly call you conceited when you're able to use water saint tier magic, Paul countered. Even if I couldn't, your son's ingenuity has shown me that I can be capable of even stronger magic. With a small grimace, Roxy put her hand on my head. Rudy, I wanted to do my best for you, but I didn't have what it takes to teach you. That isn't true. You taught me all sorts of things, Miss Roxy, and that's also another one where Roxy just feels like she's not good enough. She continually has that self-esteem issue, like that's how she is. But also for Rudy, like, this was like the nurturing he needed to really develop his passion, to understand kind of more about how magic works, and it kind of sets up a baseline for him to learn kind of through practice later on. And like, it is actually really important for him. But also, Rudy's talent just kind of, inspires her to like, you know what? I am capable of so much more. I am better than I've been. And, she's kind of harnessing that low self-esteem of I'm not good enough to I'm not good enough yet. I can be good enough, though. So that's like the first step of her healing. I'm happy to hear that, Roxy said. Oh, and that reminds me. She reached into the folds of her robe, fumbled around, and pulled out a pendant strung with a leather cord. It was made of a metal that shone with green luster, fashioned in the shape of the 3 interlocking spears. This is to commemorate your graduation. I didn't have much time to prepare it, but hopefully this will suffice. What is it? It's a Migard amulet. If you happen to run into any demons who give you a hard time, show them this and mention my name, and they should ease up on you a bit. Probably. I'll be sure to take good care of it. Remember, it's not a guarantee. Don't be overconfident. And I also really like how this Migard pendant is, again, they establish it in book 1. And it's maintains such an improved thing. Yeah, exactly. That's his future signature. And I think it's even more than like the signature. I mean, identity is also a core part of the story for Rudy specifically, where his the way he kind of processes things is he always feels dragged down by his old self. He wants to kind of reject it, but he can't fully ever do that. He wants to kind of embrace his new identity as Rudy, but he can never fully accept himself as that being him. So he's always kind of stuck in between. And when, the universe itself needs to identify him, they use that symbol because of just how much Roxy means to him, how core to his, like, he in a sense attributes everything he's capable of doing and everything he accomplishes to Roxy for her early guidance. So the fact that means so much to him, that it becomes his identity, is, it's very nice, and I love how it's set up so early on. And I mean, even the pendant itself becomes an important thing later when he gives it to Ruijerd, both temporarily and permanently, just because it's a showcase of, hey, this is something that means more to me than anything, and I want you to have it because you mean a lot to me. Remember, it's not. Then at the very, very end, Roxy flashed a little smile and departed. Before I knew it, I was crying. And again, this is honestly, I think I love the way this chapter ends, because it starts out as one of the most beautiful soliloquies in the entire book, and then it does that abrupt tonal shift into comedy. And honestly, one of my favorite things about the early parts of the anime, I loved how they maintained this ending passage almost word for word. And honestly, the voice acting at the very end of it was fucking peak. Like, they really sold it very well. Wasn't Sylphie inspired to make him that pendant after she saw him always wearing Roxy's pendant? Quite possibly. That seems in keeping with the characters. She really had given me so much wisdom, experience, technique. If I'd never met her, I'd probably still be doing what I was before, fumbling my way through with a textbook of magic in one hand. More than anything, though, she took me outside. She took me outside. That was it. Such a simple thing. It was Roxy who'd done that for me, and that meant something. Roxy, who'd come to this village not even 2 years ago. Roxy, who looked like someone who'd never get along well with strangers. Roxy, a demon whom the villagers should have considered beneath their notice. Not Paul, not Zenith. Roxy was the one who took me to the outside world, and that meant something. I say that she took me to the outside world when really all she did was take me across town. Still, the prospect of leaving home had definitely been a traumatic one for me, and she'd cured me of that, just by taking me through the village. That had been enough to lift my spirits. She hadn't been trying to rehabilitate me, but I'd still had a breakthrough because of her. Yesterday, after we'd gotten home soaking wet, I'd turned to look at the front gate and taken just one step beyond it. And right there was the ground. Just the ground and nothing more. My anxieties had left me. Now I was capable of walking outside on my own. She'd managed to do something for me that no one else ever had, not even my parents or siblings from my past life. She was the one who'd done it for me. I'd been given not irresponsible words, but a responsible sense of courage. That hadn't been her aim, I knew that. She'd done it for herself, and I knew that too. But I respected her. Young as she was, I respected her. I promised myself I wouldn't look away until Roxy disappeared from view. In my hands, I clutched the wand and the pendant she'd given me. I still had all the things she'd taught me. Then I realized, up in my room, I still had a pair of her used panties that I'd stolen a few months ago. Sorry about that, Roxy. So yeah, again, that joke is... Honestly, without that beautiful speech beforehand, that joke wouldn't be nearly as funny as it was, but again, just the abrupt tonal shift makes it funny, because I know I've mentioned it before, and I'll probably be mentioning it again in the future, but tonal shifts are a great way to amplify the ending tone. So, a joke that follows something serious is funnier because of how inappropriate it is. Something happy that comes after something sad is happier because of how much it rises you out of things. And yeah, the holy relics. I will say I am a little disappointed that the anime does call the panties holy relics before Rudy starts with his religiosity, because I think that while it is funny, it does kind of lose a lot of the impact it has. Oh, it's in the web novel is the same pair of underwear. That's actually really funny. That's fucking hilarious, actually, and actually, brings up some Freudian questions on top of that. Okay, so yeah, but also, I mean, as much as the tonal shift is very funny, you also can't ignore the passage beforehand, because it actually does some major things. Because I know I've been talking about how much Rudy kind of got his foundation in magic because of Roxy, where he went from fumbling through things to actually having a sense of real direction. But again, the real thing he admires about her is the fact that she just gave him that emotional push he needed to get through, his major hurdle of leaving home, his ability to actually kind of tackle the world itself. So, part of his mindset is that if she had never done that for him, never pushed him to overcome his agoraphobia, then he would never have been able to do anything else in his life. And so in a sense, he does actually attribute everything he's ever accomplished to Roxy helping him. And that's one of the reasons he respects and admires her and cares about her so much. Is just like, she made me who I am today, and I can never repay that. So that's, and this is a great way of showcasing that, where he mentions the magic briefly, but then most of the speech ends up being about how she just helped him and, was the emotional push he needed. And then, funny joke. Okay, so I'm going to take another break. Partly to use the bathroom, partly to get more water, and partly to just rest my voice a little bit. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Let me just quickly double check, make sure audio is working on all 3 streams, and so far it does look like it is. Okay, good. And so first things first, yep, thank you. And thank you, The Wolf, for the follow. I appreciate it. And I was about to say something. I completely forget what I was about to say. Oh well, probably doesn't matter all that much. Chapter 7, Friends. I decided to try going outside. After all, Roxy had shown me I could do that, and I wasn't going to let that go to waste. Oh, I remember. I was going to reply to what Alan said while I was on break, but so you say nothing would have happened if it wasn't for Roxy kickstarting everything? Possibly, but I also think it's interesting to see what would have happened after the displacement event had Rudy not had that revelation early on. Because if he was thrust into his own, he might have just kind of been forced to grow up real fast. And, he might have figured stuff out. Or maybe something else would have gotten him acquainted with Sylphie. And, the same kind of series of events could have kicked him off into the Boreas Grey Rats. And ultimately, again, he would have essentially been forced to have that understanding because he doesn't have that safe return. But you never really know. There's so much speculation that goes into that. You can never really say what would have happened. I decided to try going outside. After all, Roxy had shown me I could do that, and I wasn't going to let that go to waste. Father, I said, my botanical encyclopedia in one hand, can I go and play outside? Children my age were prone to wandering as soon as you took your eyes off them. Even if I stayed in the general neighborhood, I didn't want to worry my parents by slipping away without saying anything. Play outside? Not just out in the yard, I take it. Yeah. Oh, well, sure. Of course you can. Paul had given his permission readily enough. Come to think of it, we haven't given you much free time. Here we are, taking up all your time teaching you swordplay and spellcraft, but it's important for children to play too. I really appreciate that I've got good teachers. Such good teachers. I thought of Paul as a strict father who was worried too much about his kids' education, but his line of thinking was actually pretty flexible. I'd half expected him to demand I spend all day working on my swordsmanship. It was almost a letdown. And I also do think that's kind of funny because Rudy's misinterpreting Paul's aims, where, Paul's not trying to be a helicopter parent or a, but his thing is he wants to, make Rudy the best he can be. He wants to be the good father who brings up a fine young man, and part of his way of doing that was to, push him, essentially, to push him to learn things at a young age. But then now he's thinking, oh yeah, you know what? Part of being the good parent is to also make sure the kid has fun as well. So yeah, you know what? We should be letting you play more than you are. So, it's interesting. Paul was a man of intuition, but you really want to go out? I used to think you were such a frail boy, but I guess time does fly, huh? You thought I was frail? This was news to me. I hadn't ever been sick or anything. Because of how you never used to cry. Oh, alright. Well, if I'm alright now, then it's no problem, yeah? I've grown up to be a healthy and charming boy. See? I pulled my cheeks and made a funny face. Paul frowned. It's the ways in which you aren't childish that worry me more. And I do think that's also a great example of one of the things I was talking about earlier, how Rudy, again, kind of still treats everything like a dialogue tree. He's starting to change that a little bit, like he's developed a genuine respect for Roxy, and he sees her as a real person, but he still kind of views the world as manufactured in some way, where and the way Rudy is interacting there, it was like, oh, he thinks it would be, the best thing to do would be childish and make like a child little joke thing. And then the way he does it just makes him appear really creepy because it's clear that he's doing it in a logical way, not in an actual little kid way. So that his attempts to act like a child make him look even less like a child than before. Because honestly, if he just acted like normally, he'd probably just come off as a weird kid. But when he tries to act like a child, he comes across as like even weirder, if that makes any sense. Am I turning out to be the firstborn? Am I not turning out to be the firstborn son you wanted me to be? No, it's not. Look, it's not that. Given the look of disappointment on your face, would it be better to say that you're hoping I become a more fitting heir to the Grey Rat family? I posited. Not posted isn't a word. Posited. I'm not proud of it, but when I was your age, your old man was a total brat who was always going around chasing skirts. You were a skirt chaser? So they had those in this world too, huh? And wait, did he just call himself a brat? And I actually do really like that because it shows that Paul is a little bit self-aware of how, in many ways, his youth was misspent. Because we'll learn eventually that a lot of the way he was is something he regrets. He's trying to essentially be the man he never was when he was younger, the man he knows he can be, and part of that is being a father. But while we never get a lot of details, we do know that in many ways Paul was kind of a piece of shit before Zenith got her hooks in him. If you really want to be worthy of the Grey Rat family, go out there and bring home a girlfriend, he said. Wait, was that the kind of family we were? Wasn't my dad a knight charged with protecting a frontier town in addition to being a low-ranking noble? Did we have no social standing at all? No, I guess we were just really low-ranking. Yeah, he's trying to be and do better. Yeah, exactly. And Paul's lows were pretty low. Like at the very least, we know he is a rapist, and we know that he burned bridges with his adventuring party. Though I don't think we ever learned the details of how that happened. But we know there was a lot of bad blood between him and them. Understood, I said. Then I'll be heading off into the village to look for a skirt or two to chase after. Hey now, you need to be nice to girls. And don't go around bragging just because you can use powerful magic. Real men don't get strong just to brag about it. And I think that's also funny because I think Paul is talking from like a bit of experience to where the point was he was the kind of person who would get strong just to brag about it, because that's kind of how he was back in the day. He's trying to kind of tacitly drive Rudy away from the mistakes he made when he was younger. And I do also understand that. Like I know my dad was telling me stories about my dad always tried to make sure I didn't when I grew up I didn't get too stupid when it came to alcohol, because and after he told me a couple stories of when he was in college, it started to make a lot of sense. Like he mentioned that the reason he never drinks tequila and he can't drink tequila is because he at one point essentially bought a big bottle of tequila, and his friends dared him to drink all of that over the course of the night. And he said he got so drunk that he fell asleep, woke up the next day still drunk, had to go to work drunk with his brother, and then he said ever since then the smell of tequila makes him almost vomit. So part of what he was doing with trying to get me to drink responsibly was saying, maybe you shouldn't have to actually ever deal with that. So, yeah, I mean, my dad is actually, he's a very well put together guy, but like some of the stories he told me if he was in college, like he was a fucking idiot when it was my age and younger. Let's see. Having only read the novels, I interpret that he more or less promised he'd be at home with the lives Elenius and Tallhand were inevitably going to live, and made the Fangs a family and broke it. Possibly, but I also think there's probably more to it than that, because I don't know. Because they had just really bad blood between the two of them, to the point where, not that they weren't going to help him when he needed it, but like at the start they didn't want to ever actually interact with him again. So that's, I don't know. There's something there, I think, that we were never actually told. Let's see. That was actually good advice. Man, I wish my brothers from my past life could have heard that. But Paul was right. Power wielded for its own sake was meaningless, and even I was able to understand that, given the terms he'd put it in. I understand, Father. Power should be reserved when you can make girls see how cool you look. That's not exactly what I meant. It's not? Wasn't that where this discussion was going? Whoops. I'm just joking, I said. It's for protecting the weak, right? Yes, exactly. So, I really like that passage right there. I think it is another one of those examples of putting actual real character stuff underneath a layer of a joke, where it's funny because Rudy is like, power is not just for bragging, it's for getting laid. And then Paul was like, well, no, but and then Rudy immediately is able to kind of see his misconception, because that was like just a big misconception that Rudy just being socially stupid is the cause of that. But then once he hears that Paul is not that's not what Paul meant, he immediately is able to say, oh shit, I was wrong. Where was I wrong? What is the actual real example? And he's able to logically figure it out and correct himself and cover for it as though he was joking. Which I think actually, again, it shows how his logical mindset can actually work sometimes, where it can cover up for some of his social ineptitude because he can sometimes be aware of when he screws up. And let's see. Years of feeling at home after more than a century of feeling an outcast, being taken from you by a selfish boy who thinks he's suddenly noble for not wanting to be like you anymore, feels pretty cruel to me. Yeah, possibly. Again, I think so much of whether I agree or disagree depends on information that we just don't have. But also, I don't know, it's hard to say because, again, a lot of this is based on my perception that Paul was kind of a shithead before he ended up settling down with Zenith, and like getting her pregnant and realizing he's going to be a father was kind of the turning point for him to say, I gotta fix my shit. Because, I don't know, he just seemed like a kind of, like a fucking force of nature before Zenith. I mean, even when he met Zenith, he didn't initially fall for her. He just wanted to get her in bed and was willing to like lie and manipulate to get her into bed and to, you know, he was doing it in a pretty shitty way where he knows that that kind of thing is important to her, but he doesn't care. He just wants to get his dick wet. So he's like, yeah, I'll stay with you when, I'll take responsibility if we get together. And he was lying and he was expecting to drop her, but then she gets pregnant and he's just like, oh shit, things are getting real now. I'm going to do the right thing. So part of me thinks there were probably other selfish things he did before that moment. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, Thomas. I'm just saying I don't think I have enough information to come to a solid conclusion, basically. So, like, you could be very right, and that's what the issue is, but it could be that he did something else that really just rubbed everybody the wrong way. I think both are perfectly within character for him. Let's see. With that conversation concluded, I tucked my botanical encyclopedia back under one arm, slung the one I'd received from Roxy at my hip, and headed out. Before I got far, though, I stopped and turned, remembering one last thing. Oh, by the way, Father, I think I'll probably go out like this on occasion, but I promise I'll always tell someone at home first, and I won't neglect my daily magic and sword studies either. And I promise to be home before the sun goes down and it gets dark, and I won't go anywhere dangerous. I wanted to leave him with some reassurance, after all. Yeah, sure. For some reasons, Paul sounded a little out of it. Look, if you're giving me permission, just say so. Okay then, I said. I'm off. Come back safe. And then I left home. And again, I also do love how this passage right here is another example of Rudy just being hyper-logical about things, not realizing that an actual kid wouldn't be thinking in these terms for the most part. He's not trying to come up with all the contingencies and try to reassure him that he's going to be the good son. A real kid would just be like, oh, cool, I get to go? Fuck yeah, let's have fun, let's go. And the rest of the stuff can kind of be left unsaid or can be shown through actions as opposed to words. And it just doesn't make sense for a kid to be like that. Several days went by. I wasn't afraid of the outside world anymore. Things were going pretty well. I was even able to exchange greetings with passerby without mumbling my way through. People knew about me, that I was the son of Paul and Zenith and Roxy's disciple. Oh, a bunch of letters, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I hope it's not like yesterday with the bot, but yeah, if you're not a bot, thank you for the follow. I'll have to be keeping an eye out for that. When I ran into people for the first time, I'd greet them properly and introduce myself. People I was meeting again got a good day. Everyone greeted me bright smiles on their faces. It had been a long time since I felt so open and carefree. And again, I do like how a lot of that is Roxy, you know, showing him that the world is, you know, not so scary for him. And then Rudy is in this small town community where people know him by reputation. And they're, you know, they're kind of excited to see this kid that they've never actually met, but he's, you know, he's part of this tight-knit community. And he seems to be a pleasant kid, so, you know, everyone's all happy and friendly with one another. That's how a lot of small towns can be. While calling someone a bunch of letters made me think of bundle of sticks. I will say that is not what I was going for. That is, yeah, no, I know that could get me in trouble if that was what I was referring to, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Paul and Roxy's combined relative fame was more than half of what helped me feel so comfortable. The rest was all thanks to what Roxy had done for me, which meant, I guess, that Roxy was to thank for the bulk of it. I'd have to take very good care of those treasured panties. Yeah. And yeah, and I get that, Alan. I've definitely had kind of intrusive thoughts that probably that I know enough to not like take seriously. I've had similar thoughts like that where somebody says something, it makes me think of like an edgy joke, or like one thing is I had come up with a joke a while back when we were watching the anime and about the Migard, because I've mentioned how I have to be very careful in my pronunciation. I cannot slur that word. Ironically, if I slur the word, it becomes a slur. But there was one joke I had come up with at one point in the story, and it was one of the few jokes where I'm just like, you know what? I probably shouldn't be saying this one publicly, because even though it wasn't like hateful or anything like that, it was edgy enough that like, ooh, that could get me in trouble. So I completely understand your mindset, but so yeah, I just saying I get it. My main goal in going outside was to go exploring on my own 2 feet and get the lay of the land. If I knew my way around, then I wouldn't get lost if I ever got kicked out of my house. And yeah, I completely agree, Alan. ADHD is one hell of a thing. I can say that firsthand. Like, I'm going off on all these tangents in this stream, and that is with all of my medication in my system right now. Like, ooh, brain go burr. But yeah, but I will say I actually really like this first line. Just actually shows that while Rudy has done a lot of healing, he is still actually dealing with his trauma, because he's not just excited to explore the area because he's excited to learn. That is part of it, but he's also like coming up with contingencies. So like, you know what? Last time I got kicked out and I was fucked. At the very least, if I get kicked out, then I won't get fucked, essentially. That I can at least have a chance. At the same time, I also wanted to carry out some botanical investigations. I had my encyclopedia after all, so I wanted to make sure I could tell which plants were edible and which weren't, which could be used as medicine and which were poisonous. That way, if I ever got kicked out of my house, I wouldn't need to worry about where I'd get food from. Yeah, again, that's just shows that Rudy is still kind of traumatized, and he doesn't have any real reason to think he's going to get kicked out, especially since he's just not doing the things that got him kicked out in the first place, but he's just viscerally aware that that's a theoretical possibility. He's just like, I don't want to deal with this. Although it actually does end up benefiting him, because even though his knowledge isn't one-to-one, when he gets yeeted into the demon continent, a lot of the survival skills he's kind of practiced kind of prepped him for it. Yet, planning for the worst. Exactly. Roxy had only taught me the basics, but by my understanding, our village grew wheat, vegetables, and the fragrant ingredients of perfumes. The Vatrius flower used in those perfumes was very similar to lavender, pale purple and edible. Why would they kick him out now? He doesn't have his totally justifiable lolly porn. That is true. Also, I think he's also figured out well enough that if he did get, if his parents did die, he would be like, okay, I actually have to attend their funeral this time. With a visually striking specimen like that as my test case, I started using the botanical encyclopedia to cross-reference whichever plants caught my eye. As it turned out, however, the village wasn't very large, and we didn't have particularly notable flora. After a few days of basically nothing, I expanded my search radius and made my way closer to the forest. There were a lot more plants there after all. I mean, yeah, you're partially right, Amir. I do think a part of it is that he still has very low opinion of himself. But I think also a lot of Rudy's mindset is of the bad things that happened to him kind of stick with him, and he no longer views them as like possibilities, but almost inevitabilities, where it's like it's kind of just a visceral reminder that like, this thing happened to me, I gotta be prepared because it's gonna happen to me again. So like when Roxy brought him outside, he was just like, hey, these last couple times I went outside, I got bullied, I got hurt, I got messed with. It's gonna happen again. And then he had to kind of actually see that it wasn't happening for him to get over it. So a part of it is just like his experiences cling to him, and he's not even aware that that's what's happening, so he can't work past it, so he can only kind of work with it, essentially. If I remember, after a few days of basically nothing, I expanded my search radius and made my way closer to the forest. There were a lot more plants there, after all. If I remember right, magic builds up more readily in forests, which makes them more dangerous. More dangerous because higher concentrations of magic meant a higher likelihood of monsters coming into being, the energies causing sudden mutations in otherwise benign creatures. What I didn't know was why magic accumulated more easily there, and I also do like that setup for how just magic just kind of changes things fundamentally, because that actually becomes very, very relevant as the story progresses. It's also the explanation for why labyrinths exist, because the labyrinths, are basically caves warped by magic. In addition to monsters being fairly rare in these parts, we also had regular monster hunts, making things even safer. A monster hunt was exactly what it sounded like. Once a month, a group of young men made up of knights, hunters, and the local militia would head into the woods and clear some monsters out. Apparently, though, monsters that were quite dreadful could suddenly turn up in the depths of the forest. Maybe part of why I'd learned magic was to do battle against such things. But I was a former shut-in who couldn't even handle schoolyard scuffles. I couldn't afford to be arrogant. I had no actual combat experience, and if I screwed up in the heat of the moment, it'd be a total disaster. I'd seen far too many people get killed doing that sort of thing. Well, in manga anyway. Yeah, and again, like he's kind of blunting his actual concerns with like, oh yeah, this is my otaku blood talking. But I wasn't the hot-blooded type. He can be. When he gets emotionally riled up, he becomes hot-blooded. As far as I was concerned, combat was something to be avoided as best as possible. If I ran into a monster, I'd run back home and let Paul know. And actually, that almost seems like the start of his kind of pacifist nature. Pacifist isn't the right word, because he's not like a true pacifist, but he's, instead of pacifist, I should say non-aggressor. Like, he doesn't, violence is kind of almost a last resort to him a lot of times. Where... And I do like that that's a consistent thing, where even after he becomes like a killing machine, he tries to avoid it as much as possible, and killing people always bothers him. Which, yeah, that's a nice trait to have. Actually makes him human, because I imagine most people are not really down with killing. Like, I know, like, I like to think that if I ever had to, like I was in a life or death situation, I would, but I still wouldn't like it. With that in mind, I made my way up a small hill. At the top stood a lone tree, the largest one around. A high vantage point like this would be perfect for confirming the layout of my village. Also, this being the biggest tree in the area, I wanted to see what type it was. And that's when I heard them. Voices. And again, I love how the tone completely shifts there, where it's just like, things are just explorative, contemplative, kind of exciting, and then suddenly it gets sinister. Like, that's when I heard them. Voices. We don't need no demons in our village. At the sound of that voice, painful memories came flooding back. I remembered my time in high school, and what had led to my becoming a shut-in. I remembered the nightmares about being called Pencil Dick. These voices reminded me so very much of the voices that had called me by that terrible nickname. These were the voices of someone who used the numbers on their side to torment somebody beneath them. Get the hell out of here. Take this. Ha! Nice direct hit, man. And I also do like this, because one thing is that, Rudy is still in a very logical, matter-of-fact kind of mindset, where his entire thing is, like, again, he's trying to portray himself in a certain way. He's trying to be the person he thinks he should be. He's not being genuine. He's always trying to logically figure out what is the best course of action here, what will get me the best results. One of the things that gets him riled up is bullies. He fucking hates bullies for obvious reasons. He was fucked over by bullies. He views bullies as having ruined his life, and in a sense they did. And he's just like, bullies are like one thing where... Also, his sense of morality is not fully there yet, where... Because he partly doesn't realize that the world is fully real, hasn't quite accepted that yet, a lot of the way he interacts with things is, morally neutral. But bullies are one of the few things that he really just has a moral stance against, where that's one thing that gets him riled up, that gets his emotions boiling, and when his emotions are going like that, he throws away his logical mindset and just acts on instinct. So this is one of the few things that gets him to break his, again, his dialogue tree approach to the world. And it actually just makes him come across as a lot more human when he does that. I saw a field, muddy from the other day's rain. 3 boys with their bodies all caked in mud were hurling mud at another boy who was walking along. 10 points if you could nail him in the head. I got him. Did you see that? right in the head. Yikes, this was not good. This was classic bullying right here. These kids thought this other boy wasn't good enough for them, so they could do whatever the hell they wanted. If they'd gotten their hands on an air gun, they would have turned it on this kid and opened fire. The directions always said not to point those things at other people and shoot, but boys like this didn't see their targets as people. They were abhorrent. And I love how he's kind of almost exaggerating how bullies act, because, like, in a sense, yeah, that's right, where bullies do dehumanize people, but also at the same time, when kids are shooting each other with air guns, they don't necessarily view it in that sense. They're just more being, they don't even like consider the implications of that. They're just like, hey, this gets to bug somebody, so let's do it. Their target could have quickly shuffled on his way, but for some reason he was dawdling. Oh. I looked more closely and saw that he had something like a basket clutched to his chest, which he hunched over to keep his contents safe from the balls of mud being hurled his way. It was keeping him from getting away from the bully's onslaught. Hey, he's got something. Is that his demon treasure? I bet it's something he stole. If you can bullseye that, it's worth 100 points. Let's get that treasure. And I also do actually like how part of Rudy's initial misconception that Sylphie's a boy actually comes from the fact that these kids thought Sylphie was a boy as well because of her short hair. Presumably. I broke into a run, heading for the boy. Along the way, I used my magic to form a ball of mud, and in the instant I was in firing range, I hurled it with all my might. Whap! What the hell? I hit the kid who looked like their leader with a conspicuously large fellow right in the face. Gah! It got in my eyes. His buddies all turned their attention to me at once. Who the heck are you? This ain't got nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. What are you, an ally of the demons or something? Guess people like this were the same in every world. I'm no ally to the demons, I said. I'm an ally to the weak. I gave them a haughty sneer. And another reason I really like this scene is because it almost is like a callback to the fight that, basically turned Rudy into a shut-in, where, again, he was acting kind of like a cartoon character in that. They said he struck a pose and was doing the righteous thing, and now he's given, like, the superhero speech. Is it still a little cringy? Yeah, but he's actually able to kind of get the good ending in this sense. The other boys steeled themselves, drawing themselves up as if they were in the right. Don't you try to act tough, one of them snapped. Hey, he's that one Knight's kid. Ha, he's just a baby. Uh-oh, they'd figured out who I was. You sure the son of a knight should be doing this sort of thing, huh? See, I told you that knight was on the demon side. Come on, let's get the others. Yeah, funny how it became an ally to the demons. Yeah, that's also true. Like, he actually did end up kind of realizing that's not an insult. Later on, of course. Hey guys, we got some weirdo here. Crap, these kids were calling for their friends. But no one showed up. Even still, my legs were locked in place. Sure, there were 3 of them, but it felt so pathetic freezing up at having kids shout at me. Was mine just destined to be the saga of a bullied shut-in? And it's one of those things where, he's not actually afraid for his safety in any real sense. He's just, like, traumatized by his old bullying, and it's kind of bringing back those memories, and he's feeling the same kind of fear, even though, again, logically, there are 3 kids just throwing insults at each other, really. Like, they're just kids being little shits. You shut up, I bit back. Ganging up on a kid 3-1, you guys are the worst. Their faces screwed up in confusion. Ugh, damn it. Hey, you're the one who's shouting now, you dumbass, one of them blurted. I was pissed off, so I hurled another mud ball their way. I missed. You little brat, where the heck is he getting the mud from? It doesn't matter, just throw it back. What I dished out was being returned 3-fold, but thanks to the footwork Paul had taught me, as well as a bit of magic, I was able to dodge their volley rather gracefully. Hey, knock it off. Yeah, you're not supposed to dodge. Hey, if you can't hit me, that's your problem, fellas. The 3 boys continued to throw balls of mud my way for a while longer, but when it became apparent they weren't going to hit me, they threw their hands as if they'd suddenly found something better to do. This is boring. Yeah, let's go. And we're gonna let everyone know the Knight's kid is a demon lover. And again, yeah, that's like a very, a little kid way of interacting with things, because they're all little kids. And I still love just the gravitas Rudy puts on this, even though, again, it's just a couple of kids being little shits to one another, and again, ultimately, all that happens, he threw some mud their way. All they ever did was throw mud back at him. It wasn't actually anything super serious, but you know, it's funny. They try to make it sound like they hadn't lost, that they just decided to stop. With that, the little punks headed off for the other end of the field. I'd done it. For the very first time in my life, I'd beaten the bullies. Not to brag or anything. And I do like that, because that is actually a pretty important moment, the fact that he actually did stand up to bullies. This thing that just morally bothers him is something he was able to overcome, and it's like, hey, this is like an instance in where this life is different. But he also realizes that it's a little silly to be super proud about overcoming 3 children. Because, like, yeah, because they're children. Whew, arguments like that weren't my strong suit after all. I'm glad things hadn't come to blows. For now, I needed to check on the kid they've been throwing mud at. I turned to him and asked, hey, are you alright? Are your things okay? Whoa. The boy was so pretty it was hard to think about that we were around the same age. He had rather long eyelashes for someone so young, with a dainty little nose, thin lips, and a somewhat pointed jawline. His skin was porcelain white, and his features combined to give him the look of a startled rabbit, in addition to a sense of unspeakable beauty. And again, I fucking... This section I find... Like, Rudy's gets kind of creepy here, but it's also really funny because, like, this is one of 2 times Sylphie gets him to question if he's gay. And it's just... I don't know, it's just really funny because he's just kind of shocked by how pretty this boy is without even realizing, you know, maybe it's not actually a boy and that's why he's so pretty. But I don't know, the whole thing is just funny because, you know, it's just Rudy being Rudy. Man, if only Paul had been the prettier sort, maybe I'd have a face like that. No, Paul wasn't bad looking, and Zenith looked really good, which meant my face was fine. Certainly compared to my face in my past life, all flabby and marked with pimples. I also find it very interesting that the parts he criticizes about his old appearance are things that he could have fixed, or at least improved, because the flabbiness was down to his weight, which, you know, if he lost the weight, that would go away, and the pimples are probably down to him just not taking care of his skin, which, so, you know, if he took care of his skin, those would probably go away, so... I do think it's telling that the parts he is most critical of himself about are the things that were in his power to change. So yeah, I was pretty good looking. Yeah. The boy turned his timid gaze back to me. Yeah, I'm okay. He made me want to protect and care for him, as if he was some small animal. If you were a lady who was into Shota stuff, he'd have your panties soaked on the spot. Well, if you could get past the way he was all caked in mud. I also do, and this is just another instance of how his positive feelings get interpreted sexually, and he doesn't even realize that's what he's doing, so... because, I mean, I think in this scene, his big thing is he is happy that he protected Sylphie. He likes being the protector. He likes being needed. He likes that he is a positive force in somebody else's life, and that he's... You know, he feels good about that, but he can't really understand that. So he's just like, oh, this is peak Shota, basically. But, so yeah, I do like that, because, I mean, obviously, I think his core emotional motivator here is that he feels very protective, and, like, he's like, this is, like, an innocent person, I want to care for them. His clothes were filthy. The mud clung to half his face. The top of his head was basically a uniform brown. It bordered on miraculous that he'd managed to keep his basket safe. There was only one thing for me to do. Here, why don't you set that down over there and kneel by the irrigation ditch, I said. Huh? What? The boy blinked in confusion, even as he began to do as I said. Guess he was the sort of kid who did what he was told. If he were the defiant sort, he would have fought back against those bullies earlier. And actually, that is actually a pretty astute observation, the idea that Sylphie is a very... I'm trying to think, because she definitely, like, leans toward the more... submissive side, but that's not necessarily the right word to say, because she does actually become, like, grows into a really strong person who is able to assert herself when necessary, but she still kind of takes the more passive approach to things, where she does actually, you know, find some satisfaction in taking a step back and letting Rudy kind of drive things forward later on in the story, even though, again, she does develop the confidence to do what she wants as well. But, like, early on, she's just so, like, you know, timid and reserved and withdrawn. That's one of the things. All he has to do is, like, Rudy's like, hey, go here and do that. And she just does it without even thinking, because she just is not even in her nature to resist at all. He crawled over to the irrigation ditch, hunched on all fours as he peered into the water. If you were a guy who was into Shota stuff, you'd currently have a definite throbbing in your pants too. Again, Rudy just making things creepy. It's funny because you know that's just how Rudy is. And I do think also things like this are a good way of showcasing just how sex-brained Rudy is in a way that because you don't get these constant interjections in the anime, it is harder to see that this is just kind of how Rudy processes things. It's not necessarily him being creepy in the moments he acts like this. Because again, it just comes across as at key scenes in the anime as opposed to being pervasive like in the books. Here, I said, close your eyes. I used some fire magic to heat the water to an appropriate temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, but a nice warm 40 degrees Celsius. I then took some of it and doused the boy's head. Gwah! I grabbed his collar as he squirmed and tried to get away, and proceeded to wash away the mud. He struggled at first, but as he got used to the water's temperature, he started to calm down. As for his clothes, those would have to be laundered at home. And I also think that this is probably less of Sylphie getting comfortable with the water temperature, and more getting to the point of understanding that that Rudy's not going to hurt her, that he's actually trying to help her, and once she no longer feels like she needs to get away from him specifically. So, you know, probably that's my read of that passage anyway. Oh, hey kitty. Alright, that should about do it, I said. With the mud out of the way, I used fire magic to create hot wind like an air dryer, then took a handkerchief to carefully wipe the rest of the boy's face. And then, one of the best illustrations of the book, in my opinion. I think this is just so incredibly adorable that, like, I don't know. Shirataka definitely cooked with this particular drawing. In doing so, I could finally see his pointed elf-like ears as well as the emerald green hair he spotted. I immediately remembered something Roxy had told me. If you ever see someone with emerald green hair, make sure you don't go anywhere near them. Wait, hold on. That wasn't quite right. I think it was, if you ever see someone with emerald green hair and what looks like a red jewel set in their forehead, make sure you don't go anywhere near them. Yeah, that was it. I'd forgotten the bit about the red jewel. This kid's forehead, however, was nothing but smooth and pretty white. Phew, I was safe. He wasn't one of those nasty supers. Thank you. The boy's words of gratitude snapped me back into the moment. Dang, he was kind of giving me the tingles there. Again, it's just he feels just so warm and happy about like the fact that this kid likes him, like the fact that he's able to do a good thing for this kid and that he was the target of appreciation, and he just can't process that. He doesn't understand why he feels happy. He feels all warm and fluffy inside, but he's just like, oh, it's giving me the tingles, which so it turns into horny. I decided to give him some advice. Listen, if you just roll over for people like that, they're never gonna leave you alone, you know? I can't beat those guys. You need to want to fight back, that's the key. But they've always got bigger kids with them, and I don't want to get hurt. Ah, so that was it. If he fought back, those kids would call for their friends, and they'd give him a thorough beating. No matter what world you lived in, that was the thing. Roxy had put in a lot of effort, so the grown-ups seem to have accepted demons, but not the children. Kids could be so cruel. And it's also interesting, because Rudy's actually kind of right here, but also doesn't quite go far enough, because, one of the things I firmly believe in is that the way to deal with bullies is to just not take it, even if you are dealing with a multiples on one situation. Bullies don't like targets that fight back, even if they're not going to win, because, they're willing to inflict suffering on other people. They're not willing to even accept the chance that it turns back around on them. So, if you fight back, you're too much effort to be worth it. So, I think, Rudy's mindset is correct, but also it's like saying, hey, even if you lose, you want to be more hassle than you're worth, basically. This right here wasn't too far from outright bigotry. You must have it rough getting bullied just because the color of your hair makes you look like a superd. You're not bothered by it? My teacher was a demon. What race do you belong to? I asked. Roxy had told me that the Migurt and superd were closely related. Maybe his race was too. And again, I like how Rudy is, that's also one quality he has, where, it's partly, yeah, I agree, bullies do like easy targets. If you stop being an easy target, they tend to leave you alone, usually. But But I do like how this is an interesting thing with Rudy is that one quality he has, which they never really bring a whole lot of attention to it, even though it becomes relevant over time. But, the fact that Rudy is actually just bucks the trend of this world and that he's just not racist. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Partly was because he originated from our world. So even though, East Asia is definitely more racist than the US, generally speaking. Not always, but generally speaking. Racism is still kind of seen as distasteful in general. Like, treating people worse because of how they were born. Usually you don't want to do that. It's looked down upon. And also in this world, he was raised by Paul and Zenith. And also with the fact that he interacted with Roxy meant that, caring for a demon is something that's kind of probably wash away a lot of any racism towards demons. But also, Paul and Zenith both have experience working with demons, so they're not going to be having a prejudice that they're going to pass on to Rudy. So it actually just fully makes sense that Rudy isn't racist in this world, but also it doesn't make it out to be like a super crazy virtue of his, just kind of a natural consequence of his surroundings. So, because you're supposed to like Rudy, but you're supposed to really acknowledge how many flaws he has. And so this is a good way of having him have a virtue that you can't necessarily attribute to him. If that makes... I think I expressed myself well enough there to get what I'm saying across. The boy just shook his head. I don't know. He didn't know? At his age, that was odd. Well, what race is your father? He's a half-elf. His other half is human, he said. And your mother? She's human, but she also had some beastman blood in there, too. The child of a half-elf and quarter beastman. Did that explain his hair, then? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. And so my dad, he tells me I'm not a demon, but my hair isn't the same color as his or my mom's. He started to sob, and then I reached over to reassuringly pat his head. If his hair color didn't match either of his parents, though, that was a big deal. The possibility that his mother had an affair occurred to me. Is your hair the only thing that's different? My ears are longer than my dad's, too. And we do know that later on that this concern of Rudy's is not legitimate because Sylphie is Elena-Lisa's granddaughter through her father, so, the mother couldn't have exactly had an affair to have her. But yeah. But also, I do actually like how Rudy is like the first supportive figure she's seen outside of her family, so, just a little kindness he shows to her, and she's already kind of willing to open up to him, because, Sylphie's a very emotional person. She kind of longs for that connection that she's been denied up to this point, so she finally sees like a little glimpse of it and is like just completely latching on. I see. A demon race that had long ears and green hair sounded plausible enough. I mean, I didn't want to pry too hard about the affairs of a stranger's home life, but I'd been a bullied child myself, so I wanted to do something for him. Also, I just felt so bad for him, being bullied just for having green hair. Some of the bullying I'd experienced had been the result of stupid things I'd done, but not this kid. No amount of effort on his part could change how he'd been born. He'd been destined from birth to have mud balls pelted at him on the roadside just because his hair was a bit green. Ugh. Again, it's just more of Rudy just kind of having this strong moral stance against bullying, and, I don't know, shows a little bit of his own self-esteem, kind of feeling like some of his own bullying was deserved, even though, while he did do some stupid things, didn't quite warrant the treatment he got. Just thinking of it was enough to piss me off again. Does your dad treat you nicely? I asked. Yeah, he's scary when he's mad, but he doesn't get mad if I behave. And what about your mom? She's nice. His tone of voice indicated that he was telling the truth. Then again, I couldn't really know for sure without seeing for myself. And I also do actually really like how one of his further concerns is that, like, is her home life good? Is she in a healthy upbringing? Which, yeah, it's nice, just a way of showing that Rudy is like, he can't quite accept it, but like, he actually really does care. Like, he's just so eager to make sure that Sylphie is okay. Because I think part of him also likes that he's being appreciated, likes that he is that protective figure right now. And he kind of wants to take it as far as it can go to, like, if like his job's not done if she's still having troubles. So, yeah, he's kind of... I think also he wants to feel more of that feeling of being needed. And he doesn't quite understand that yet. All right, I said. Let's go, shall we? Go where? Wherever it is that you're going. Hey, stick with a kid and his parents are bound to show up. That's like a law of nature. Why are you coming with me? Well, those guys from before might come back. I'll drive them off. Are you on your way home, or are you taking that basket someplace? I'm delivering my dad's lunch. And yeah, this is like kind of the start of codependency, where, I mean, it is a positive development for Rudy to find a friend who he can care about and who can rely on each other, but I mean, again, part of the issue here is that he leans too far into it, and that it's getting to a point of, where they could become attached at the hip, and that could cause problems for both of them. So yeah, it just goes to show that even some of the things that help you can become problems in and of themselves. His father was a half-elf, yeah? When elves turned up in stories, they tended to be long-lived and isolationist people with haughty disposition who looked down on other races. They were skilled with the bow and also with magic. Water and wind were their forte. Oh, and they had long ears, of course. Roxy had said, that's largely accurate, but though they aren't particularly isolationist. Were the majority of elven men and women super gorgeous in this world too? No. Thinking of elves as all being super gorgeous was a crass Japanese preconception. The elves in Western games had faces that were too angular and pointed and didn't look particularly gorgeous at all. Guess Japanese otaku and foreign normies had different sensibilities. Again, that line's just funny, but I think it's also actually pretty important to showcase that Rudy is starting to realize that a lot of his preconceptions are just not necessarily accurate, and he can't trust them like he was initially, because he was just kind of assuming everything worked like his video games and his anime and all that stuff, and then he's starting to realize, like, you know what? Even in my original world, different cultures viewed these things differently, so I can't necessarily trust any of them to be accurate. In the case of this boy here, though, it was a given that his parents were hot. Again, Rudy just fucking cracks me up, man. So, why are you protecting me? He asked haltingly, his mannerisms evoking more of that protective instinct in me. Let's see. Most elves in the story are gorgeous, except maybe that one elf friend of Roxy's who helped make Rudy's Gatling gun. She was described in a negative way. I mean, yeah, it's also, that's possible. I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but my point was less about whether or not the perceptions were accurate, and more that Rudy is aware that his perceptions might not be accurate. My father told me that I should be an ally to the weak, but the other kids might exclude you because of it. Maybe so. It was a common story, getting bullied for helping out a victim of bullying. If that happens, I'll just play with you. I said. As of today, we're friends. What? Okay, and I actually really do like that, because that is, as much as Rudy tries to pretend like he's being a kid, where he likes to kind of put forth a mask of himself that would be more accurate, him being genuine right here is the most little kid thing he could have done, because this actually, when I read this, brought back like visceral memories to me, because I had a friend who I was friends with him from first grade all the way through till we graduated high school, and then we lost contact. But so this guy, I knew him when he was in first grade. We were in the same class, and literally one of us said to the other, I don't even remember if it was me that said it to him or him that said it to me, "Hey, want to be friends?" And the other said, "Sure." And then we became like best friends for many years after that. So like that is exactly the kind of thing little kids would do. Would just be like, "Hey, we're in the same physical location. We have something connecting us. Let's be friends." And it works. So I thought that was always very funny. And interestingly, my friendship with that guy actually kind of became an important thing to the way I kind of ended up developing in high school, where I ended up joining the middle school theater program because he was in it, and I was like, hey, he said it's fun. I'll give it a shot. And then that kind of ingratiated me into that thing. I found it enjoyable, and then I kind of joined all the artistic stuff in high school, and that kind of became the core of my friend group in high school, or one of my friend groups, because I actually had a few groups of people I was friendly with. But yeah, that was actually a big us being just like little kids ended up kind of being a formative moment in my overall childhood and development. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, this was a very realistic thing in Mushoku Tensei. Our chips were in the same pile now. The chain of bullying grew when the person being helped turned on their helper instead of being grateful and repaying that kindness. Granted, the reason for this kid being victimized was rooted in something deeper than that, so I doubted he'd flip and side with the bullies. "Oh, are you usually too busy helping out around the house?" I asked. "No, not really." He mustered a timid expression and a shake of the head. Man, he really did have quite the face. If you were a Shota fangirl looking for a fix, he'd have you hooked on the spot. And again, every time Rudy feels like a bubbling of positive emotions, he makes it creepy, because that's just how he processes things. And it's funny, but it's also actually good character work. Yeah, it is a good way of it is a good translation, I think. I mean, I don't know what the original Japanese said, but it is definitely a native level way of expressing that. It probably does not translate directly, but yeah, it's good. I always thought the translation of Volume 1 was actually very good, not just because of things like that, where they actually are able to use like phrases and analogies and stuff like that wouldn't necessarily translate one-to-one, but also just the grammar and syntax and stuff actually does feel native level, which usually is not the case in translated works. But again, even things like the relative chronology of the narrator changes in certain times, and that actually does affect things in a deeper way, and that's also really fucking cool. And that's something that usually would not translate over in a translation. So I think the translators did a fucking phenomenal job. This might work out nicely, him having a face like that. He was sure to draw in plenty of girls once he grew up, and if I stuck with him, the ones he didn't pick might come my way. My own face wasn't anything too special, but if you took two guys and stood them next to each other, the better one of them looked, the more ordinary looking the other guy appeared. And so girls who were less confident in themselves were sure to try for me. Besides, I prefer a girl who's a little unsure of herself as opposed to one who's brimming with confidence, and I fucking love that line because in hindsight, you realize that he ends up falling for three women who are like really strong and confident in their own way, as opposed to actual girls who are like unsure and insecure and stuff. And even the ones who do have their insecurities, which are Sylphie and Roxy, he ends up making it a point to try to build them up, to build up their confidence. So Rudy actually does have more of a thing for strong women than he thinks he does. So I find that very funny. But also it does actually showcase that he's this moment also does tend to showcase that he's has some confidence issues where he's like, you know what, I'm not going to be able to attract anyone on my own. So having a hot friend who can kind of brush his crumbs off onto me are something that'll be good for me. And yeah, and that's also a factor, is that not only does he want to build them up, they want to be the best that they can be, just so that they can support him as best as they can, because they want to essentially, they want the relationship to be a back and forth. They want to be able to contribute to him and have him contribute to them, essentially. This could work. It was like how pretty girls kept ugly ones nearby so everyone would notice how pretty they were, but in reverse. Oh, that's right. I haven't gotten your name yet. I'm Rudius. I'm Sylph. His voice was so quiet that it was hard to make out the second part. Sylph, huh? That's a nice name. Just like a spirit of the wind. At that, Sylph's face turned red and he nodded. Yeah, the fridge and the snack phenomenon. Yep, pretty much. Sylph's father was a very attractive man. He had pointed ears and blonde hair that almost glittered, and he was slender without lacking muscle definition. Certainly he lived up to the name of half-elf, having inherited the best parts of both elf and human. I also do kind of find it amusing how Sylphie is already kind of making him question his sexuality, and now he sees another dude, and he's like, yeah, this is another pretty dude. So, I don't know. Part of me feels like Rudy, I mean, we do kind of get almost confirmation of this with when we reunite with Sylphie later as Fitz. Like, I don't know. Sylphie seems like, I mean, Rudy seems like the kind of guy, he's probably into femboys, even once he kind of gets over his paraphilias. I feel like femboys are the kind of thing he could be down with. He stood at guard at the watchtower on the edge of the forest, a bow in one hand. Father, Sylph called, I brought your lunch. Ah, thank you, Fee, as always. Did you get bullied again today? I'm okay. Someone helped me out. Sylph turned to look my way, and I bowed slightly. Nice to meet you, I said. I'm Rudius Greyrat. Greyrat? As in Paul Greyrat? Yes, sir, he's my father. Ah, yes, I've heard of you. My, what a polite boy you are. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. I'm Laws. I typically hunt in these forests. Based on what I'd heard, this watchtower was set up as a lookout post to keep monsters from making it out of the forest, and was staffed by men from the village around the clock. Naturally, Paul was on the roster as well, which explained why Laws knew him. I'm sure they talked to one another about their respective children. I mean, while what Rudy's saying does make sense, I also think it's actually kind of almost he's not even really thinking about everything he could be thinking about, because I would imagine, because they said there's about 30 households in this village, everybody probably knows everybody. Like that's a small enough community that you might not know each other well, but especially since Paul is kind of the boss of the place, everyone would know him. So I mean, it shouldn't be surprising at all that Laws knows his dad. I know how my kid must look, but it's just something from further back in our ancestry, Law said. I do hope you'll be friends with each other. Of course, sir, and even if Sylph was a super, it wouldn't change my attitude one bit. I stake my father's honor on it. And again, this is another example of Rudy just acting the way he thinks he should act, and that kind of alienates him even more. It makes him seem just strange. And because realistically, I think the thing he should have said to sound most kid-like, he said, I don't care about that. You know, that would have been straight to the point and would have made sense. But being all formal and, chivalrous about it kind of just sounds weird. Again, I don't know, if you ever seen a horror movie and they have a kid who's able to talk like an adult, that makes it so much creepier because you don't expect those kind of words out of a kid. So, actually, the kids who can actually act like adults for a scene or two, they hit you different. Laws let out a sound of astonishment. Those are impressive words for a boy your age, he said. I'm kind of jealous that Paul has such a bright kid. Being good at things as a child doesn't mean that person will keep being good at things as an adult, I said. You don't need to be jealous now when there's still time for Sylph to grow up. I figured I should put it in a nice word. Again, that's just such a weird kid thing that it just doesn't feel right for a kid to say things like this. And it's almost kind of working against him where, he's trying to stick up for Sylphie, but also, it just puts him in, a weird little island. Now I see what Paul was talking about. What did my father say? That talking to you makes one feel like an underqualified parent. And I fucking love that line because I can never figure out 100% what it means because there are several interpretations you could have of that line that all make perfect sense. And it's one of those lines that makes you really think. Because on the one hand, there's probably a case of Paul just having no idea what the fuck to do with Rudy. Because Rudy is so different that conventional knowledge just doesn't work on him. But also it feels like the kid is just, if Rudy says that, it feels like he's just miles ahead of you almost. And you don't know how to guide somebody who might be smarter than you. And again, it's just a cool line that really just goes to show that Paul, just feels like he's having trouble being the father he wants to be to Rudy. It almost feels like one of those lines that was kind of intended to be one of the ones that sticks out to the reader. While we were talking, I felt a tug at the hem of my shirt and looked. Sylph was clutching it, his head cast down. I guessed a grown-up conversation like this was boring for children. Mr. Laws, I asked, can the two of us go play for a bit? Oh yes, of course. Just don't get too close to the forest. Well, that went without saying. I felt like there should have been more ground rules than that. And also, I do find it funny the lax attitude towards the parents with their kids is kind of almost like a bit of a culture shock with Rudy, where they just kind of, as long as you make your way back, kind of like how America used to be back in the 30s through the 70s or 80s, where kids were just kind of allowed to roam free and just don't die. On our way here, there was a hill with a big tree on top. I figured we'd go play around there. Sylph will head back before it gets dark, and once your kid gets home... And once your kid gets home, can you look out in the direction of that hill? If it looks like I haven't gone home, there's a good chance something's wrong. Could you please arrange a search if that happens? Like, ugh, Rudy is just being... Good lord, that's fucking autistic. After all, there weren't any cell phones in this world. Establishing proper communication was important. It was impossible to avoid all potential trouble, but bouncing back quickly from problems was also important. This kingdom seemed fairly safe, but there were no telling where dangers might be lurking. With one look back at Laws, who was a bit dumbfounded, Sylph and I headed back for the tree on the hilltop. Again, he sees that he's just kind of... He sees the reactions, but he doesn't connect the fact that it's just him being fucking weird that's throwing Laws off. It's great. So, what did you want to play? I asked. I'm not sure. I've never played with a friend before. Sylvie struggled to get the word friend out. I suppose he really never had one before. I felt so bad for him. But I didn't have any friends either. Yeah, I said, until recently, I'd never really left the house myself. But anyway, what do you want to play? Sylph wrung his hands together and gazed up at me. We were roughly the same height, but because he kept himself hunched over, he had to look up at me. And so that's actually a bit telling of how Sylphie is, I think, where she's... Again, she's withdrawn, that it's actually kind of manifesting physically, where she's kind of hunched in together. So that, again, she has to literally look up at Rudy. So, how come you keep changing the way you talk? Oh, depending on who you're talking to, it's rude not to speak properly. You need to show deference to your elders, and this is just a guess on my part, but I'm thinking that most likely, Rudy was probably speaking in a different form to Laws, where he was maybe speaking in casual form to Sylphie, but polite form to Paul, or to Laws, or maybe even Keigo. I don't know. That's a thing that doesn't really exist in English, where... While we do use different, like, vocabulary and different cadences when speaking in a more polite setting, we don't have formal forms that change. Like, we don't change the conjugations and stuff like that when we have different scenarios where Japanese absolutely does. So I'm guessing that's probably what he was doing, but I'm not 100% sure. Deference? Like the way I was speaking to your father before. He sounded like he didn't quite understand, but he'd get it eventually. That was part of growing up. More importantly, Sylph said, could you teach me that thing you did earlier? What thing? Sylph's eyes glimmered to life. He postured and waved his hands as he explained. Like when you made warm water go all sploosh from your hands, and when you made that nice warm wind like whoosh. And again, I find it so adorable when little kid Sylphie gets excited, because she's like she's finally starting to open up, and she's like... Okay, you see like the happy, bubbly person that Sylphie really is. Once kind of the layer of scared and timid gets washed away. Ah, yes, that. The magic I'd used to clear away the mud. Is it difficult? It's difficult, but with training anyone can do it. Probably. Lately, my magical reserves had grown so much that I wasn't even sure how much I was expending, to say nothing of what the baseline was for people here. But then, this was just using fire to warm water. People probably couldn't just up and conjure hot water without an incantation, but with combined magic, anyone could reproduce the effects. Yet, you don't get to see Sylphie's ears flapping. That's true. That is just aggressively adorable. That's why it was probably fine. Probably. Okay then, I announced, today we'll begin your training. And so, Sylph and I played until the sun went down. And, and I do love this section. For one, it's... Sylphie is starting to nurture her own passion in magic. They're starting to bond. Rudy is excited to kind of... I think Rudy is also a bit of a natural teacher himself. I think he likes the idea of helping people grow and learn and nurture. That parental aspect of Rudy, I think, is a key part of his personality. He just doesn't understand it yet. But also... Sorry, my cat's meowing. Just making sure that is... Nothing going on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it didn't seem like an upset meow, but I don't know. She is a troublemaker, so... Mickey, what are you doing? Oh no, she's fine. Okay, she's just laying in the middle of the floor, staring intently at the vacuum cleaner. Okay, but another thing I like about this is another good example of a tonal shift, because this is like a really happy ending. Like, it's a really warm, fluffy, bubbly... You know, Rudy made his first friend. She's getting all excited about magic. They enjoy the entire day together. He's not worried about anything right now. And, you know, and then it's almost like storybook. Like, you know, we played until the sun went down and then immediately goes to the next scene. When I got back home, Paul was furious. So yeah, again, you like everything's all happy and lovely and yay, and then he's pissed. Oh shit, what the fuck's going on? So yeah, again, love the tonal shift. It makes this particular scene immediately have the tension it needs without yeah, it makes it feel more real. He stood imposingly in the entryway, hands set on his hips in an expression of his anger. I immediately tried to think of what I'd done wrong. The first thing that came to mind was that he discovered the precious panties I'd secreted away. And that's also funny because I feel like Paul actually probably wouldn't have cared about that if he did find it. He'd be like, oh yeah, yep, that's my kid. That makes sense. Father, I'm home, I said. Do you know why I'm upset? I don't. First, I had to play dumb. I didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble upon myself in the event my prized possession hadn't been discovered, which that actually works out for him. Mr. Edo's wife came by earlier and told me that you punched their boy Samal. Who the heck were Mr. Edo and Samal? The names didn't ring a bell, so I had to think. I hadn't had much interaction with the townsfolk beyond basic introductions. I'd given them my name and gotten theirs in return, but I couldn't recall whether or not there'd been an Edo among them. Wait, hold on. Was this today? I asked. Yes. The only people I'd run into today were Sylph, Laws, and those 3 punks. Was Somal one of those 3 boys then? I didn't punch him. All I did was throw mud at him. Do you remember what it was I told you earlier? That men don't get strong just to brag about it? That's right. Aha, now I got it. Come to think of it, that kid had said something about how he was going to let everyone know I was a demon lover. I don't know how that turned into him lying about B punching him, but either way, he was determined to badmouth me. I'm not sure what you heard, Father, but oh no you don't, Paul snapped. When you've done something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. And I actually really do love that line because it comes like almost a recurring theme of the rest of of at least volume 1, this book, where it's actually like they don't actually bring the line itself back. Yeah, they don't actually bring this line itself back, but the thing that Paul says, you know, when you've done something wrong, step 1 is apologize. You know, that does come back several times throughout this book where it's actually relevant. And that's also true, is that Rudy is very, very strong for his age, especially, where, like, yeah, if he gets emotional and decides to actually go all out, he's killing people. He's turning people into clouds of mist. Whatever lie this kid had told, my dad had clearly bought it. Crap. At this point, even if I told the truth about me saving Sylph from those bullies, it'd just sound like an outright lie. So I do like this scene for a couple of reasons. On the one hand, we see Paul actually, you know, his thing is he's trying to be a good father. He's trying to say, you know what? Okay, I can finally take this fatherly role, correct my son. You know, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do it. And then he kind of goes a little bit too far for it, where he kind of gets stubborn. He's like, I have to correct this problem my son has. And again, and that leads to him not even listening to Rudy, not hearing him out. But also, this is going to be a moment where he actually becomes a better father because of this interaction, because he actually, you know, he learns about kind of keeping a level head and taking things as they are, which helps him in the coming scene, which is going to be the bath scene. So yeah, this is actually a very good scene for a couple of reasons. But yeah, let's keep going. Still, all I can do is explain what happened from the very beginning. Okay, so I was walking down the road when no excuses. Paul grew even more irate. He had no intentions of hearing me out. I could have just said sorry, but I felt like that wasn't going to be fair to Paul either. I didn't want him to make a habit of behaving like this with any younger brother or sister he might well make for me. This method of punishment wasn't fair. I kept my mouth shut. And I do also like this for a couple of other reasons, because, you know, one thing we learned from Rudy is that, again, he works in a very logical way. He's trying to do things like dialogue tree-wise, and earlier he was talking about saying, it's like, you know, when something bad goes on, it's best to just kind of look him in the eye and take it. That'll cause the less damage, the least amount of problems for you long term. So if Rudy was still working with that mindset, he would probably just take it for now And then he would realize that later on, the record would probably be corrected. And realistically, Paul is the kind of person who would apologize for that after the fact, because once he realizes he was in the wrong. But Rudy is still a little bit heated, where he doesn't like the idea that, he did this good thing, and it made him feel really good, but Paul is punishing him for a misunderstanding and not hearing him out. So he's getting upset about that, and that's going to cause him to discard his previous convictions about, hey, let's just do this logically, look for the best possible outcome. Whatever happens, happens. I'll work through it. And now he's just kind of trying to logic his way through why he feels differently about that. Now saying, instead of just saying, hey, this isn't fair, I'm not going to accept this, I'm upset about this, he's saying, no, Paul needs to not do this because that would make him a worse father. I'm doing this for his sake, which he's really not. Why aren't you saying anything? Paul demanded. Because if I do, you're just going to yell at me not to make excuses. Paul's eyes narrowed. What? Before a kid can even say anything, you yell at them and make them apologize. Everything's so quick and easy with you adults. Must be nice. Rudy. Whap. A hot jolt of pain shot through my cheek. He hit me. I mean, I'd expected as much. Talk shit, get hit. And again, also that, just this line here is a very, this is just an expression of frustration. Pure, upset. There is no actual broader purpose to that. That's just him he's upset at Paul and he's lashing out at him and he's doing it to kind of, he's trying to push his buttons a little bit. Maybe he doesn't realize that's what he's doing, but again, that's Rudy discarding his logic and acting on emotion, which, changes how he does things. That's why I firmly held my ground. I probably hadn't been hit in around 20 years. No, I'd gotten my ass beaten when I was kicked out of my house, so that made 5 years, I supposed. Father, I have always put in the utmost effort to be a good son. Not once have I ever talked back to you or Mother, and I've always done my very best to do whatever you both tell me. That has nothing to do with this. It didn't look as though Paul had intended to strike me. There was a distinct look of consternation in his eyes. I also do like that, where Rudy is actually able to tell that Paul had just acted on instinct and didn't actually mean it. Because that actually is a very key moment where, that really does rock Paul, the fact that he hit Rudy. That was not the right thing to do. I shouldn't have done that. And it's so obvious that Rudy actually picks up on it, but he doesn't really do the full extrapolations. And instead, he just kind of smells blood and just kind of he goes in on Paul. He gets actually really manipulative throughout this scene, which, again, that's just not the way Rudy would normally do. Well, okay. He would normally be manipulative, but not in a sinister way, if that makes sense. He would do it to try to get the best outcome. In this case, he's essentially, he sees the wound that Paul opens up on himself, and then he's just like, I'm going to twist that knife, make him feel really bad, because, really kind of, he's just expressing his frustrations, and he realistically probably has held his feelings inside for pretty much his entire new life up to this point. So now he's actually kind of able to let it out, and he doesn't do it in the most healthy way, but it is also pretty cathartic, I imagine. Whatever, that was good for me. Yes, it does. I've always done my best to keep your mind at ease and to get you to trust me, Father. You didn't listen to a word I said, and not only did you take the word of someone I don't know and yell at me, you even raised your hand to me. Because again, he could see that Paul did not mean to hit him, so he's bringing it back and be like, yeah, he already feels bad about it, I'm going to make him feel worse. But this Samal kid got hurt. Hurt? That was news to me. Had I done that to him? If I had, maybe he was using it to sell his story. Well, too bad. I was justified in what I'd done. Assuming this whole thing about his being hurt wasn't just some dumb lie anyway. Even if it does wind up that it's my fault he got hurt, I'm not going to apologize for it, I said. I didn't go against anything you taught me, and I'm proud of what I did. And that, I think, I really like that line just because it kind of makes Paul just stop. He's like, oh shit. Yeah, I don't think he would say this if he didn't have actually, this doesn't seem like the thing he'd lie about. What the fuck? And, and Paul's, of course, going through a cyclone of emotions. So he's kind of just freaking out at the moment. He doesn't know how to process things at all. Yeah. It piqued his interest because he's just starting to think that, oh shit, I might have been wrong. And he doesn't really know how to deal with that. And he's like, especially since he was so convicted about being a good father and about doing this fatherly thing, the idea that he could be wrong didn't even cross his mind. And now he's thinking, oh shit, I might have actually been really wrong about this. Oh, now he was suddenly... Wait, hold on. What happened? Oh, now he was suddenly curious? Hey, it was his own fault for deciding he wouldn't listen to me. What happened about not wanting to hear excuses? Paul's face twisted into a frown. It seemed I was close now. Again, that's just Rudy twisting the knife, essentially. He's so frustrated that he just wants to... He's just taking it out on Paul, essentially. I think even a lot of his frustrations weren't necessarily about Paul himself. I think it was just, again, just a buildup of negative emotions in Rudy. Just finally, he popped, and now he's just like lashing it out on his target. And he is kind of bullying his father in a sense, but he's also doing it from a position of where in this particular argument, he's actually in the right. So he feels justified for it. And he's just, again, he's just letting out all of the negative emotions that had been building up in him for a very long time. He just can't control it. And that's why he gets like really manipulative at this point. Please don't worry, Father. It seemed the next time I see 3 people going after someone who won't fight back, I'll ignore it. In fact, I'll jump in so that it's 4-on-1. I'll make sure that everyone around knows that the Grey Rats take pride in bullying and ganging up on the weak. But once I grow up and leave home, I'll never use the Grey Rat name again. I'll be too ashamed to let anyone know I belong to a family so hard they ignored actual violence and accepted verbal abuse. And we learn about this in the next scene, but like, this is something that really hits Paul hard because it's like almost kind of exactly what he went through with his own father, which is, as we know, a key element to who Paul is, where his whole thing is he had a shitty childhood because his father sucked, and he wanted to be a better father than his own father and not make the same mistakes so that he can actually, do the right thing in his adulthood. And like, he's really like, oh shit, I might have fucked up. And now Rudy is kind of like acting like he's going to reject the family, and he might actually have a point, and we're going to be estranged, and I'm going to regret it just as much as I regretted my own father, leaving my own father, and how much he regretted our argument with me, and I'm going to regret it, and he's going to regret it. Back soon, thank you for the follow. So he's just like all like tensed up. He's seen this happen before. And Rudy doesn't know any of this at this point, but like, he's just still lashing out. And yeah, there's so much that goes into this scene once you actually know the full context. And yeah, Rudy was a fucking tsunami just kind of waiting to be unleashed. And Paul happened to be the thing that pushed him over the edge, and he really just went all out on him. Paul fell dead silent. His face turned red, then went pale, and there was conflict in his expression. Was he going to be mad, or had I still not pushed him over the edge? You should quit while you're ahead, Paul. I know I don't look it, but I've spent over 20 years talking my way out of arguments I can't win. If you had even one solid point to make, this might end in a draw, but justice is on my side this time. You don't have any hope of winning this one. And again, I love how his internal monologue is getting like amped up as well, where he's just like, yeah, we're fighting now, bitch. Because, again, Rudy doesn't usually think like that, but he's just like, yeah, he's in basically like social combat mode. I'm sorry, Paul said, hanging his head. I was wrong. Tell me what happened. And that's also, remember what I pointed out earlier. When you've done something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. That's going to be a consistent thing. Now that Paul realizes he was wrong, the first thing he does is apologize. Again, this is actually a very impressive, like, consistent theme that they've been going on here. And yeah, it's good. I like it a lot. Really, you see, digging your heels in just makes things worse for the both of us. Remember, when you do something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. Yeah, so I was not quite correct when I said the line never comes back, but like, they don't harp on that line overall, just in this scene because it's directly relevant. Later on, it'll still happen, but it'll be thematically it'll be consistent, but they won't actually bring that line back. Relieved, I explained the details of the situation as objectively as I could. I was making my way up the hill when I heard voices. There were 3 boys in an empty field pelting mud at another boy walking along the road. I hit them with mud once or twice till they backed down, and then they left without while bad-mouthing me. Then I used magic to clean the mud off the one boy, and we played together. And yeah, I also like how once the kind of initial conflict is over and Paul is willing to kind of hear him out and all that, after just one final like internal strike, Rudy kind of almost immediately just calms down and is like, okay, things are okay. I got that out of my system. We resolved the biggest issue. Let's actually move forward with this. Because I think it's, while Rudy was heated, he's not an actually malicious person. He just kind of had a lot of shit that he needed to let out at some point. So yeah, I said, if I'm going to apologize, this small kid needs to apologize to Sylph first. When you're hurt physically, you'll heal soon enough, but emotional hurt doesn't go away so quickly. And yeah, and he's speaking from experience there. Like, he knows, he's talking about he's talking about himself more than he's talking about Sylphie. He never once said the boy's name, or whose father is, so Paul never got to correct that misconception. Well, he did mention that, he did say Sylph right here. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think they actually do a lot of little clever things to really showcase that, this misconception, how nobody really caught it. Like, I didn't mention it earlier, but when Rudy was talking to Laws always ended up saying, oh, my kid, or my child. Oh, yeah, you usually say my kid and not actually use he or she or anything like that. Yeah. If I'm going to apologize, yeah, this looks like actually a line of dialogue. Samal needs to apologize to Sylph first. So yeah, it's also probably it's a heated moment. Correcting a slight mispronunciation of somebody's name probably isn't that important at this moment. So I can also understand just completely just looking past all that. But yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, they do actually do a pretty clever way of never actually confirming that Sylphie is actually a girl. Although one thing I did actually like, let me see if I can go back. Yeah, it's not on this page, so I'm not going to actually go back. But Laws actually calls Sylphie Fee because that's his little nickname for her. It doesn't bring any real attention to it, but it actually makes sense when you look back and see, oh yeah, he's calling us, she's Sylphiette. So, but it doesn't make sense if he's just called Sylph and it's a boy. So, but it's nice. Paul's shoulders drooped despondently. You're right. I had this all wrong. I'm sorry. And then again, I think it's also noteworthy that Paul apologized a second time because, he genuinely feels that he's in the wrong. When I saw that, I recalled what Laws had told me earlier. Talking to you makes one feel like an underqualified parent. Had Paul's attempt at scolding been him trying to show more of his paternal side? And yeah, he actually hit the nail right on the head. He doesn't know the full implications of why Paul is like that, but he gets why Paul was the way he was, and even though he doesn't fully accept that, he gets it. Well, if so, he lost this round. You don't need to apologize. In the future, if you think what I've done is wrong, by all means scold me as you like. All I ask is that you hear me out first. There are going to be times when words don't cut it, or when it's just going to sound like I'm making excuses, but if I have something to say, please just try to see my side of things. I'll keep that in mind. I don't expect that you'll be in the wrong in the first place, but when I am, use that as a learning opportunity for disciplining whatever younger brother or sister you wind up giving me in the future. And again, I love this line just because that's kind of exactly what happens in the next big scene between the two, with which is the bath scene, where despite the fact that in this case Rudy is actually in the wrong, so Paul would actually kind of be somewhat justified in being angry and lashing out and all that stuff. He takes the lesson he learned from this fight he had with him and says, you know what? I can't just react on emotion. First things first, I'm going to hear him out, hear what he has to say. And then he remains calm, doesn't ever, lash out at him, and just kind of gets to a point of using it more as a learning experience and again, so like the lessons he learned from this scene actually made him a better father, and I really do like that. And he, not only learned the lesson, he applied it in the next practical opportunity. Yeah, I'll do that, Paul said self-deprecatingly. The man was clearly in poor spirits. Had I gone too far? I mean, losing an argument to your 5-year-old son? That'd take the wind out of my sails for sure. I suppose he was a bit young to be a father. By the way, father, how old are you? I'm 24. I see, so he would have been 19 when he had married and had me? I didn't know the average age for marriage in this world, but with things like monsters and war and such being an everyday occurrence, that sounded pretty appropriate. A man more than a decade my junior had gotten married, had a kid, and was now struggling with how to raise him. Given my 34-year-old history of indolent joblessness, you wouldn't think I'd be able to outdo him at much of anything. Ah well. Father, could I bring Sylph over to play sometimes? Oh, of course. Satisfied with that response, I headed into the house with my father. I was glad he didn't hold any prejudice against demons. And I always found the way that scene ends to be so strange. Just because, Rudy kind of had a big emotional moment where he lashed out. It ultimately led to good results, but he kind of got everything off of his chest. And he got really, this is like the cruelest we've seen him so far, where he really tries to hurt Paul in this moment. But, then he calms down and kind of gets back into his own normal mindset. But he also develops a large amount of respect for Paul, despite the fact that Paul fucked up here. Because he's like, this guy's still young. Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. And, part of this is also, we're slowly building up a degree of Rudy having respect for Paul, because the whole point is that he's going to get more and more respect for him. He's going to get a lot of respect after the bath scene, because Paul helped him out through his own fuck up and helped him mend things over with Sylphie. And then when the emergency family meeting happens, Rudy's going to have to deal with the cognitive dissonance of, this person I've grown to really respect just did something really bad and hurt people. And I don't know how to process that. And also, he goes back to his normal mindset, and his thoughts are like, the emotional side of stuff is gone. He's like, you know what? It's cool that this guy's not racist. That's pretty chill. And, I just find that funny. But now we move on to, this is my favorite thing that the books do. And the anime early on did not do this, at least not to the same extent. Although, as it progressed, it started to take more and more beats from the book. And that includes replaying scenes from different perspectives. But when they replay a scene from a different perspective, it always has a point to it. Where, Rudy is oftentimes the one kind of relaying the facts. And then the next person gives us a different perspective on the matter. And it always does something really just interesting every single time it happens. And I don't think there's a single instance of when they did this and I didn't fucking love it, because it's just a really cool way of getting an emotional message out there, of getting a theme across. It's just excellent writing. My son was angry. The boy had never been one to display much overt emotion, but here he was, silently fuming. How did it come to this? And I will also note that there's a little bit of a grammatical change here as well, where Rudy typically speaks in what is essentially present tense. Not quite present tense. It's technically past tense, but in literature, that's how we write a story in present tense. We use it in past tense. That's just an oddity with the English language. But Rudy, most of the time, tells things as they're happening in the moment, beat by beat. Again, it's like a stream of consciousness. Paul is not doing this. He's speaking in like pure past tense, where this feels kind of like right after the fact, he's thinking over what just happened. And so like it's significant, because he's not talking about his thoughts in the moment. He's talking about how he feels upon reflecting on this event. So, and that's done through essentially the grammar, because that's another thing I actually do really like about this translation, is that they do little subtleties like this, and I think it's pretty cool. It started that afternoon when Mrs. Edo came by our house furious. She brought along her son Samal, considered one of the neighborhood brats. There was a blue bruise around one of his eyes. As a swordsman who'd seen my fair share of battles, I knew right away that he'd taken a punch. His mother's story was long and rambling, but the gist of was that our boy had punched hers. When I heard that, I was inwardly relieved. Ordinarily, I might have assumed that my son had been playing outside, caught sight of Samal and his buddies playing, and tried to join them. But my boy wasn't like other kids. He was already a water saint magician at his age. He probably said something high and mighty, the other kids had fired back, and then they'd all gotten into a fight. My boy was pretty clever and mature for his age, but he was still a kid after all. I also do like that because that's actually just not Rudy's MO, but Paul is kind of, he sees a lot of the similarities between him and Rudy, and because that's what he would have done when he was that age, he kind of assumes that that's probably what Rudy did. Mrs. Edo continued to get red in the face and then went pale as she tried to make this out to be a major bust-up, when it was just a quarrel among children in the end. And just by looking, you could tell that her son's injury wasn't even going to leave a mark. I'd scold my boy, and that would be the end of it. Children were bound to get into scuffles that turned to blows at some point, but Rudius was far more powerful than other children. Not only had he been the disciple of the young water saint Roxy, I'd been training him since he was 3. Any fight he got into was sure to be one-sided. He kind of described Cliff. Yeah, actually, that kind of is early Cliff. That's an excellent point, Amir. Things have gone okay this time, but if he ever got too hot-headed, he might wind up overdoing it. A smart kid like Rudius ought to be able to deal with someone like Samal without throwing a punch. I needed to teach him that punching someone was a rash thing to do, and he needed to give it more thought before resorting to it. And again, that's setting up the initial, oh fuck moment from when Paul actually hits him. Is just him explaining the logical reasons why somebody strong should use violence as a last resort. And also, this kind of is one of the examples of characters kind of having a lot of respect for Rudy and assuming he can just handle more because of it. And in this case, they figures, Rudy can handle a harsh scolding just because, he's smart and he'll understand the reasoning for it in time. When, if he was not Rudy, he might have been a little bit more soft-handed with him. I needed to give him a bit of a harsh scolding. That had been the plan anyway. How did it go so wrong? My son had no intention of apologizing to me whatsoever. Rather, he looked at me like one might look at an insect. I'm sure that from my son's perspective, they were having a fight on equal footing. But when someone has powers like his, they need to be aware of just how strong they are. Besides, he'd hurt someone. I needed him to apologize. He was a smart kid. He might not understand now, but I was sure he'd arrive at the right answer in due time. And I do also like that this is just reinforcing the thing that you probably could have guessed, but is that, Paul wasn't actually upset at what Rudy did. He was just trying to do what he thought was best for Rudy. He saw something that he thought he could correct, and he's like, you know what? Being this way is what Rudy needs right now, and that's what I'm going to do, because, he even mentions, he didn't care that he got into a fight, but he needs to have Rudy learn this lesson because, he could turn anyone into a smear on the ground if he felt like it. With that in mind, I took a firm tone to ask what happened, only for him to respond with condescension and sarcasm. It galled me, and in the heat of the moment I struck him. And here I was, trying to teach him a lesson about how people with power shouldn't resort to violence against people weaker than them. So yeah, Rudy saw that moment, he understood that Paul had made a mistake, but doesn't realize just how much Paul is angry at himself for doing that, because he's just like, man, I was trying to teach him a lesson, and then I did the exact thing I'm trying to prevent. He feels like a piece of shit for it. I'd hit him. I knew I was in the wrong, but I couldn't say that while trying to give my boy a lecture. I couldn't tell him not to do what I'd done moments earlier myself. While I struggled with my rattled composure, my son implied he'd done nothing wrong, and even said that if I had a problem with it, he'd leave home. I almost told him right there to go ahead, go, but I managed to resist the urge. I had to. I was from a strict family myself, with an overbearing father who'd tear into me without giving me a fair shake. My resentment had grown to the point where we had a huge fight that ended with me storming out of the house. My father's blood ran in my veins, the blood of a stubborn, unyielding curmudgeon. And it ran in Rudius's veins as well. Just look at how stubborn he could be. He was definitely my kid. When I was told to get out, I gave my old man some tit for tat and did exactly as he said. I might drive Rudius off as well. He said he'd wait until he grew up before leaving home, but if I told him to get out right now, I bet he would. I'm sure it was in his nature. I heard that not long after that, I heard that not long after I left, my father took ill and died, and I heard he regretted our big fight till the very end, and I was glad to hear it. No, if I'm being honest, I regretted it too. If I told Rudius to get out and he really did leave, I'd surely regret that as well. And again, that's like the moment that you first learn kind of what motivates Paul. Realize that he had a shitty father, and a big part of what he's doing right now is trying to fix the mistakes that he saw in his own father so that he doesn't do that to his own son. And in this instance, hey, sorry, my cat's joining us. And in this instance, Rudy is, Paul is seeing in himself what he assumes to be the exact same issues. Like, he sees his own father in himself. He's saying, oh shit, I'm doing exactly what he did to me. That's a problem. Even though it's not quite the same, where Paul was doing what he was doing for Rudy's benefit, at least that's what he felt. But also he realizes, like, oh, he's about to drive him away the same way I was driven away. I can't do that. I need to be different. And then by being different, you know, it led to things having a positive result. And he still feels really bad about that, but he doesn't realize that he could see kind of the cycle of toxicity going on. And instead of understanding and being happy that he was able to break it, he was just more upset that it exists in the first place, that he was very close to actually continuing it. I had to be patient. Hadn't I learned from experience after all? Besides, on the day my child was born, I decided that I would never be a father like mine. And yeah, that is like the key sentence right there. When my child was born, I decided I would never be a father like mine. Like, Rudy is the turning point in Paul's life, the thing that made him change. You're right, I had this all wrong. I'm sorry. The apology came out naturally. And again, that's another showcase of how much learning Paul has done. The fact that he is, willing to apologize so easily, and he doesn't even think about his apology. He just does it. That shows that he has done a lot of growing up. Rudy's expression softened, and he went on to explain what happened. He told me that he came across Law's kid being bullied and stepped in to help. Rather than punch anyone, he just tossed balls of mud. It could hardly be called a proper fight. If what Rudy said was true, then what he'd done was a laudable thing, something he should be proud of. But instead of being praised for his actions, all he got was a father who wouldn't listen and struck him instead. When I was young, my father did the same thing to me so many times, never listening to my side of things and always blaming me for not being a perfect son. Each time it happened, I felt so miserable and helpless. Well, whatever lesson I'd be trying to teach there, I'd failed. Ugh. I also do really like this because Paul is looking at the similarities between his own parenting and the parenting of his father, but also seeing some of the differences and not noticing the areas where he's different in a positive way, only looking at things where the differences are negative. So if what we know about Paul is, we can probably extrapolate that a lot of the things Paul got yelled at were probably actually his fault. He was probably being a little shit most of the time. And, he felt like it was, he was being treated unfairly because his father had been, harsh with him. And, he never let him, he never heard him out. He realized that, oh, I wasn't listening to Rudy. That was something that bothered me now. And he was actually in the right. Like, how shitty am I being? But then his, he was able to actually overcome that and, lead this to a peaceful resolution, realizing he catches himself when he's making a mistake and says, you know what? I can be different. I'm going to do differently. I'm going to apologize when I'm wrong. This is going to go a certain way. He doesn't realize that that's what he's doing. Where it's a continuing cycle with his father, his own father. It happens once with him, and then he never does it again. Like, he feels like he's being his own father, and all the mistakes are reasserting themselves when he's notably being very different. But Rudius didn't blame me for it. He even consoled me in the end. He was a good kid, almost too good. Was I even really his father? No, Zenith wasn't the type to have an affair. And besides, there was no father good enough to produce a child like him. Man, I never expected my seed would bear such strong fruit. More than pride, though, what I felt was an ache in my gut. Father, could I bring Sylph over to play sometime? Oh, of course. For now, I could at least be happy that my son had made his first friend. And yeah, that's just. I do think seeing Paul's perspective of this fight is beautiful. You really do get to see a lot of what motivates him, why he is the way he is, and some of the things he's actually struggling with. Because up to this point, any negatives we've heard from about Paul were more of the silly kind, of something, he almost like comic relief. Now we actually get to see some of his deeper insecurities, some of the actual problem, like the actual things he's struggling with, the stuff he's trying to work through. And it definitely really humanizes him, and does a couple of really great things. It leads him into our next scene where he actually is able to take the lessons he learned here, apply them, and have a really positive outcome because of it. Also, is the start of our building respect for Paul, understanding who he is and starting to really like him, respect the man he's become, respect the father he's trying to be, only for that to kind of come crashing down when we realize that he almost destroys the family later on. So yeah, it's good. And I'm going to take another quick break. Same thing as before. Bathroom, water, and resting my voice. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Oh, and see you later, Amir. I don't know if you're still here to hear that, but glad you could stop by. So, yeah, just give me 1 second to quickly double check the levels. And yeah, everything does look good so far. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, I also, in addition to getting some water, I also had to pet the cat because she was being very needy. Because, yeah, as much as she's a troublemaker, she can be very adorable at times. I do. And when she wants attention, she's very good at showing it. Also, she's getting fluffier because it's getting colder out, so, petting her feels very, very nice. So yeah, let's get into this. This is going to be the last chapter we get through today. But yeah, so I think 4 chapters a stream is probably a good amount. And yeah, I will say next week I will see if I can get the something else to read so I don't use my voice constantly over the course of 6 hours. Chapter 8, Obliviousness. I was now 6. My day-to-day life hadn't changed much. Mornings I worked on my sword training. In the afternoon, if I had time, I'd do some field work or practice magic under a tree in the hill. Recently, I'd been experimenting with ways to augment my swordsmanship with magic. I'd use a gust of wind to accelerate my sword's swing, create a shockwave to quickly turn myself around, turn the ground into mud under an opponent's feet to mire them in place, and the like. So, a couple things there. First of all, I like how he's basically trying to replicate the effects of a battle aura with his actual just casting magic, which is kind of neat, because he can't do an actual battle aura. And another fun thing is turning the ground to mud under an opponent's feet to mire them in place. That's fucking Quagmire right there. Like, that's the thing he would become known for eventually. Even as early as 6 years old, he's starting to think about using Quagmire in combat, and that's kind of funny. Some people might think my swordplay wasn't improving since I was spending all my time on these little tricks, but I didn't agree. There are 2 ways to get better at fighting games: keep practicing to improve, or find a different way to beat your opponent with your inferior skills. Right now, I was only thinking of the latter. Defeating Paul was the challenge at hand. Paul was a tough guy. He might have a ways to go in the parenting department, but as a swordsman, he was first-rate. If I were to focus on the first method and hone my physique to an absurd degree, I was sure I could beat him someday. Welcome back, Alan. And so, I also do really like this because it's setting up something that's kind of interesting. Because right now he's talking about how, he's getting better by thinking of outside the box rather than honing his raw skills. It's like, this is a different way of getting better. But when later on he talks about plateauing as a magician, he mentions he's been finding different ways to utilize his existing skills in a clever way. But he's like, no, I'm not actually getting any better. I'm just finding different ways to use what I already have. When he says that this is just when he considers that a legitimate way to actually improve. So he's kind of contradicting himself there, because when he's actually skilled at something, he downplays it. Right now, I was only thinking of the latter. Defeating Paul was the challenge at hand. Paul was a tough guy. He might have a ways to go in the parenting department, but as a swordsman he was first-rate. If I was to focus on the first method and hone my physique to an absurd degree, I'm sure I could beat him someday. However, I was 6 years old. In 10 years I'd be 16 and Paul would be 35. 5 years after that I'd be 21 and he'd be 40. So yeah, I could beat him someday, but by then it wouldn't mean anything. And amusingly, I actually think he probably couldn't because he can never form a battle aura, so... it's an understandable conclusion to make, but he's wrong. Defeating someone far older than you just got brushed off with claims of, oh, if this were back in my day. Defeating Paul while he was still in his prime. That would mean something. Right now, he was 25 years old. He might have retired from the front lines, but he was currently at his physical peak. I wanted to beat him at least once within the next 5 years. With the blade if possible, but if that proved infeasible, then at least in close combat situation where I could weave my magic into the mix. That was what I kept in mind as I headed out for my day's training. Under the tree atop the hill, Sylph came by, as he usually did. Sorry, he said, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Not at all, I replied. I just got here myself. That's how we'd start things off, like a couple, where one would wait for the other before we began. Back when we first started playing, some other local punks would come by. Sometimes older kids, school-aged or in their early teens, would be in the mix. But I drove them all off. Whenever I did, Samal's mother would come by my house to yell at me. That's when I figured out that Samal's mother wasn't so much invested in castigating children as she was fond of Paul. She was using scuffles between little kids as an excuse to come and see him. She was absurd. At the barest scratch, she'd march over to our place with her son in tow, which Samal didn't seem too pleased with. So yeah, he wasn't faking injuries after all. Sorry for doubting him. I do actually like this. So one thing I do like about this setup here, and it'll be a little more obvious in a second, but the way things were set up earlier on, it was done in a way that you could logically assume that Samal might become the antagonist for the period of time, but this little passage right here, its whole point is to basically say, no, the stuff with Samal is over and done with. He's not going to be a relevant feature later on. Just chill out. So this is one way, and part of it is Rudy gaining some sympathy for him, saying, you know what, yeah, he's kind of being dragged into this. He might be a little shit, but like, you know, he's not that ridiculous. So yeah, I think they came after us about 5 times. Then one day they stopped coming our way altogether. Occasionally we'd catch sight of them playing off in the distance, or we'd pass each other by, but neither side ever said anything. We'd apparently agreed to just ignore one another. With that, the issue seemed to be resolved, and the tree on top of the hill became our territory. So, yeah, that's a good way of just kind of resolving that conflict without actually having to have a big resolution to it. Basically, both sides is kind of saying, you know what, it's not worth fucking with each other. Anyway, less about those punks and more about Sylph. What we referred to as playing was, in fact, magic training. If Sylph picked up a bit of spellcraft, he could fend off bullies by himself. In the beginning, Sylph was only able to cast 5 or 6 entry-level spells before getting short of breath. But a year had gone by and his magical reserves had grown significantly. Now he could train for half the day without an issue. I had very little belief in the idea that there were limits on a person's magical reserves anymore. And again, I really like that for 2 reasons. Well, one real reason, but for the main thing is that this is a logical conclusion to come to. It's like, hey, my mana reserves grew greatly. This person's mana reserves grew greatly. They must be completely wrong about the cap. When actually there is a cap, it's a lot higher than people think it is, and it varies from person to person. He just happens to have an absurdly high cap. So he's actually wrong about that, but it's an understandable conclusion to make. Still, there was work needed on the spells themselves. Sylph was especially poor with fire. He could handle wind and water magic quite deftly, but fire was his weak spot. I wondered why. Was it because he had elven blood? No. That wasn't quite right. During my lessons with Roxy, I'd learned about affinity schools and opposition schools. As the name suggested, some people had an affinity for certain schools of magic, while other schools inherently gave them trouble. Once I asked Sylph if he was afraid of fire. He shook his hand and said he wasn't, but she showed me his palm where he had a burn scar. When he was about 3, he'd grabbed a metal skewer over the hearth while his parents weren't looking. I'm not scared anymore, he said, but I bet he still had some instinctual fear. So, this is interesting because this is a logical reason Sylphie might have issues with fire, but I think it's actually a little bit deeper than that. I view Sylvie as a very emotional, caring, empathetic type of person, and, you know, by wanting to, you know, just that warmth and openness being her natural state, healing makes sense to be a affinity school for her, where she naturally ends up being very, very good at healing magic, and eventually ends up learning how to silent cast it, which Rudy is never able to do. I feel like it's the reverse, which is why Sylphie has difficulties with fire. I think it's just, you know, fire is kind of a destructive, consuming force, and that's just antithetical to everything that Sylphie is. So I feel like that's probably more why she is averse to fire than because she burned herself one time, which, well, it could be possible that that's it. I think it goes more to Sylphie's deeper personality traits. Experiences like that had an impact on what became one's opposition schools. With dwarves, for instance, water was a very common opposition school. Dwarves lived close to the mountains and spent their childhoods playing in the dirt before following in their parents' footsteps by learning blacksmithing or mining and the like, which made them naturally more adept with earth and fire. Up in the mountains, there were also the risks of geysers suddenly erupting and causing steam burns, or heavy rains drowning people in floods, so it was easy for water to become an opposition school. So yeah, there wasn't a direct relationship between magic and what race you were, it was more of an environmental thing. Yeah, good. That's a good excuse to have some world building put in there. Incidentally, I didn't have any opposition schools myself due to my comfortable upbringing. I do not think that is true. I think healing is an opposition school for Rudy. He always has... He can get the basics down, but he always lags behind when it comes to healing. You didn't really need fire to create warm water or a warm breeze, but since trying to explain that concept was a pain, I had self-practice with fire as well. He had nothing to lose by being able to use it whenever he needed. For example, heat could be used to eradicate salmonella, so if you didn't want to die of food poisoning, you needed to use a bit of fire. Though I guess even beginner-tier detoxification magic could neutralize most poisons, which is also correct. Despite his struggles, Sylph didn't complain as he went through his training, probably because he wanted to back up his claims of not being afraid. And actually, interestingly, now that I think about it, Rudy actually does end up using detoxification to prevent salmonella specifically when he ends up finally discovering that he can make egg on rice. So, like, when he feeds it to Ruijerd, who is sick at the time, he's like, oh yeah, I also gotta cast some detoxification magic because of raw egg. And then they're like, hey, and one of his wives, I can't remember if it was Sylphie, I think it was Sylphie, was like, dude, you're feeding a sick person something you need to use detoxification magic on? What the fuck is wrong with you? So, it's actually kind of funny how that little thought comes back later on. Despite his struggles, Sylph didn't complain as he went through his training, probably because he wanted to back up his claims of not being afraid. He looked so cute with my wand, the one I'd gotten from Roxy, in one hand and my magic textbook, the one I brought from home, in the other, his face steeled in concentration as he chanted. And if a boy like me was thinking that, he was sure to be super hot once he grew up. A father's heart is a jealous heart. Okay, I will fight, that's fucking funny. Also, he's feeling things and making it sexual because that's just how he processes things. Again, while he's improving, he's not quite over his old horny escapism from before, because he'll eventually get over it, but it'll take him a long time. Also, Sylphie was probably very adorable, being all concentrating. But, I mean, also, I think it's Rudy is also having a little bit of a misconception here, where it's not that Sylphie is trying to kind of be like, no, I'm actually not afraid of fire, it's okay, da-da-da. I suspect it's actually more that she is having an actual excitement learning magic, wants to actually do her best at it, and also wants to impress Rudy because she likes Rudy, she's grateful to him, she wants Rudy to be proud of her. The words rang clearly in my head as if they'd been said aloud, but I quickly shook my head and banished the thought. This wasn't a matter of jealousy. Besides, his being good-looking was part of my plan. Operation Hot Friend Bait. Which, dude, I wish the anime showed more of Rudy's just Rudyisms, because it is such a part of his personality that doesn't translate over to the anime, and it's always so entertaining. Hey Rudy, Sylph asked, what's this word here? His voice banished the song from my head. He was gazing up at me, pointing at one of the pages in a textbook of magic. And that look he was giving me was a powerful one. I just wanted to wrap my arms around him and pull him into a kiss, but I managed to resist the urge. That says avalanche. What does it mean? When tremendous amounts of snow build up on a mountain, it can't bear its own weight and it all comes collapsing down. You know how when snow builds up on your roof, it sometimes comes flumping off? It's like a way bigger version of that. And that's actually a surprisingly good analogy to showcase what an avalanche is in a way that a kid would understand. Oh wow, that sounds incredible. Have you ever seen one? An avalanche? Of course I haven't. Not outside of TV, anyway. Sylph had me read from a textbook of magic. This was also part of teaching him how to read and write. No harm in learning literacy. There was no spell in the world that could do that for you. The lower the literacy rate, the more valuable being able to read was. And yeah, that's also true. People in this part of this medieval setting aren't necessarily going to know how to read. I did it, Sylph cheered. He'd managed to cast the intermediate tier water spell Ice Pillar. A shaft of water sprang from the ground, glinting brightly in the sunlight. So, yeah, I think it's also pretty interesting that after a year, Sylphie is able to cast intermediate tier magic, where, one, we do know that she actually is pretty naturally good at magic, but also I think it goes to show that magic is probably not as hard as people make it out to be. But yeah, a year and a child is able to cast intermediate magic, which, no, not bad. Hey, you're getting pretty good, I said. Uh-huh, Sylph replied, and then he tilted his head. But there's stuff you do that isn't written in here, huh? And I also like this moment because it shows that Sylphie is actually a very inquisitive person, like actually like really perceptive as well, where it manifests more as far as emotions go. But this is a good way of showing that Sylphie is actually just has a lot of qualities of her own that are not just coming from Rudy's tutelage. It took me a few moments to realize what he was talking about, that thing I'd done with the warm water. I flipped briefly through a textbook of magic and then pointed at 2 entries. No, it's written in here, waterfall and heat hand. I used both at the same time. Huh. Sylphie inclined his head even further. How can you chant 2 things at the same time? Crap, I'd given myself away. He was right, of course. It was impossible to chant 2 incantations at once. Well, you create the waterfall without doing the incantation and then use heat hand to warm it up. I think you could chant one of the spells if you wanted, and you could also put the water into a bucket and then heat it up after. I then demonstrated casting both spells without the incantations. Sylph watched me with wide eyes. Silent spellcasting was clearly a very high-level technique in this world. Roxy wasn't able to do it, and I'd heard that only one of the instructors in the University of Magic was capable of it. Sylph was better off using combined magic than trying the no incantations route. I figured that would let someone achieve very similar effects without having to do something so difficult. Again, I also still will die on the hill that silent casting is probably easier than it's made out to be, but, it is what it is. Hey, teach me how to do that, Sylph said, and I really like this evolution of Sylphie's personality as she starts to open up. She goes from quiet, withdrawn, scared, just like barely even interacting with anyone outside of herself, kind of doing whatever Rudy says, and then once she kind of gets more confident in herself, kind of realizes that she's safe and she was with a friend, she's like, hey, I want to know how to do that. Show me. Like, she gets a little bit more assertive, eager to explore and to learn. And again, she kind of is becoming confident in herself. I do like that a lot. How to do what? How to do magic without saying anything. Apparently, Sylph had a different opinion from me. Maybe he saw the ability to do something in one go as better than alternating between 2 spells? I suppose that if teaching him that wound up being futile, he could just use combined magic anyway. Right. So the feeling you get when you're going through the incantation for a spell? That feeling throughout your body that collects in your fingertips? Try doing that without saying the incantation. Once you feel you've got the magical energy gathered up, let the spell you want to cast come to your mind and then force it out through your hands. Try to do something like that. Start with something like Water Ball. I hope that got the point across. I wasn't that good at explaining things. Also, I do like how Sylphie is learning silent casting the same way Rudy did, starting with Water Ball. And also Rudy is just kind of actually doing a pretty good job of explaining that intuitive feeling he has of magic, where he doesn't quite understand, what's happening when he's pooling his mana and flowing it through his body, but he knows how it feels, and he's trying to say, yeah, focus on that feeling, which Sylphie also does kind of have a bit of that intuition herself, so she's able to follow along. Sylph closed his eyes and began murmuring and muttering as he did a weird, wriggly little dance. Trying to convey something you did through feelings was really hard. Silent incantation was something you did in your head. Different people probably had different methods that worked for them. Figuring that fundamentals were important, I'd had Sylph use incantations the entire past year. Maybe the more you used incantations, the harder it was to go without. It'd be like trying to use your left hand to do something you'd always done with your right. Suddenly being told to switch was easier said than done, which, I don't know, I think that's a pretty good analogy. Not perfect, but yeah, it makes sense. I did it, Rudy, I did it! Okay, maybe not then. Sylph beamed with pride after managing to conjure a series of water balls. He'd been using incantations before, but it had only been a year, I suppose. I guess this was like removing the training wheels from a bicycle. Perhaps it was a matter of useful perspicacity? I don't know that word, holy shit. Or maybe Sylph had an innate talent. Good. Now try casting the spells you've learned so far without chanting the incantations. Okay. Besides, if he was able to skip the incantation part, it would make it easier for me to teach him. I'd just be able to explain things the way I already did them myself. So yeah, I also like how they're starting up to get a really just, happy scene, because again, we're going to go for another tonal shift. It's not going to be quite as abrupt as the ones beforehand, but it's going to be like, the reader is going to slowly start saying, oh, this feels wrong, this feels wrong. But yeah, we started out with another really happy thing, and that's with Sylphie being able to silent cast. Big, positive, triumphant moment. Just showcases their continuing bond. They're all happy. Everything's great. I felt a few drops of rain. I looked up and saw that, at some point, the sky had been overtaken by a dark bank of rain clouds. A moment later, the rain started pelting down. Normally, I watched the skies to make sure we'd be able to get home before it started raining, but today I'd been distracted by Sylph's learning silent spellcasting, and I'd slipped up. Also, actually makes it a good excuse for why they got caught in the rain, because, Rudy would normally be able to deal with that. Oh wow, this is some pretty bad rain, I said. Rudy, I know you can make it rain, but can you also make it stop? I can, but we're already soaking wet, and without rain, the crops aren't going to grow. I make a point not to mess with the weather unless it's going to cause problems. And also, another logical explanation for why he doesn't fuck with the weather at this moment, where he could have if he wanted to. We were already off and running by then. Since Sylph House was too far away, we made for the Grey Rat Estate. I'm home, I called out. Hello, Sylph added. Our maid, Lilia, who was standing just inside, waiting with a large cloth in hand. And I wanted to just point out, Lilia went a long time without even being mentioned. Like, I don't think there's necessarily a reason for that she was, deliberately excluded. It's just a bunch of what happened recently did not involve her. So it's almost like, it's like, oh shit, Lilia exists. I know that's not what he was doing, but I do find it kind of funny how long it's been since we've seen Lilia. Welcome back, young Master Rudius and your friend, she said. I've already drawn some warm water for you. Please wash up and dry off on the second floor so that you don't catch a cold. The lord and lady of the house will be home soon, so I'll go get ready to tend to them. Will you be all right on your own? Yes, I'll be fine, I said. Lilia must have seen the downpour and expected I'd come home soaking wet. She was a woman of few words and didn't speak to me very much, but she was quite the talented maid. I didn't have to explain anything. She took one look at Sylph's face, headed back into the house, and came back with another large cloth for him. The two took off our shoes and then dried off our hands and our bare feet before heading upstairs. Entering my room, I saw that the bucket filled with warm water had been set out. In this world, we didn't have showers, or bathtubs even, so this was how we cleaned up. According to Roxy, there were hot springs where people could bathe. But as someone who wasn't fond of bathing in the first place, this method was fine by me. I don't know, that's interesting. Because later on in the series, he ends up getting a bath in his new home, and he actually does like just relaxing in there, so I wonder if that's actually an inconsistency that I just noticed. I don't know. I undressed until I was fully naked and then saw Sylph fidgeting awkwardly, his face blushing bright red. What's the matter, I said. You need to get out of your clothes or you'll catch a cold. Huh? Oh, yeah. But still he didn't move. Was he shy about getting naked in front of someone? Or maybe he'd never undressed himself before. I mean, he was only 6. Here, I said, lift up both your hands. And I like how this is slowly becoming a little bit more and more uncomfortable as a reading experience. Because you know that something's not quite right. You know that Rudy's kind of pushing it. Even if he's doing it innocently, he is fucking pushing it. And he's, not doing the right thing. Even if he's trying to, he's not being cruel or malicious about it, but he's pushing boundaries that he shouldn't be pushing. Okay. I helped Sylph lift his hands overhead, then peeled off his sopping wet coat, exposing his stark white skin along with his lack of muscular definition. And again, I love they're also slowly inserting a lot of little subtle indicators that Sylphie's actually a girl. Like, a lot of it can be understood as, oh, it's a child, but then retroactively you'll be like, oh, it's a girl. Oh, shit. I reached for his lower garments next, but he grabbed a hold of my arm. No, not that, he muttered. Also, I think it's very significant. That's actually, I think, the first time Sylphie ever actually said no to Rudy, at least that we've seen. So, that's also significant. Rudy doesn't realize it's significant, and that's what makes it even more uncomfortable, because Sylphie is not a very assertive person. But she's pushing it back against him, and you, at this point, don't know why. Was he embarrassed about me seeing him? I was like that too when I was little. Back in kindergarten, we'd have to get naked and shower when it was time to swim in the pool, but it was always a little awkward being exposed to people the same age bracket. In my case, Sylph's hand was freezing. He really was going to catch a cold if we didn't hurry. I grabbed his trousers and forcefully pulled them down. Hey, stop it, he squeaked, hitting me on the head as I took hold of his baggy children's underpants. Okay, I will say, I do kind of wish the anime also showed Sylphie just hitting him on the head, because I think that would have been adorable, but overall, I actually do think the anime did this scene pretty well. But again, it's just getting more and more uncomfortable because we realize that, Rudy is not even realizing that he should stop, and he's still kind of making Sylphie very, very uncomfortable. And like, also when we stop and think about it, logically, there are so many other things he could have done where he could have just said, hey, let's take turns washing up. You go first, I'll turn around, or I'll go in the other room. There were other ways to do this than to, go the Kazuma route. I looked up and he was gazing fixedly down on me, tears in his eyes. I promise I'm not going to laugh, I assured him. And that's also that I like that this is a bit of Rudy projection, where he has a bit of trauma surrounding people laughing at his dick, and he kind of assumes that's what she's afraid of, even though it's, completely different than that, which, a subtle little thing, but one that I think is important. That's not Earth. He was being quite obstinate. In all the time I'd known him, Sylphie had never so staunchly refused to do something. I was a little shocked. Did elves maybe have some rule about not being seen naked? If that was the case, trying to forcibly strip him was a bad call. That is... I fucking love that line just because of how unself-aware it is. Like, I feel like, it's meant to be kind of, jarring. The reader is meant to be like, no, wait, that's not quite right. Trying to forcibly strip is probably not a good thing, regardless if there's a social taboo about nudity. Like, but again, it's a good showcase of how Rudy is still very socially inept. While he's improving, he's not better yet. All right, I said. Just make sure to change after we're done. Wet underpants are pretty gross, and once they get cold, you'll wind up with stomach problems. I removed my hands, and Sylph gave a teary-eyed nod. He was so cute. I wanted to get even closer to this adorable boy. And as I thought that, my mischievous streak suddenly sprang to the fore. After all, it was hardly fair that I was the only one naked. Gotcha! I snatched hold of his underwear with my hands, then yanked them down in one fell swoop. Come to me, Zenra Pendulum. And I actually did look that up. Apparently, that's a reference to a light novel series that never really made its way to English. I think a few chapters of the first book got translated, but yeah, it's a pretty much Japanese-only thing. And also, we get just a really fucking funny illustration there. I think that's fucking hilarious. Like, just Rudy's face with like the, I don't know, it's just a very funny illustration. Even though it's in a serious scene, it's hard to really, it's a serious scene, so you don't fully find it funny, but it is a funny image. Sylph shrieked. A moment later, he squatted and curled up into himself to hide his body from sight. But in that moment, what flashed before my eyes was not the pure short sword to which I had grown recently accustomed, nor, naturally, was it a dark blade bearing ominous sigils. I would say, on the one hand, while this is a funny way of describing this, I'm also kind of surprised that I haven't seen any Rule 34 of Sylphie having a, dark blade bearing ominous sigils. That seems like it's almost asking for somebody to do that, but, it doesn't matter. But I also do like how, it starts out with Rudy kind of processing things with his, the way he is, his Rudyisms. He thinks about nerd shit and horniness, and like, while he's still kind of in shock, that's how he's processing stuff. And then in the next passage, he's starting to realize, no, what wasn't there was, well, replaced by something that shouldn't have been there. It was something I'd seen many times over on my past life on my computer monitor. Sometimes it was covered with a pixelated mosaic, other times it was uncensored. I'd stare, always thinking about how much I wanted to lick and be inside the real thing someday, my dark lust inevitably causing my white cannon to hit the mark on a handful of tissues. One of those. That's what Sylph had. He was a she. My vision went white. What I'd just done was not okay at all. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't read fanfiction very much because, I don't know, just text doesn't really do it for me. So if I'm going to read a fanfiction, it's going to be something that's actually well written, something that is meant to be more experiencing it for the story. And a lot of fanfiction, while there is a lot of good stuff out there, more is not very good, so I don't really engage with it much. I haven't read any Mushoku Tensei fanfics, by the way. I've seen a couple of the doujinshis. Some of them are actually very fucking funny, so I enjoy. I don't know. The doujinshis are pretty fun. once I eventually read, I'm able to read Japanese better, I do kind of want to check out some more of the doujinshis, because there's a lot that have never been translated and that look kind of interesting. But yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, of what I've seen, yeah, I don't know. The Dark Blade just seems like a perfect aspect for just comedic elements. Look up The Mad Dog Bleeds. Okay, I'll look into that. But yeah, but I also like how he goes from kind of his initial processing of like oh shit, he's in shock. He doesn't realize that Sylphie. He's like, what the fuck? This is not my expectation. Why doesn't this person have a dick? What the fuck? Ah. And then he's kind of slowly understanding, like, oh shit, this is not a dick because this is not a girl. This is not a boy. I mean, oh, holy shit, this is something. I'm actually seeing a vagina in person for the first time. What the fuck? I'm freaking out. And then realizing, oh, I was wrong. This is not a boy. This is a girl. And then immediately realizing he fucked up and saying, what I just done was not okay at all. And I think that's also, it's one of those things, just seeing people say they read this. One thing, I hear people who don't like Mushoku Tensei who say, oh, it's all about pedophilia and all this stuff. Some of them say they have read the books, or at least the first book. I say I don't really believe them if they have actually, or if they did, they never actually paid attention, because you can see that Rudy realizes that he fucked up. Like, he was not trying to be sexual there. He just, he did a bad thing, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Speaking of doujinshis, I read one where Rudy asked Sylphie to roleplay as Fitz guy, and she called him Rudius-kun. They took the back door. That's funny. I'll be honest, one thing that happens is I don't usually read a lot of... I don't usually experience a lot of Rule 34 stuff, whether it's doujinshis or anything aside from that, of series where I'm actually, like, emotionally invested in the characters, because it feels weird to me most of the time. So I kind of experienced the Mushoku Tensei stuff a little bit differently. I almost kind of enjoyed the humor of it, because some of them are just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, I know there was one where, while Sylphie did not have the dark blade bearing ominous sigils, she did end up getting the pure short sword. And, like, you know, it's not the kind of thing I was into, but it was so funny I couldn't help but keep reading it. It was very, very silly. I don't have it saved or anything like that, so I can't exactly. So I don't even have the. So, like, I don't remember the name of it or anything. I can't give you the 6 numbers, but it's something that exists, and I thought was very funny. Rudius, what are you doing? I came to my senses to see Paul standing there. When had he gotten home? Had he come into the room because he'd heard Sylph cry out? I stood petrified. Paul did likewise. There was Sylph, hunched and curled up, naked and sobbing. There I was, with her underpants clutched in my hand. There was no talking my way out of this one. It was raining outside, but it sounded so very far away. Okay. So yeah. Overall, I also really love how it shows how he's tunnel visioning, and he's, like, freaking out over the fact that he knows he fucked up. He's not just scared about what's going to happen. He's just like, I did something very bad. I can't get out of that fact that I did something very bad. But yeah. Yeah, you don't read sexualized. I love the ones that stay true to the original personalities and interactions. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Although I will say, if it's so outrageously over-sexualized to the point where it's not representative of the actual characters at all, it's so different that I almost kind of don't have that connection to the original characters anymore, so I can experience it for the enjoyment factor of it. So the ones that are full on, like, parody level, those can be fun. But yeah, but I also get that a lot of people like to go into fanfiction, so a lot of times that's going to be the focus of stuff. And, you know, again, that's no shade to anybody who is into that, but that's just, again, with fiction, I tend to get emotionally invested in characters, so it is kind of hard to separate that sometimes. So, again, while I might read certain fan fictions if I hear they're good, I don't seek them out for the most part, just because I know I'm going to have to probably wade through a lot of slop to get to the good stuff. Well, although, I mean, I will say, years ago, you know, my first visual novel was Katawa Shoujo. And, I really enjoyed that. It kind of got me into visual novels, maybe rethink my thoughts on sex in media. Like, it was a very important thing to me. And I remember reading a fanfic of that was an epilogue to the Hanako route. It was called Sisterhood. Really fucking good. Actually, like, it kind of brings closure to all the stuff that was still left open in her route. And honestly had like a really just excellent character work done that felt true to the original characters. It's one that if you've read Katawa Shoujo, Sisterhood should definitely be on your list. It's like borderline like it should be canon, I think, as far as her epilogue goes. But yeah. So now we get another perspective switch, and I also do like how Rudy is still kind of in his shocked mode where he doesn't really know what's going. Well, he knows what's going on, but he's not really like functional at the moment. So it makes sense that he's not the one telling the story from here on. Now it's Paul just trying to kind of, give us the information about what's happening, while also showing that he's learned from his previous mistakes, and he actually turns this into a really good parenting moment because of that. Whereas if he had not learned that lesson, he probably would have reacted like he did in the last fight with Rudy, and, well, it wouldn't have necessarily been bad, it would have still not been the right thing. I came home after work to find my son assaulting the young girl that he always liked spending time with, which is a fucking hilarious way of putting that. That's like, holy shit. And then, like, again, that's one of those things where, like, it sounds really bad to say that, but also Paul probably relates to that a little bit more than he'd like to. I wanted to tear into him on the spot, but I managed to stay level. Maybe this was another case where there were circumstances I wasn't aware of. I didn't want to repeat my previous failure. For now, I decided to put the sobbing girl in the care of my wife and the maid while I helped my son clean up and dry off. Again, he's showing that, like, I made this mistake before, I'm not going to make it again. And that's one thing is, well, I always mention that Rudy, a big way he learns early on is when he fucks up, he takes his fuck-ups and learns from them because he never wants to feel that way again. Paul is actually the same in a lot of ways, where there are a couple of instances where when trying to parent Rudy, he fucks up, and then he takes those fuck-ups and learns from them and ends up becoming a better father because of it. With the other example being in their reunion in, I think they were in Millis at the time. So yeah. Why were you doing something like that? I asked. I'm sorry. And then again, like, brings back that old line, when you done wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. So Rudy did wrong, and the first thing he does is apologize. When I'd scolded him a year earlier, he seemed completely unwilling to apologize, but now the apology came right out and he turned meek, shriveling up like sautéed spinach. I asked you for a reason, I said. Well, they were soaking wet. I figured I should take them off. But she didn't like that, did she? No. I told you to be nice to girls, didn't I? You did. I'm sorry. Rudy has had no excuse for himself. I wondered if I'd been the same at his age. I felt like wherever I might have said might have been full of buts and you sees. I had an excuse for everything when I was a kid. My son was more honest than that. So again, he actually does see that, like, it's different when Rudy actually feels like he's genuinely in the wrong. Like, he's not trying to weasel out of it, which is actually a sign that Rudy is growing up, whereas, beforehand, he would try to do whatever he thought he could do to weasel out of it. Nowadays, he's just owning up to it. I mean, part of it is because he really hurt somebody that he cares about, and that just makes him feel terrible. But he is, he's actually owning up to his mistakes, which is a pretty big deal. Well, I suppose that at your age, it's natural to want to pick on girls, but you can't do that. I know, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Something about seeing my boy so utterly dejected made me feel guilty. That fondness for women came from me. When I was little, I was full of youthful vigor and virility, and incessantly chased after cute girls who caught my eye. I managed to keep myself more subdued these days, but I really couldn't restrain myself in the past. Maybe I'd passed that on to my son. Of course, an intellectual boy like him would struggle with these instincts. How hadn't I noticed it? But no, this wasn't the time to sympathize with him. I needed to give him some proper guidance based on my experiences. And again, that's Paul just saying, I don't want you to make the same mistakes I made, and him realizing that, like, I understand where he's coming from, but I can't just relate to him, I need to guide him through it. Which, again, just shows that Paul, and he's able to do this because he approached it from a more calm position, where he suppressed his initial, like, fire, and said, and, took a more level head to this, which allows him to do this properly. And I mean, also personally, I just think this is a good way to deal with kids in general, where, being authoritative over them doesn't always work, and actually just kind of working through their mistakes with them tends to work better. Don't apologize to me, I said. You need to apologize to Sylphiette, right? Is Sylphiette going to forgive me? You don't apologize just because you hope to be forgiven right away. At this, my boy looked even more despondent. In hindsight, it was clear he'd been infatuated with the girl from the very beginning. The whole fuss from a year ago was because he decided to protect her, and all he'd gotten for it was a smack from his old man. And I do love how that moment never really left Paul, where he keeps thinking about it, he keeps remembering how he fucked up, and he's just not letting it happen again because it made him feel so bad. It's great character work. Even after that, they'd played together almost every day, my son protecting her from the other kids. He had to keep up with with both sword and magic training, but still made as much time for her as he could. He was so close to her that I think he even offered to give her his wand and magic textbook, which he valued more than anything. I understood why he was feeling so glum at the idea she might hate him now. I'd dealt with similar rejection in my day. Hey, it'll be alright, I said. If you've never been mean to her before this, and if your apology comes from the heart, I'm sure she'll forgive you. My son's face brightened at that, if only a tiny bit. He was a smart kid. He'd messed up this time, but he'd recover from it soon enough. Hell, maybe he'd find a way to turn this around and completely win her heart. It was both a promising and foreboding prospect. Rudy stood up from the bed, and so I do like how it kind of gets through all this emotional stuff. Paul actually teaches Rudy a really good lesson. He uses the lesson he learned in order to be a good father to Rudy and work through why what he did was wrong, how it's not okay what you did, but I understand it. You can work through it from here on. You can't just expect it to go away, but there are things you can do to continue that. Let's see. Words that should never have reached you. Mad Dog Bleeds, The Noblest Sympathy, all by the same writer, and all three from the Dark Timeline. They're my favorite works and by far I've read. Okay, quite interesting. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it, Alan. Yeah. So yeah. So all this emotional stuff happens with Paul and Rudy here, and then now it's at the point where that emotional stuff is done. We don't need to keep up this somber tone, this tension, all this stuff. So it's gonna kind of cap off the scene with a bit of humor, once the emotional stuff is done, that's when you can insert some humor and actually just kind of, again, not have us linger on these negative feelings because they've served their purpose. Rudy has stood up from the bath, looked to Sylphiette, and opened with, I'm sorry, Sylphie, your hair's short and so I thought you were a boy this whole time. I'd always thought our son was perfect, but maybe he was a lot dumber than I'd thought, and that was the first time I'd ever thought that. Again, it's just so fucking silly. Like, it's I just love how it ends with Paul being like, holy shit, my kid might be a dumbass, holy shit. I don't know, it's a good, as I was saying, it's a good way to, and it's not a tonal shift, but it's an end to the previous tone where it was, a serious moment and it was served a real purpose. Now it's over and we can break that with a joke and get us to a more neutral tone, which we get with Rudy. After a lot of apologies, compliments, and reassurances, I got her to forgive me somehow. Since it turned out Sylph was a girl, I figured I'd call her Sylphie from now on. Okay, 20 minutes to read them and 20 hours to digest. Okay, that'll be interesting. So yeah, I'll take a look at them at some point. Apparently her full name was Sylphiette. Paul looked at me as if he were dumbfounded by how I mistook such a cute little thing for a boy, but I never expected Sylphie would actually turn out to be a girl. I suppose it really wasn't my fault. When we first met, her hair was shorter than mine. Like, not cut fashionably short or anything, but also not so short she looked like a monk or something. She'd also never dressed in anything that looked like girls' clothing, just a plain shirt and trousers. If she'd worn a skirt, I wouldn't have made that mistake. Okay, I need to calm down and think. She'd been getting bullied because of the color of her hair. Maybe that's why she cut it so short, so that it wouldn't stand out as much. And if bullies came after her, her only option was to run as fast as she could, which would explain why she wore trousers instead of a skirt. Sylphie's families didn't seem particularly well off, so after making her a pair of trousers, they probably couldn't afford to make her a skirt too. If I'd met her 3 years from now, I wouldn't have mistaken her for a boy. I only thought she was a cute boy because of my own preconceptions, not because she was androgynous or anything like that. Like, if she'd... No, enough with that. Anything I said now would just be an excuse. And again, I like that kind of reinforcing the idea that Rudy's at a point where he can at least somewhat start taking responsibility for his own mistakes, even the ones that don't really matter all that much, where he's like, you know what? It's nobody's fault but my own that I didn't realize that Sylphie was a girl by now. Like, I shouldn't blame anything else. It is what it is. Victimizing myself changes nothing. Learning that Sylphie was a girl changed my attitude. Seeing her in her boyish getup made me feel kind of weird. You're really cute, Sylphie, I said. Maybe you should try growing your hair out. Huh? I figured it'd be easier for me to see her in a new light if she changed her appearance, hence the suggestion. Welcome back, cats. Sylphie may have hated her hair, but that emerald green color would look dazzling in the sunlight. I definitely wanted her to try growing it out, and, if possible, for her to style it in either pigtails or a ponytail. And I do find it also kind of funny where Sylphie is very reluctant to that, but she actually does start growing her hair out a bit because she knows Rudy will like it, and I think that's kind of adorable. But right now things are still awkward between them, so, you know, that's not exactly interested in going out of her way for him. No, she said. Ever since that incident, Sylphie had been wary of me. In particular, she conspicuously avoided physical contact. Since she always went along with whatever I proposed, I was kinda shocked. Alright, I said, did you want to practice some silent spellcasting today? Sure. I forced a smile to mask my feelings. Sylphie was my only friend. At least we could still play together. There might be some lingering awkwardness, but at least we were still hanging out together. For today, I told myself, that would be good enough. And yeah, I do like that because, you know, while we're not at the same serious tone as before, it's still a little bit bittersweet where, yes, you know, they kind of smooth things over, but things are still just not normal between them. And we'll ultimately learn that a lot of it is actually Rudy's fault because he's treating her differently now that she's a girl, and that makes her uncomfortable. Because, you know, from her perspective, nothing has changed, really. She's always been a girl. And now that Rudy is, you know, being weird, that's just making things weird between them. And Rudy, you know, he does take on the belief that things are different because of him, but he also doesn't realize that it's not that he fucked up, because she forgave him pretty quickly for that, but it's the fact that he is being weird towards her. He's treating her differently. He doesn't really feel comfortable around her anymore, and that's what's making it weird. Yeah, but yeah, and also, I you know, I like the bittersweet element of he's really sad that he lost the closeness they had before, but he's happy that at least is still able to be her friend in some capacity, and he's like, you know what, I'll take what I can get at this point, even though it's not what I want. You know, and it's just sad because, you know, we like Rudy. My skills, according to this world's standards, were as follows. Swordplay, Sword God style, beginner. Water God style, beginner. Attack magic, Fire advanced, Water Saint, Wind advanced, Earth advanced. Healing magic, Healing intermediate, Detoxification beginner. And I also do really like that little indicator that healing might actually be an opposition school for him. He says he has no opposition school, but his healing always lags behind his attack magic, so, you know, I like the little indicators that even now, his healing is worse than his attack magic. Healing magic was divided into the same 7 ranks as usual and comprised 4 schools: Healing, Protection, Detoxification, and Divine Strike. But these schools didn't come with cool-sounding titles like Fire Saint or Water Saint. You were simply called a Saint-tier Healing Caster or a Saint-tier Detoxification Caster, which, again, a little inconsistent since he says that adding tier is how you do magic, and they've already kind of completely forgotten that. Well, so I think that was actually a mistake on Vivagene's part. Healing magic, as the name implied, was used to heal injuries. Beginners would expend most of their efforts simply to close up wounds, but it was said that people at the... Oh, I need to... Oh, shit. That was not intentional. At the Imperial level, could regrow lost limbs. Okay, so that is an Emperor level spell. Okay. But not even someone at the Divine level could bring a dead creature back to life. And actually, that kind of tracks because... from what we've seen, the soul is actually kind of like a mana construct almost. Not quite, because, I mean, Rudy did have a soul that got yoinked into the Mushoku Tensei world, and the real world doesn't have mana, but like the soul does seem to actually be a tangible thing that goes away very quickly. So that actually makes sense because at the divine level, you probably have the power, like if the soul was still there, to heal a dead person, but probably not to pull the soul back or to create a new one. Detoxifying magic helped to purge poisons and disease. At higher levels, one could create toxins, craft antidotes, and the like. Spells that dealt with abnormal status effects were all saint level or higher, and were apparently quite difficult. Protection magic included spells to increase one's defenses and create barriers. In simple terms, it was a form of support magic. I wasn't too clear on the details, but my understanding was that it included things like increasing your metabolism to heal minor wounds, or generating chemicals in the brain to numb you to pain. Roxy couldn't use that kind of magic, so I actually do kind of like that there's magical anesthetic. That's a pretty cool little touch. Spells in the Divine Strike School were apparently very effective at doing damage to ghost-type monsters and wicked demons, but such spells were the secret purview of human priest warriors. Not even University of Magic taught this school. Roxy couldn't use this kind either. I think it might have been a little bit different when we learn about it later. I think that you can learn up to beginner Divine Strike stuff regardless, but anything more than that is kind of monopolized by the Church of Millis, and nobody outside the church actually knows it. So I don't know. Divine Strike is not super well represented. It shows up like a handful of times as a side thing, and we never actually really see it. We just hear that it's being used. So I don't know. I think the Divine Strike is pretty cool, and I'm a little bit sad that it's not a thing. That it's not more of a thing, because I think it could have been a cool part of the story. I'd never seen a ghost before, but apparently they existed in this world. Yeah, and again, magic kind of can fuck with the soul and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot going on here. Although I actually wonder, if you could find somebody who was turned into an undead creature, or at least who their soul was kind of turned undead, I wonder if with a high enough healing magic, I wonder if you could actually bind the soul back into the body. I would not be surprised if that was a thing. It was rather inconvenient. Oops. Okay. It was rather inconvenient that you couldn't silently cast a spell without understanding the theory behind it. Elemental attack magic, for instance, worked on scientific principles. I wasn't sure what principles, if any, applied to other spell types. I knew magic was like some kind of all-powerful element, but I didn't know how to rework it into doing just anything. Take psychokinesis, for example, the ability to make objects float and come to your hand and all that stuff. Even if I thought it was something that could be reproduced with magic, I had no way of finding out how to reproduce the effect, since I never had psychic powers. I started to think that later Rudy probably could have figured something like that out, where he was starting to learn more magic that kind of dealt with, like, fundamental forces. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he could have, like, found something that he could affect the gravity of something or make it float. In the same vein, I remembered very, very little about how wounds healed, and I didn't think I could do healing magic without incantations. If I had a doctor's know-how, I bet it would be a different story. That's actually possible, but also, I do feel like there are other ways of approaching magic that Sylphie kind of leans into, because she can silent cast magic, but she doesn't have the same kind of medical knowledge that he thinks he needs, so it's interesting. I think a lot of it for her is going to be the same type of thing, just feeling how it is when you actually cast it, and just kind of making that happen manually. But beyond that, though, I was pretty sure I could reproduce most other effects through spells. Hey, maybe if I'd participated in sports, I'd have been better at my swordplay. In retrospect, maybe I had wasted way too much of my past life. No, it wasn't a waste. Sure, I didn't have a job or go to school, but it wasn't like I spent the whole time hibernating. I'd immersed myself in all sorts of video games and hobbies while everyone else was busy with things like studying or working. And all the knowledge, experience, and perspectives I'd gained from those games would be useful in this world. Or, well, they ought to be. They hadn't really been so far. Okay, and again, I do like how Rudy's starting to slowly realize that, his preconceptions about nerd shit don't really apply to this world, or don't necessarily apply. And it's, we've seen a couple instances of that happening so far, and he's starting to really realize, like, I might not actually be prepped for this, and oh shit, maybe I did really, really fuck up last time. Like, I did nothing with my life. Holy shit, what the fuck? So, it's good character stuff. One day, I was outside doing sword training with Paul when I unwittingly let out a loud sigh. I thought my father would be angry at me for being so obviously out of breath, but he flashed a grin instead. Hey, what's the matter, Rudy? He asked. Feeling down because Sylphiette doesn't like you? And I will say, I love how Paul suddenly gets really excited about being able to actually be the cool dad for Rudy. Like that's like he's getting fucking pumped and he's just like, "Oh yeah, I get to finally do this." So it's very endearing actually because Paul, Rudy feels this like really like heavy feelings about things. He's just feeling bad and Paul's just like all giddy about it. It's funny. That wasn't what I'd sighed about, though. Granted, Sylphie was one of the things weighing on my mind. Well, yeah. Sword practice isn't going so well. Sylphie is mad at me. Yeah, I sighed. Paul grinned again and thrust his wooden practice sword in the ground. He leaned against it and looked directly at me. Oh, please tell me he's not about to make fun of me. Want some advice from your dad? I hadn't expected that. I thought about it some. Paul, my dad, was a popular guy with the ladies. Zenith was definitely what you'd call beautiful, plus there was the whole thing with Mrs. Eto. Sometimes he'd touch Lilia's butt, and the look on her face suggested she didn't mind at all. He had to have something, some way to keep the girls from hating you, which... okay, again, it's funny seeing... Yeah, because, I mean, and again, from Paul's perspective, his whole thing is he's always been a womanizer. He figures, you know what? Girl troubles are one thing I can definitely help with. This is my area of expertise. Granted, Paul was kind of more the kind of person who acted on intuition, so I wasn't sure I'd understand him, but if nothing else, it'd be food for thought. Yes, please, I told him. How to put this? Should I go and lick her boots? No, that's... Wow, you got all servile all of a sudden. Again, that's just such a silly back and forth. I love it. If you don't tell me, I'll let Mother know how you were making eyes at Lilia. This is a very high-pressure situation. Whoa, hey, you saw that? Paul balked. Okay, I'm sorry for acting high and mighty. Again, I just... The banter between these two is great, where Rudy is just... He's still being a little manipulative, but, like... He's, I don't know, he's hinting at some stuff that's going to become more relevant later on, but also it's just... It's all just funny. And... Mickey, what are you doing? Why are you meowing at me? Okay. I'd only mentioned Lilia to bait the conversation into going my way, but was he actually having an affair? I mean, if he was, then hey, whatever, that was all part and parcel of being a ladies' man. I'd have to ask him how to play the part properly. I also really like this line in hindsight for a couple reasons. I mean, the big thing was that, actually, I'm pretty sure that at this point he's not having an affair, because I think the affair only happens after Zenith gets pregnant. But it's kind of heading in that direction. So... Paul's not having an affair, but Rudy suspects that he is. And also, I do like how at this moment, he doesn't care about infidelity. He's like, oh yeah, you know. Oh, thanks for saying that. I don't know why that happened, but for some reason my the OBS just switched scenes for actually no reason, because I never hit the button. Thank you for bringing that up, because I would not have noticed. So yeah, that's weird. I know what my hotkey is for that stream, for that scene. I know I did not hit it, so I don't know why it thinks I did. Okay, whatever. Okay, we're back to things. Okay, again, thank you for pointing that out. That saved some awkwardness. I might have to move where I keep my chat so I can actually see a preview of the stream, so I can actually see when stuff like this happens. So yeah, I'll figure it out eventually. Eventually, I'll learn how to be a streamer. Shit. I'd clearly been in the wrong, but she was the one who'd apologized. I took her hand and gripped it tightly in mine. Her face blushed red with surprise even as she gazed at me and said, "So, could you please just act normal?" Oh, those upturned eyes of hers added weight to her words. Hidden away within me was the power I needed to make this decision, and so I did. That's right, what she hoped for was normalcy, a relationship the same as the one we'd always had. So to the best of my ability, I would treat her normally, and do my best not to frighten or fluster her. Oh, it's been that for 12 minutes? Oh, shit. Sorry, I apologize for that. I did not even notice it was doing that, so, yeah. No, for some reason, the OBS just kind of switched scenes without me hitting the hotkey, and I don't know why. Again, so yeah, I'm moving my chat box because before it was blocking the preview of my stream. So hopefully now I should, if it does that again, I'll be able to see it now. And again, I do. Yeah, I can only apologize for that. I didn't know that it happened, but I'm gonna take steps to. I don't know if I can take steps to correct it because I don't know why it happened in the first place. But yeah, so I will. Now at the very least, I can fix it quickly if it happens again. So yeah, that'll be a difference. So yeah, hopefully I'll figure out why it happened. I'll do some Googling after the stream actually, so yeah. So again, I mean, I don't know exactly where I left off for you guys, so I'm just gonna kind of keep going from where I am now. That's right, what she hoped for was normalcy. A relationship the same as the one we'd always had. So to the best of my abilities, I would treat her normally and do my best not to frighten or fluster her. In other words, I would become one of them. I supposed I might as well. It was time to be an oblivious protagonist. So yeah, that's where Rudy becomes the oblivious protagonist. It's funny. He's still kind of seeing things in otaku terms, but like, he's kind of getting it. Like, you know. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be yeah, again, and I hate the issue happened so late in the stream because like I feel like I fix it and then I'm gonna end the stream so quickly because you know, we got through 4 chapters. But yeah, that's gonna be where we hold off for the time being. Unfortunately, next week I won't be streaming, or at least I won't be streaming over the weekend, Friday through Sunday. That's because I have a wedding to go to, so I will not even be home most of the time. So obviously, I can't exactly do a lengthy stream from that perspective. Yeah, and to chapter 8. Yeah, we've been going generally 4 chapters a stream. That kind of seems to be the sweet spot. I didn't know exactly what it was going to be, but yeah. So yeah, we won't be doing more next week, but the week after we'll be finishing up Volume 1. So I will still be doing the daily streams up until Thursday, of course, since Friday is going to be when I'm going to have my first thing for the wedding. But so tomorrow, if you want to come back for the daily streams, that'll be 7 p.m. Eastern, I guess Eastern Standard Time now, since I think daylight savings time just ended. Then, and we'll be doing, unless I decide to do some viewing of my own today, which I very well might, just to make up for how much of the Saturday streams I've been missing and I'm going to miss, because that actually put me pretty far behind. Assuming things go normally, this week it'll be, tomorrow it'll be Berserk. But if I do end up watching 1 or 2 or 3 on my own, the next few are going to be Berserk, Cowboy Bebop, One Piece, Inuyasha, Hellsing. So one of those will be what we watch on stream tomorrow. So for the marathons, and to get that tier list video done. Eventually, I'm probably going to watch some stuff on my own. I just don't know. I'm going to see if I can watch some of the least anticipated stuff on my own, just so I can speed things up a little bit. But there's some good stuff coming up. I feel like I can't really skip much of this, but like maybe I can skip some stuff, or not skip, but like watch on my own, like things like, you know, maybe Mushishi or Fairy Tail. I don't know, Sword Online maybe. I don't know. I'll see. I'll figure out. I'll see what people have to say on stream, because I want to watch some stuff on my own just to speed things up, but I also don't want to skip anything that people are excited about. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. So again, 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, if that's what you want to watch. And we'll still be doing that for continuing on until Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There will be no streams. And if you were excited for more Mushoku Tensei and that's what you want to watch, in 2 weeks from today, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when we'll be finishing up with Volume 1. I do appreciate everyone who came by today, whether you chatted or lurked or anything in between. Definitely appreciate your time. Hope you had a good stream. I definitely did. And I will see you tomorrow.